The clothing shop is managed by Li Mei and Chiro. One handles sales, the other production. Their daily operations are smooth, and when they have free time, Yu Changla can focus on other tasks. In the coming week, her plan is to visit all the units she mentioned to Zheng Mingyi. Yu Changla knows that collecting payments directly from customers can greatly help the business. Many modern village banks still offer this service. If Zheng Mingyi is smart, he should work hard to provide this service. But she also understands that even good business ideas need cost calculations. Setting up a special team to collect payments daily, risking money in transit, this is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, not worth it. So, she must first team up with more units to develop the service, so she can enjoy its benefits. Her first stop is the silk factory where Lu Bo works. Not only because she knows someone there, but also because she wants to promote the improvement of linen fabric. As she approaches the silk factory gate, bad memories flood her mind, and her palms feel cold. She lifts her head and takes a deep breath. The warm autumn sunlight touches her fair face. Suddenly, she remembers the day Meng Jiao and carried her here to the hospital. She looked up at him just like this. That warm sunlight now feels like Meng Jiao and strong face, which makes her feel more at peace. Yu Changla forces a smile and walks calmly toward the reception room. When she gets closer, she notices that the reception room has changed. She had sat inside the reception room waiting for Lu Bo before. Back then, the room was like a small hut with a tiny table, chairs, and stools. There was also a small bed, a stove for heating, an old radio on the desk that played intermittent radio programs, and nearby, outdated newspapers, magazines, and kitchenware. Today, I saw that the guardroom looked completely empty and fresh, with only a desk, a single chair, a small stool, and a few sticks like batons placed near the wall by the door. It was simple, neat, and well-organized. A young security guard in uniform saw Yu Changla standing at the door looking around and immediately asked, "Hello, do you need anything? If not, please do not linger at the factory gate. Please leave immediately." Yu Changla was a bit surprised. She quickly explained her purpose to the guard, who then took out a register from the drawer and handed it to her. "Please register first. We will notify Director Liu. If he agrees, you can come in. Haven't seen Bo Go in over 10 days? Has he been promoted?" Yu Changla was a little surprised but happy for him. Someone as kind as Bo Gur is naturally suited to be a leader, caring about workers and their welfare. Lu Bo received the message and immediately ran to the guardroom. When he saw Yu Changla, he smiled brightly. "Look at you. Not allowed visitors when you're in the hospital, and you leave without saying a word after getting out? Now you've sneaked in quietly." Yu Changla smiled and teased, "Bo Go, you're good at keeping secrets. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you're now Director Liu." Lu Bo blushed from her words.
"Even you're laughing at me. I was just doing my job."
He took the register, signed his name behind her information, and then led her into the factory. Yu Changla asked curiously, "The security here at the silk factory has become much stricter."
Lu Bo sighed bitterly.
After such a big case, everyone in the factory was thoroughly checked. Not surprisingly, they found quite a few problems. That scoundrel Qian Hongba, besides doing those terrible things, also has dirty hands. He colluded with some key people in the factory and stole a huge amount of state assets. Such a rotten person deserves to be punished. Lu Bo grew angrier as he spoke. Thinking of Qian Hongba, he remembered the suffering Yu Changla endured because of him and wished he could punch him himself. The office director, the head of the finance department, the accountant, and the cashier, these pests who the public funds, have all been arrested. The current factory director was sent directly from the government. His first action was to thoroughly review and correct the factory's internal affairs, strictly enforce discipline, and establish a new security department. For the vacant positions, the new director did not make decisions alone but held a democratic election. As a result, I unexpectedly ended up in this position. Yu Changla nodded understandingly. It seemed that this silk factory had undergone a major change from top to bottom. Talented workers like Lu Bo, who have strong support among the workers, finally had a chance to shine. Lu Bo took her to the second-floor office, the same one where Zhu Kaigui used to work. He cleared out all his personal belongings and told his family to take them away. Now, the office was empty, with only a desk, 2 chairs, and a bookshelf. Feeling a bit awkward, Lu Bo found a cup from the shelf, boiled some water, and poured most of it in, then handed it to Yu Changel. Sorry, Changel, I just started using this office, so there's no tea. Today, I can only offer you plain water. Yu Changel happily took the cup and blew on it casually. Are we still so particular between siblings? Even if you brought me bitter gourd juice, I'd drink it as medicine if needed. Hearing this, Lu Bo felt a mix of emotions, but quickly relaxed. You just got out of the hospital and should rest at home. Why come to the factory? If you need anything, just call me. I can come to the shop after work to see you. Lu Bo always cared about her, which made Yu Changel feel warm inside. I've rested in the hospital for over a week and am fully recovered. The doctors said moderate exercise is good for recovery. Brother Bo, I have 2 things to ask for your help with. Lu Bo thought she needed assistance again, and said, just tell me what you need. No need to be polite. Yu Changel put down her water cup and asked seriously, Brother Bo, does your silk factory only produce silk fabric? Are you familiar with materials like linen? Lu Bo saw that she was asking about serious matters and straightened his expression to explain. Our factory has been around for a long time. Initially, we mainly made cotton and linen fabrics. Later, we gradually added silk to our products. A few years ago, when the government strongly promoted exporting silk to earn foreign currency, our factory was designated as a silk factory. We mainly produce silk fabrics for export, with only a small amount for domestic use. Is the type of linen you mentioned made from jute? Jute fabric is too rough and can only be used for storing grain. If worn on the body, it would be uncomfortable and scratchy. Different industries are like different worlds. Yu Changel didn't realize that even linen had many types. The linen bag she saw as a child was made from jute, and she thought the difference was just in how they were made. Brother Bo, is there a kind of linen that is light, breathable, soft, and gentle on the skin? Light, breathable, and soft? Lu Bo thought carefully. I honestly don't know. We might need to ask the experienced workers in the factory. So, are you thinking of buying this kind of fabric? Yu Changel nodded. I've seen some people from the south wear this kind of fabric. The weather there is often hot and humid, so breathable, lightweight fabrics are very comfortable to wear. I think since our Jinbo fabrics for summer and autumn are similar to those in the south, producing this kind of fabric would definitely be popular. Brother Bo, imagine, although silk is also light and cool to wear, it's too expensive. Ordinary people can buy 1 or 2 pieces for special occasions, but more than that is too costly. But linen clothes can look just as good as silk, cost less, and are more fashionable than cotton. Once launched, they will definitely capture the market. Talking about business, Yu Changel's eyes naturally lit up, and she looked confident and spirited. Lu Bo carefully considered her words. He was truly impressed by her cleverness. Not doing business would be a waste. She always saw business opportunities in everything. All right, I'll ask about this and get back to you. If we can really make this kind of fabric, Changel, you'll have helped me a lot. Yu Changel was a bit confused. Clearly, Lu Bo was helping her, so why did it seem like she was helping Lu Bo instead? This brings us to the new factory manager. Lu Bo explained with admiration. Our new manager has taken strong steps since taking office, reorganizing internal affairs, holding democratic elections, and now proposing business reforms. He said that the current situation of relying only on silk exports for foreign exchange will soon change. Our factory must find ways to survive first. Besides exporting, we need to sell domestically and find new ways to grow. We need multiple strategies to stay steady. In Lu Bo's mind, this new manager was as knowledgeable as Yu Changel. His words impressed everyone. Next, Lu Bo talked about himself. Feeling a bit ashamed, the manager gathered all of us office staff for a meeting, asking everyone to use their initiative and think carefully about new ways for the factory's future. I usually do a lot with my hands, but think little. Coming up with new ideas is almost impossible for me. But today, when you came, you gave me a clear direction. That's a big help. Yu Changel encouraged him with a smile. Don't worry, Brother Bo. Everyone's skills improve with practice. You just moved from the front line to management, so it's normal to feel a bit uncomfortable. But trust the workers' judgment. They chose you as office director because they believe you can do a good job. Don't underestimate yourself. Lu Bo nodded, moved. Thanks for your encouragement. I'll work hard to improve quickly and not let the workers down. Yu Changel teased him with a smile. Look, Brother Bo, now you sound very official and proper. Lu Bo blushed from her teasing, but knew it was friendly. He laughed along. Then, he remembered she mentioned 2 things earlier. He hurriedly asked, You said there were 2 things? What's the other one? Before coming, Yu Changel didn't expect Lu Bo to become the office director. She thought she might need to talk to the manager first. Now, she could tell Lu Bo about her own work and see what he thought. She didn't expect Lu Bo to suddenly clap his thigh after she explained the collection service. Does the post office really offer the service now? That's fantastic. It's like a dream come true. Just as I praised Lu Bo for less than a minute, he revealed his true nature and hurriedly vented to Yu Changel. This time, the factory had financial problems, and everyone in the finance department was taken in. I heard that the former department head and the money thief stole the most, and they can't escape punishment. The cashier and accountant are facing life imprisonment and 10 years, respectively. Because of this issue, several knowledgeable finance people were elected at the Democratic meeting, but none dared to take on this mess, fearing they would be the next. Now, the head of the finance department hasn't been chosen, so the factory director asked me to fill in temporarily. I'm still trying to sort out my own office affairs, so I don't have the energy to manage the finance department. Besides, I can't understand those ledgers and reports. If any problems happen during this time, don't you think I would be wronged? Yu Changel understood now. Talented people who could handle the finance department at the silk factory existed, but they were afraid. The former favorite now became a hot potato. They looked glamorous in their official position, but one careless move could cost them a lifetime. Most people wouldn't dare take such risks. Yu Changel didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Isn't their main concern just about unclear accounts? The post office collects payments daily and hands over the funds to the finance department. The money is deposited into the silk factory's account, and the finance department only keeps the ledgers. So, there's no need to worry about mismatched accounts or errors. Cash is collected daily by the post office. Both sides keep a ledger, stamped and signed. Even if someone in the finance department tries to falsify records, would the post office cooperate by signing and stamping? Once signed and stamped, if the money doesn't match the records, it's the post office's responsibility. Lu Bo was very excited. He thought Yu Changel was truly lucky. Although it might sound a bit unkind, considering Yu Changel almost lost her life at the hands of Qian Hongba, it was indeed because of her that the hidden evil inside the silk factory was uncovered. The factory then underwent a thorough cleanup, catching several parasites that were eating away at state assets. Don't worry. Although I can't make the final decision alone, I can confidently tell you that our factory director will support this. With Lu Bo's words, Yu Changel believed that the collection service had successfully attracted a second client. With a silk factory as a stepping stone, she believed it would be easier to negotiate with future clients. At lunchtime, Lu Bo insisted on inviting Yu Changel to a nice restaurant for a meal. Of course, Yu Changel had no objection to dining at Haukalai, but the real debate between them was, who should pay for the meal? In Yu Changel's view, Lu Bo had always been generous and helpful, offering her many kinds of support. A single meal couldn't fully express her gratitude to Lu Bo, so how could she let him pay? Lu Bo also had many reasons to insist on paying. He wanted to celebrate her recovery after leaving the hospital and thank her for bringing him good news. In short, he refused to let her pay. But unexpectedly, the one who paid for the meal was someone else. They arrived at Haukalai just at mealtime, expecting it to be crowded, but to their surprise, the spacious and elegant main hall had only a few tables occupied. Seeing customers enter, the chubby owner of Haukalai warmly greeted them. Please come inside. What would you like to eat today? Lu Bo looked at Yu Changel, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Same as always, 3 dishes and a soup.
Got it.
The owner smiled warmly, clearly a regular customer. In the past, he might not have been so emotional, but now, with many regulars gone, seeing a familiar face felt like meeting a family member. Perhaps because there were fewer diners, the food was served very quickly today. The owner wasn't as busy as usual. Instead, he was attentively waiting on the guests, pouring tea, serving water, and checking on their comfort. At first, Yu Changel thought maybe the food wasn't as good as before or that some ingredients had been cut back, which might explain the fewer customers. But after tasting the dishes, she found they were still delicious as ever, which she found a bit strange. Seeing the owner idly standing around, she curiously asked, "Boss, why aren't there many customers today?" Hearing her question, the chubby owner couldn't hide his worry. His usually smooth, round face suddenly showed a few lines of worry. To tell the truth, it's not just today. It's been several days now. I don't know what's wrong. I guess my skills aren't as good as others. This remark piqued Lu Bo's curiosity. Swallowing a tender piece of crispy meat, he asked, "What's wrong? Who are you not as good as? Are there better dishes than our three-piece set?" The chubby boss was almost ready to slap himself. It was hard enough that a regular customer came in, and he didn't even know about the new Hui Meijiao restaurant opening. Yet, he was busy promoting it himself. When the customer asked questions, he didn't want to lie or deceive, so he sadly replied, "There's a new restaurant opened ahead. I don't think their food is better than ours, but it is cheaper. Many of our regular customers have been lured away. But as you can see, every dish in our restaurant uses real ingredients and takes a lot of effort. For example, our broth has to be simmered for a whole day, 24 hours straight, just to be ready. It takes many chickens to make one pot of broth." While complaining, the chubby boss suddenly realized he had revealed the secret of his broth. He instinctively covered his mouth with his hand, eyes wide with panic, staring at the two people. Yu Changlu couldn't help but laugh, while Lu Bo rolled his eyes. "Keep going. Who wants to hear about your secret recipe? I find it too much trouble myself." The boss awkwardly nodded and changed the subject. "So, our restaurant's prices are really fair. We don't charge sky-high prices, but since others are cheaper, customers prefer to go there."
I can't do anything about that.
Although the boss spoke with some sadness, he didn't say a single bad word about his competitors. This attitude made Yu Changlo respect him more. "Sigh, I'm just worried. I think about it day and night. I'm afraid that after 50 years, our old brand might fall apart. I'd be too ashamed to face my grandfather." Though the boss sounded a bit pitiful, Lu Bo couldn't help but tease, "You're still young. You have plenty of time to see your grandfather." The boss choked a little but quickly recovered, smiling again. "You see, I keep talking about my worries, which might affect your meal. Please enjoy your food. I'll get you some more hot tea." Yu Changla felt a bit emotional. To her, the boss's difficulties were similar to those faced by silk factory owners. The wave of reform was sweeping through the inland areas, challenging the stability of many traditional industries. This is only a small sign of the coming storm. Those who do not realize the need to prepare before it arrives are doomed to be overwhelmed by this huge wave of change. And it's not just the small old store that will fall before the new dawn. She scooped a spoonful of mixed soup and poured it over her rice. As she ate, she could taste the fresh, genuine flavor, proving that the boss's words were true. Although business is not as good as before, the quality of the dishes remains high. This shows the boss's strong desire to keep his original goal and protect his good reputation. But the harsh market is not easy to fight with just determination. As they finished their meal, Lu Bo called the boss over to pay. The boss smiled and said, "You two are regular customers here. I'll give you a discount, just 5 yuan. This was his way of trying to keep loyal customers. Even though the discount cut his profit in half, it was better than losing all his customers. Yu Chengel suddenly asked, "Even with 5 yuan off, isn't this meal more expensive than at that other restaurant?" The fat boss's face stiffened. Thinking she still found it too expensive, he said helplessly, "Please understand, this is the best price we can offer. We really can't lower it further." Lu Bo didn't expect Yu Chengel, who is usually generous, to raise this question now. He was surprised and quickly said, "No problem. It's just 5 yuan, which is even less than usual.
Here, take it.
He took 5 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the boss, then waved his hand to signal the boss to leave. Yu Changel smiled and said, "That's not what I meant. I was just thinking that even if you, boss, charge us less, the customers might still feel it's more expensive than the other place." She continued, "So, I think if you want to fix the price difference, you can't just lower your prices. Your costs are higher than theirs, and competing by cutting prices won't work." The fat boss listened carefully. He put the money back into Lu Bo's hand and looked at Yu Changel with bright eyes. "You're right. That's been a big problem for me. Even if I sell at a loss, my prices are still higher than Hui Meijia's. But I can't cheat on quality or cut corners. Even if it means closing the shop, I won't do that. This old brand, which has weathered 50 years of storms, can be replaced by others, but it cannot be abandoned." This is his last stubbornness as a successor. Yu Changel appreciates his commitment to his original idea and offers some advice. Know yourself and your competitor, and you won't lose in every battle. You know that your prices are a weakness for your business, but what are your strengths? The chubby boss straightened his chest. "My dishes. I guarantee that our food is top quality, definitely better than those quick-to-serve dishes at Hui Meijia." Yu Changel nodded. "So, you should focus on your strengths instead of trying to compete with others on your weaknesses." The chubby boss listened, seeming to understand but also unsure how to act. He thought the strategy made sense but didn't know how to put it into practice. However, he quickly realized that this young girl, not much older than him, seemed very insightful. Maybe she really could help him solve his problems. He hurriedly invited both of them to sit down, brought a plate of crispy peanuts, and poured more hot tea. "Please sit, I'll treat you to this meal today. Please give me some advice." Yu Changel was not polite. She picked up a peanut, tasted it, and found it crispy and fragrant. The food was carefully prepared. "Your dishes are tasty, but eating here costs quite a lot. Hui Meijia's food is average but affordable. If your dishes are also affordable, do you think customers would choose you?" The chubby boss nodded and shook his head, looking confused. "Of course customers will choose good and affordable food, right? But doesn't that mean lowering prices?" Yu Changel didn't hide her point anymore and gave her advice directly. "No, not lowering prices, but reducing the average spending per person." She pointed at the menu. "Take your signature dish, for example. It costs 2 yuan per serving. That's not cheap. Just 2 people coming in, ordering 2 dishes plus rice, costs about 5 yuan. That makes the average about 2.5 yuan per person. If they want to try all your signature dishes, the average cost would go over 3 yuan. The chubby boss nodded. He understood the idea. If you divide each of these 3 dishes into 4 portions and take 1 portion from each to make a set of 3 dishes, plus a free bowl of rice, priced at 1.5 yuan, do you think you can enjoy the 3-piece set for just 1.5 yuan? Would that price be considered affordable?" Lu Bo was stunned. "How did Yu Changel calculate this? A 3-piece set costs 6 yuan in total, but the owner sells it for 1.5 yuan. Isn't that a loss?" "Not at all. Of course, it's not a loss." The chubby owner's face turned red with excitement. Lu Bo couldn't figure it out, but the owner understood. This way, 4 sets of the 3-piece meal still cost exactly 6 yuan, so it's really possible to sell without lowering the price. Besides that, you can also offer a buy 2, get 1 free deal, 2 signature dishes plus 1 vegetarian dish. The portions are smaller, and the price can be just 1 yuan. Isn't that cheap enough? Yu Changel spoke confidently about business strategies, and the more she talked, the more ideas she seemed to have. Offering these kinds of packages also has another benefit. It can attract more walk-in customers. It's hard for one person to order at a big restaurant. 1 dish might not be enough, 2 dishes might be too much, and the prices are high. But with this, they can enjoy 3 dishes for a small amount of money. It's not wasteful, and it will definitely attract many customers. If you can manage the portions, you could even introduce a special discounted set every day. How much the discount is can depend on your costs. It's just a trick to get customers to come in daily. Some customers who like to find deals might come every day just to get the special price, not realizing they're actually bound to your restaurant. Yu Changel was speaking passionately. The chubby owner felt his mind was about to overload. He quickly clasped his hands in a bow to Yu Chang'e. Wait, I need to find a notebook to write down everything you said. It's pure gold advice. I can't afford to miss a word. While the owner went to find a notebook, Lu Bo took the chance to speak up and express his admiration. Chang'e, I really admire you. How come you know everything? Are there any problems in this world you haven't thought of? This was Lu Bo's sincere praise. He had never met anyone as knowledgeable and visionary as Yu Chang'e. She always saw opportunities where others saw problems. What might seem like a crisis to most people looks more like a new chance to her. Eternal Chang'e smiled and said, business people like to think creatively. If you don't use your brain, how can you make money? Lu Bo nodded thoughtfully, realizing he should also think more carefully in the future. Maybe if he used his brain more, he would become smarter. The fat boss returned with a thick notebook. He quickly jotted down all the ideas Chang'e had just mentioned. As he wrote, he couldn't help but imagine how excited people would be when these new meal packages were launched. After finishing, he wanted to ask more questions, but Lu Bo stopped him. Why do you keep asking? Haven't my sister's suggestions already covered the cost of this meal? The fat boss's face lit up with a big smile. Enough, of course. It's more than enough. You two are truly our shop's lucky stars. As long as we get through this tough time, you can eat here for free forever.
Wow.
Such generosity. Lu Bo didn't expect the fat boss to be so kind. Little did he know, the ideas Chang'e gave could help him earn much more money. Even if they came to eat every day, it wouldn't be a loss. Free meals are fine, but if you really launch these meal packages, could you prepare a set meal for me? 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable, and a soup. When my staff come to eat, just give us a small discount. Chang'e remembered the benefits he had promised Li Mei earlier. Now was a good time to ask. The fat boss was deeply touched. Chang'e's helpful advice not only saved him money, but also brought him new business. He immediately agreed, no problem. Anyone from your shop will get a 50% discount. He genuinely wanted to make friends with Chang'e. After the meal, chatting casually could easily help him solve his problems. He looked forward to more exchanges in the future, knowing he could learn a lot. This meal was a great success. Not only did the boss feel grateful, but Lu Bo also felt he had gained a lot. On the way back to the factory, Lu Bo kept thinking about what Chang'e had said. Good food at good prices was just like their silk factory situation. Both needed to attract more customers. If the restaurant could use this method to attract and expand its customers, could their silk factory also learn from it to sell more products? And how exactly could they do that? Since Lu Bo came up with this idea and started thinking about the problem, he took the first step toward progress and success. Yu Chang'e packed a set of 3 items for Li Mei and the others to take home. She insisted on paying herself and refused to let the boss or Lu Bo treat them. Today is a work day, so there are fewer people shopping. When Yu Chang'e returned, the store was empty, and Li Mei was busy sewing clothes alone. Li Sao, I'm back. I brought some delicious food for you all. Li Mei looked up and smiled. You spent so much money again. We've already eaten. Save it for tonight. Now that the weather is cooler, the lunch food can be kept until the afternoon without spoiling. Just heat it up in the backyard and eat. Yu Chang'e nodded and looked around the store. Chiro, where are you? Why aren't you here? The indoor roller skating rink at the cultural center is one of the most popular places for young people to have fun. The smooth, oval-shaped rink is surrounded by a metal fence. In the center of the ceiling hangs a colorful glass ball spinning and shining. The bright, colorful lights change with the lively music, creating a vibrant atmosphere inside the dim skating rink, very different from the dull street outside, like 2 different worlds. Tickets for the skating rink are not cheap. They charge by the hour, 1 yuan per hour. Despite the high price, many people skate inside, and even more watch from outside. The whole rink attracts many trendy young people. Chiro, imitating the young people nearby, leaned on the fence with her eyes wide with curiosity, feeling excited inside. A few days ago, 2 employees from the cultural center came to the store. While choosing clothes, they talked about the new skating rink, saying it was very trendy and fun. Chiro listened eagerly, and when she heard it was open to the public, she wanted to see what the rink looked like right away. She had planned to visit yesterday at noon, but she saw Yu Changlo had just been discharged from the hospital. To leave a good impression on her, Chi-ro had to stay in the store and work, suppressing her curiosity. Today, when she saw Yu Changlo leave to run an errand, her heart immediately took off. To get more time, Chi-ro politely told Li Mei to go eat first. When Li Mei returned, she pretended to eat, but she actually ran to the cultural center without eating anything. She didn't need to ask around. Just following the many young people going in and out was enough to find the skating rink. As soon as she entered, she was dazzled by the lively music and colorful lights. The confident, carefree young people skating past made her feel inspired. Her eyes seemed glued to them, unable to look away. Unbeknownst to her, someone in a corner of the skating rink had noticed her. Luo Chung, who often hung out at the city's entertainment venues, was smoking a cigarette and squinting as he watched Chi-ro from a distance. His younger followers nearby nodded in understanding and approached him. "Brother, that girl looks pretty. She seems innocent." Luo Cheng's lips curved slightly as he exhaled a puff of smoke. "Let's go." As he stood up, a group of his followers skated onto the rink behind him. His commanding presence immediately drew attention from everyone, including Chi-ro. To her surprise, Luo Chung and his followers skated directly to her in front of everyone, making her the center of attention. Chi-ro was startled by Luo Chung suddenly coming close, but inside, she felt a little excited. She had already thought he looked cool and handsome when skating freely. Now he was stopping right in front of her. Was he trying to talk to her? Her heart was pounding, and she clutched the railing tightly, afraid to look up at him. Luo Chung seemed to have expected her reaction. He smiled lightly and casually exhaled a soft puff of smoke. "What's your name? I haven't seen you at the rink before." His voice was deep and lazy, like a gentle hum in her ears. Somehow, she answered obediently. I'm Chi-ro. This is my first time here." Luo Chung smiled knowingly and nodded toward his follower. The follower quickly went to the counter, rented a pair of women's skates, and handed them to Chi-ro. "Put these on. My brother wants to skate with you." Chi-ro blushed and shook her head quickly. "No, I can't. I don't know how to skate." Luo Chung looked at her deeply, took the shoes from his follower, and squatted down. "No worries. I'll teach you." To her surprise, Luo Chung easily helped her put on the skates. He stood up and gave her a gentle, caring smile. "Come on, I'll show you how to skate." Before she could say anything, he took her hand and pulled her onto the rink. Suddenly losing her balance, Chi-ro instinctively clung tightly to Luo Cheng's hands. Her mind hadn't yet processed what was happening, and her heart was pounding wildly out of control. The warmth from Luo Cheng's palm made her body temperature rise, and she felt a strange mix of happiness and excitement, both nervous and thrilled. Luo Cheng skillfully guided her as they slid backward, his eyes fixed on her with a straightforward gaze. A faint smile on his lips made him look even more charming and carefree. Chi-ro blushed deeply and lowered her head shyly, occasionally sneaking glances at Luo Cheng. When she accidentally met his eyes, he smiled, and her heart fluttered like a young deer. In the dimly lit room, colorful lights shimmered, lively music played, and the speed and thrill of the moment were new to her. The handsome man holding her hand tightly in front of her made her heart race even faster. After a few turns, Luo Chung gently led her to a corner of the ice rink, stopping steadily with only a fist's distance. A faint smile on his lips, shy, Chi-ro wanted to step back, but she forgot she was still wearing ice skates. As she moved, she lost her balance and suddenly leaned backward. She let out a surprised cry, and in the next second, she was pulled into Luo Cheng's arms. Unconsciously, she clung tightly to his waist, her face turning pale with fear. Luo Cheng showed a subtle, knowing smile and gently patted her back to comfort her. "It's okay, I'm here. I won't let you fall." Only after she steadied herself did she realize she had fallen into Luo Cheng's embrace. She blushed fiercely, wanting to push him away, but afraid of losing her balance again. Her actions seemed like she was playfully teasing him, hesitant yet affectionate. From a distance, Luo Cheng's younger brother saw this and started teasing loudly. Under the watchful eyes of many people, Qi felt even more shy, unable to lift her head. Interestingly, instead of feeling uncomfortable about their close physical contact, she found herself somewhat distracted and dreamy. Luo Cheng noticed her expression and smiled with pride. He deliberately leaned in close to her ear and lowered his voice. Ro, do you have a boyfriend? That soft nickname almost made her heart melt. Qi shyly shook her head gently. Luo Cheng affectionately reached out and stroked her long hair at the back of her head, as if teasing a little cat. My younger brothers cheered loudly when their older brother made this move, shouting sister-in-law nonstop, drawing everyone's attention at the skating rink. At that moment, Qi felt what it was like to be the center of attention for the first time. She felt shy, but proud, nervous, but excited. This feeling was wonderful, and it was brought to her by the man with a gentle, loving smile on his face. She had never experienced being loved by someone outside her family before. She gathered her courage and softly asked, I don't even know who you are. Luo Cheng smiled mischievously and said, I'm your boyfriend. Qi couldn't remember how she left the colorful skating rink. Her head was still dizzy as she reached the entrance of Changla clothing store. Everything that happened on the rink seemed like a beautiful dream, and she didn't want to wake up from it. Before she had to leave, Luo Cheng reluctantly asked her to meet him at the skating rink tomorrow. He also called 2 younger brothers to see her off at the cultural center. Qi had never felt so important before. She felt so lucky, like she was the main character in her life story. She believed she was destined to be loved at first sight by the hero, and that they would start an incredible love story, eventually leading to a happy, enviable marriage and family. If Li Mei hadn't called out, Qi, lost in her daydreams about having children with Luo Cheng, might have accidentally walked into a glass door. Li Mei's loud voice startled her out of her fantasy. She quickly snapped back to reality, feeling a little embarrassed as she touched her burning cheeks and nodded in response. Where have you been? Why are you only just getting back? The store had several customers earlier. Luckily, Changlo is back, or I wouldn't be able to handle everything alone. Li Mei was straightforward and honest. Qi was annoyed that she left without saying a word for so long. She was surprised to hear that Yu Changla had come back so quickly. Looking carefully, she saw Yu Changla sitting calmly behind the counter, watching her with a relaxed expression. She paused for a moment, then immediately placed her hand on her forehead, pretending to look sickly. Sorry, Aunt Li, Sister Changla. I just went out to eat and suddenly felt very dizzy. I went to the hospital to see a doctor and took some medicine, then rested for a while before coming back. I didn't mean to be late. I didn't want to trouble you. Li Mei saw that her cheeks were indeed flushed, and her apology was sincere. She softened and forgave her instantly. Not only did she stop blaming her, but she also showed concern. What's wrong? Did you have a stomach upset? Are you feeling better after taking the medicine? Qi nodded, then pretended to be weak again, supporting her waist with one hand. Her beautiful eyes secretly glanced in the direction of Yu Changlo. Unbeknownst to her, her silly smile from walking along the street earlier had been fully seen by Yu Changlo through the shop window. Her clumsy acting fooled Li Mei, but it couldn't deceive Yu Changlo, who had sharp eyes. Qi's cheerful smile earlier didn't look like someone with a fever, it looked more like, in small matters, things are often settled with 3 tries. Yu Changlo was giving Qi Dongyu face, so she didn't plan to expose Qi. Instead, she said with a half-smile, Are you really feeling better? If not, I can take you to the hospital again. I know a good doctor, who can surely cure you. Hearing that Yu Changlo wanted to go with her again, Qi immediately lowered her hand from her forehead and straightened her posture. I'm really better now. Thank you, Sister Changlo. Yu Changlo nodded with a smile. That's good. Just rest assured. You can tidy up the clothes on the rack and put the new seasonal styles on the mannequins. Hearing Yu Changlo giving orders so directly, Qi's face stiffened. She had thought Yu Changlo would let her rest for a bit, but as soon as she heard she was fine, she started ordering her around. Qi agreed with a nod, then turned away with a drooping face, moving slowly as if she was deliberately wasting time. Li Mei was worried that Chiro's health wasn't fully recovered. She put down her work to help her, but Yu Changla stopped her. "Aunt Li, come here. I drew some designs a few days ago. We need to make them before the next cold snap, or they'll be out of season. Autumn in Jinbo is short, just as brief as spring. It cools down for a few days, then suddenly drops sharply, and in less than a month and a half, winter will arrive." During her hospital stay, Yu Changla had only designed basic styles like long-sleeve shirts, trousers, and long-sleeve dresses, which are suitable for the upcoming winter season. She planned to finish her work of collecting payments this week and then board a train heading south to Guangzhou, 1,000 miles away, to buy some winter clothes to sell. Winter clothes use thick fabric and require more complex work. Making the style that Yu Changla wanted was especially difficult. Even if she taught Li Mei, it still took most of a day to make one by hand, which couldn't meet the store sales needs. So, going south to Guangzhou was a decision Yu Changla was determined to make. Qi hesitated for a long time, but saw no one coming to help. She secretly looked around and saw Li Mei and Yu Changla whispering together, not knowing what they were saying. She felt both uneasy and angry. What are those two plotting about? Those two old women only know how to bully her. If it weren't for wanting to see Joe and go often, she wouldn't bother working in a small shop like this. Thinking of Meng Jiuan's handsome and confident face, Chiro's expression softened a little. Suddenly, another carefree figure appeared in her mind, Luo Cheng. His slightly mischievous smile, bold and passionate actions, gentle and sweet words, all made Chiro's heart beat faster. And Luo Cheng even said he was her boyfriend. Although she knew they had only just met and Luo Cheng was probably joking, his teasing and the admiration in everyone's eyes made Chiro unable to stop imagining. She believed Luo Cheng was surely captivated by her at first sight, which was why he openly showed his affection in front of everyone. Now, she was in trouble. She already had someone she liked. Jiuan Ge and Luo Cheng were like ice and fire, perfect and charming, making it hard for her to choose. After finishing her talk, Yu Changla looked up and saw Chiro standing by the window, lost in thought. She sighed inwardly and decided not to take in any more relatives of acquaintances in the future. Chiro's work attitude clearly displeased Yu Changla. She decided to have a talk with her. "Chiro, come here for a moment." Called over, Chiro quickly snapped out of her thoughts, hurriedly speeding up her work and pretending to be busy. "Oh, coming." She nervously walked over to Yu Changla. Her clear eyes made Chiro feel guilty. After all, she had been thinking about Jiuan Ge just now. Though she was a bit upset, she knew Jiuan Ge was Yu Changli's husband now. Yu Changla does not have mind-reading skills, so she doesn't know that the young girl is constantly thinking about trivial matters. She just thought her work wasn't serious and wanted to give her some advice. "Chiro, there are two sources of income in our shop. Sisterly has probably told you, right?" Chiro nodded. "Yes, I know. Sisterly said that besides the basic salary, there is also commission." Yu Changla smiled. "That's right. You are responsible for sales, earning 2 mao per item sold. Sisterly handles tailoring, earning 5 mao per item. Can you make clothes?" So, that was the question. Chiro replied casually, "I can't make clothes. Sisterly said it's enough to be good at selling. Many customers in the shop like chatting with me. Chiro is sweet-talking, and her likability is her strength." Yu Changla noticed this yesterday and didn't deny it. "That means you're quite suitable for this job. Do you have any plans or ideas for the future?" Chiro frowned, secretly annoyed that Yu Changla kept asking questions. Does a rural woman who starts a small business really think she's the boss? But she didn't show her disdain openly and responded straightforwardly. "Don't worry, Sister Changla. I will work hard in the shop. I don't have other plans and won't have any second thoughts." Yu Changla felt a bit speechless. It seemed Chiro didn't understand her questions, so she decided to be more direct. "I think you're still young. You should think carefully about what you want to do in the future. You can also use your free time to learn and improve yourself. For example, since you're working in a clothing shop, Sister Lee is a skilled tailor. You can ask her for advice, start with simple things. Even if you don't become a tailor later, you'll understand clothing better and communicate more effectively with customers. Chi-Ro felt her eyes roll. After listening for a while, it was clear she just wanted her to learn sewing from Li Mei. Is she trying to exploit Li Mei? She's already overworking her, and now she's targeting her too? Forget it.
She's no fool.
Making a piece of clothing for 5 mao or a yuan isn't enough. She'd rather go ice skating with Luo Cheng. She looked at her fair, delicate hands, feeling proud. Could such beautiful, elegant hands really be used for making clothes? Yu Changlu saw her dismissive nod and her expression, which showed she wasn't really listening. She quickly stopped speaking. She was given the opportunities she deserved and was reminded of what she needed to do. As for Chi-Ro, whether she listened or not, it was not her concern, nor did she want to interfere. As long as it didn't affect the business at the shop, it was fine. The bell signaling the end of training rang out on the training ground. The soldiers all habitually stood still in place. Extra training was common for the first company, especially since their strict squad leader, Meng, was known for his high standards. Because of Meng's dedication to excellence, their company was often the best in the entire division. Their achievements filled the activity room, and individual medals far exceeded those of other companies. The soldiers in the first company were proud to be part of it and valued the team's honor. They trained hard, worked diligently, and endured hardships willingly. They not only wanted to avoid holding the company back, but also hoped to bring glory to their unit. However, an unusual scene happened today. Not long after the bell stopped ringing, a loud command startled everyone on the training ground. All members of the first company, stand at attention. Rest. Dismissed. The soldiers froze in place, not daring to move. Squad leader Zhao Dezhu was also confused. Second squad leader Wu Gang thought he had heard wrong and looked at Zhao for confirmation. Zhao didn't understand what was happening. Seeing Meng Jiuan turn to leave, he had no choice but to step forward nervously and shout, "Sir." Meng Jiuan turned back, looking more relaxed than ever, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, which made Zhao feel a shiver down his spine. "What's the matter?" Zhao's heart was anxious. "Squad leader, are we not training today?" Meng nodded. "Is there a problem?" "No, no problem," Zhao quickly replied. Meng smiled at him and patted his shoulder. "We've achieved good results in the equipment competition. The soldiers have improved a lot and worked hard. Let them rest for a few days and pay attention to balancing work and relaxation." "Yes, sir." Zhao was very touched. Meng trained with the soldiers every day, never missing a moment. He was always close by. He held high standards for the soldiers and even higher for himself. He would never ask the soldiers to do what he himself couldn't do. Therefore, no matter how tough and tiring the continuous training is, there is always a standard standing in front of the soldiers. They all respect this standard deeply, and many of them set Lieutenant Meng as their goal to improve themselves. Meng Jiuan is very demanding and known for being strict. During training, he mostly points out the soldiers' shortcomings and pushes them hard, rarely giving praise. The soldiers in the first company have trained hard for a long time. Today, they finally received the captain's approval of their skills, which is more exciting than winning a competition. After all, winning is common, but praise from the captain is rare. Meng Jiuan turned to walk toward the dormitory building. Hearing cheers behind him, he couldn't help but smile. His wife was right. Balancing work and rest is the key to long-term success. Wu Gang approached Zhao Dezhu, looking both happy and puzzled. "Do you think the captain is in a very good mood today?" Zhao Dezhu looked up at the sky, trying to hide the tears that threatened to fall. Despite his rough appearance, he was very sensitive and thoughtful. He choked a little as he said, "I've never seen the captain so happy before. I used to think he was a stern man who didn't talk much, but it turns out he was just unhappy with our performance. Now that we've made some progress, he's genuinely smiling." "I'm so moved." Wu Gang nodded, unsure if Zhao's interpretation was correct, but he knew for sure that the captain was happy. "I've made a decision. Zhao clenched his fists and made a firm resolve. We will rest today, then start training even harder tomorrow. We want to make bigger progress and live up to the captain's high expectations. By this time, Captain Meng had already rushed back to the dormitory, taken a quick 5-minute shower, and changed into fresh, comfortable clothes. He was now ready to meet his wife for a date. Although Meng Jiuan had no experience with dating, he knew better than to be inexperienced. His friend Bai Chuan, who was experienced, had often shared his proud moments with Meng Jiuan, like taking a girl to the park, rowing boats, or hiking. Meng Jiuan used to scoff at these stories, not understanding what was so fun about hanging out with a girl. He thought it was better to do 500 push-ups instead. Now he really wants to ask again about the details of each activity. Just thinking about holding his wife's hand and boating on the lake makes him smile so much his mouth almost reaches his ears. But these activities are best planned for the weekend, when they have a whole day to spend together.
Right now.
Meng Jiuan remembered his plan and felt his face warm. He heard Bo Chuan say that when their relationship needed to move forward, watching a movie was a good choice. In the dark, watching a romantic film, with both of them close together. Just thinking about it makes him feel excited. At Changle clothing store, Yu Changle was trying on the new fall clothes she made that afternoon. She wore a light blue lantern sleeve blouse with a small round collar and 2 long ribbons sewn at the neckline. Li Mei didn't understand what the ribbons were for. To her, the lantern sleeves alone were already stylish and pretty. Adding 2 ribbons seemed unnecessary and would increase the cost. Yu Changle just smiled and didn't explain. After she finished making it, she wore it herself to show, then tied the ribbons into a perfect bow in front of Li Mei, which immediately caught everyone's eye. Who doesn't know how to tie a bow? But why was Changle's bow so beautiful, like a butterfly ready to fly, resting on her chest? It looked elegant and luxurious, like a wealthy young lady. Li Mei was so amazed she couldn't speak. But Yu Changle was still not satisfied. She picked out a pair of white wide-leg pants from the display rack, tried them on with the outfit in front of the mirror several times, and finally nodded with satisfaction. She turned to Chiro, who was staring in awe, and said, "Let's put this outfit in the window display tomorrow." Chiro, hiding her envy, nodded and agreed. She secretly thought that if she wore it, she would definitely look even more beautiful than Yu Changle. Just as Yu Changle finished speaking, she noticed a tall, handsome figure appearing in front of the window, looking at her with love in his eyes. She couldn't help but exclaim happily, "Joanne." Then she happily ran out the door like a cheerful bird, rushing to Meng Jiuan and excitedly asking, "Why are you here? Didn't you say you'd only come back on the weekend?" Looking at the stunning Yu Changle before him, Meng Jiuan's eyes sparkled with warmth. "After training, we have 3 hours of free time. I still need to return to the camp later, but I wanted to come see you." Yu Changle felt very happy inside. "Wait a moment, I'll go tell Sister Li." She turned to run, but Meng Jiuan quickly grabbed her hand and led her to the door. He pushed it open and said, "Sister-in-law, can I borrow my wife for 3 hours?" Seeing the perfect match of a handsome man and a beautiful woman, Li Mei smiled and said, "Sure, why not? You can even stay out tonight."
Yu Changle blushed chilly.
Under the bright sun, Sister Li's words made her feel a little embarrassed. Chiro saw Meng Jiuan and also surprised for a moment. But when she saw him holding Yu Changli's hand, she immediately felt upset. As they were about to leave, she quickly spoke. "Uncle Jiu, Uncle Meng, are you going to eat dinner? Why don't we eat together?" She almost called him Brother Jiu, but Meng Jiuan's cold gaze made her swallow the words. Still, she mustered up the courage to make an even more unreasonable request. Yu Changli's smile dimmed a little when she heard this. Her eyes looked at Chiro carefully. If her sixth sense was right, Chiro seemed to like Meng Jiuan and quite a lot. Meng Jiuan didn't hesitate at all. He didn't even want to look at her again. "My wife and I are going on a date. It's not convenient to bring the kids." Li Mei also playfully patted Chiro's arm and said, "Child, why are your eyes changing so much? Come on, eat with us. Sister Li bought some delicious dishes for lunch, and you haven't eaten them yet." When Chiro turned around, Meng Jiu and had already pulled Yu Changlu away.
It was dusk.
The busy street of Shuncheng was full of people heading home. Meng Jiu and Yu Changlu walked among them, feeling peaceful and warm even without talking. Meng Jiu and naturally held Yu Changli's hand. His palm was broad and warm, like electricity running through it, making her feel very safe. Yu Changli secretly looked up at his face, happy and satisfied. A mischievous idea to tease him started to form in her mind. Her small hands, restless, moved within his palm. Her smooth fingers, like tiny fish, slipped through his fingers, then clasped tightly together. Their 10 fingers intertwined, and her little pinky nervously rubbed against the knuckles on the back of his hand. This close gesture made Meng Jiu's face turn bright red. His calm and confident look just moments before suddenly changed to obvious nervousness. His ears turned red, as if they might smoke. Yu Changel saw this and smirked, thinking to herself, "My sister hasn't eaten pork, but has she ever seen a pig run?" In her past life, she didn't have time for love, but she watched many romance dramas. She thought, with a few tricks, I can easily handle this shy man. After teasing him, she tried to pull back. But Meng Jiu wouldn't let her go easily. He held her tighter, with no space between their fingers. His grip was firm. Yu Changel couldn't break free and had to let him do as he pleased. But suddenly, Meng Jiu started to imitate what she had just shown him. He gently rubbed her hand with his thumb, feeling her soft skin. His rough fingerprints sent a shiver through her, making her heart race faster. Neither of them dared to speak or look at each other, but both wore happy, sweet smiles. Yu Changel felt that Meng Jiu's hand was trembling slightly. Maybe his heart was beating just as fast as hers. For the first time, she truly understood how happy the saying "holding your hand" and "growing old together" could be. If possible, she wanted to hold Meng Jiu's hand and walk with him forever. "Changel, shall we go see a movie?" Meng Jiu asked, trying to sound calm, even though the cinema was just ahead. Yu Changel happily agreed. In her past life, she spent most of her time earning money and studying. She only watched dramas before bed. It had been a long time since she had gone to the cinema just for fun. Moreover, in her past life, cinemas were full of couples. She often felt out of place. Now, she finally had a sweet date of her own. Seeing her agree, Meng Jiu looked pleased. He reluctantly let go of her hand. "Wait here for me. I'll buy the tickets," he said. Yu Changel nodded and sat by the flower bed, waiting for Meng Jiu. She watched Meng Jiu happily run to buy tickets. Even his back looked joyful. His tall figure stood out among the crowd. Without his military uniform, he looked like a young man experiencing love for the first time, full of youth and energy. At this moment, the previous movie just ended. The busy crowd hurried out of the small cinema, flowing like a tide in all directions, blocking Yu Changel's view completely. Luo Cheng led a few younger brothers out of the cinema and immediately spotted Yu Changel sitting on a flower bed resting. His eyes lit up. "Interesting. It seems Jinbo has been attracting more beautiful women lately." But compared to the stunning beauty in front of him, Qi-ro, who had just been caught, looked like a thin bamboo stick. She didn't have the same charm as this beautiful woman, and she didn't attract Luo Cheng as much. "Beautiful lady, are you alone? Want to watch a movie together?" Luo Cheng was confident in his charm. He confidently walked over, stepped onto the flower bed, leaned down close to Yu Changel, and casually took out a cigarette from his bag to light it, imagining himself as handsome as the hero in the movie. Before the beautiful woman could speak, he heard a cold voice from behind. "Stay away from her." Luo Cheng snorted coldly through his nose. Without turning around, he knew it was the guy who came to rescue the girl. He had guessed right, such a pretty girl sitting alone in front of the cinema must have someone watching out for her. Luo Cheng turned back and looked at Yu Changel with a meaningful gaze. He had a wide range of interests. Married women were also okay. But now he wanted to see how many arms and legs the person who dared speak to him like that had. Yu Changel felt very uncomfortable under Luo Cheng's gaze. Judging by their group, they were probably thugs from the underworld. Normally, her first thought would be whether she could handle these few people alone. But today, She only felt pity for these reckless thugs, hoping they wouldn't get beaten too badly later. She still remembered how fierce Meng Jian looked when he got angry. His strength was beyond what a physically fit person like her could handle. Every move was aimed at leaving no chance to fight back, fast and precise, with no mercy. Seeing her show sympathy, Luo Cheng felt it was a bit strange, but didn't pay much attention. He lazily turned around and said, "Not many people dare to talk to me like this about gold and wealth. I want to see who has such a big mouth." Just then, he happened to meet Meng Jian's cold, sharp gaze. Luo Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly. In that moment of eye contact, he felt a cold chill rise up his back. This person has such a strong presence. Just one look made him feel like there was a threat. Although Luo Cheng was only in his early 20s, he was experienced in the world of wealth and knew how to judge people. He understood who could be provoked and who couldn't, and he was cautious. But the tall young man in front of him had an impressive aura. Luo Cheng couldn't remember ever seeing such a person in the wealth circle. For a moment, he didn't dare to act rashly. Meng Jian held 2 bottles of soda in one hand and a bag of sunflower seeds in the other. He was clearly trying to control his temper around the people surrounding Yu Changle. He just wanted to enjoy a movie with his wife. Unless necessary, he didn't want any trouble. "Move aside, if you see this. Changle, come here." Since he couldn't free his hands, he used his shoulder to push Luo Cheng away, allowing Yu Changle to stand next to him, holding his arm. Luo Cheng didn't expect Meng Jian's seemingly gentle move to be so powerful. He was pushed off balance and almost fell. Seeing his older brother ignored, Luo Cheng's little followers immediately gathered around, shouting. Since he couldn't remember who they were, Luo Cheng felt they weren't important. Embarrassed, he smirked wickedly. "You're pretty bold, kid. Giving me face, huh?" Seeing himself and Yu Changle surrounded by a few people, Meng Jian's eyes turned fierce. He had finally found a chance to watch a movie with his wife, but these reckless troublemakers had to come and cause trouble. Rather than being bothered by them, he decided to settle it quickly. He handed what he was holding to Yu Changle and told her to sit back on the flower bed, warning, "If someone bumps into you later, stay back and be careful not to spill soda on your clothes." His wife was dressed so beautifully today. He didn't want these troublemakers to ruin her outfit. Yu Changle nodded, looked at the movie tickets Meng Jian handed her, and then glanced at the big clock on the cinema roof. "Hurry up, there's only 15 minutes before the show starts." Meng Jian nodded and said, "Don't worry, at most 5 minutes. It'll be enough." Luo Cheng and his group were confused by the calm conversation between the two people. What were they talking about? Did they completely ignore them? Luo Cheng was furious and then laughed. 5 minutes, huh? That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Within 5 minutes, make him fall down, and no stopping until he calls you dad. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the thugs closest to Meng Jian was already thrown like a projectile, crashing heavily 3 meters away and groaning in pain on the ground. The remaining thugs hadn't yet reacted to what was happening. Their companions had already been knocked several meters away, and they were all scared, unsure whether to attack first. Luo Cheng shouted angrily, "What are you standing around for? Attack together." Meng Jian looked at them with a hint of disdain. "Yes, attack together. Hurry up." The thugs looked at each other, realizing they couldn't win in a one-on-one fight. They decided to gang up, biting their lips and shouting loudly as they rushed toward Meng Jian. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yu Changle was counting the seconds in her mind, watching the real fight unfold like an action movie. She was also secretly learning from it. The move where he flipped his fingers earlier was very useful for girls. It didn't require much strength, but could make the opponent suffer greatly. She was so relaxed that she didn't notice her hand had unconsciously reached into the paper bag of sunflower seeds, and she was cracking and eating them while watching. Luo Cheng was stunned. He didn't expect his little brother to be beaten so badly, with each one falling to the ground and howling in pain within seconds. He also didn't expect the girl he had approached to have the leisure to watch and eat sunflower seeds at the same time. This scene was so strange that it was a huge shock to him. Yu Changle counted to 60, and Meng Jian stopped. He was still breathing evenly. He turned to look at Luo Chung, who was standing alone, with a fierce look in his eyes. Only you left. Can you hold out for 4 minutes? After watching Meng Jian knock down 5 men in 1 minute, Luo Cheng's legs were trembling. His previous cool and carefree attitude was gone. If the little brother on the ground was still conscious, he might have immediately knelt and begged Meng Jian for mercy. Now, to save a bit of face in front of my younger brother, he forced himself not to do anything more embarrassing. Instead, he lowered his head wisely and used some common talk. I, Luo Chung, was blind and offended the two of you. I apologize on behalf of all my brothers. Please give me a chance to make amends, big brother. Sorry for being rude to my sister-in-law, and I hope she can forgive me. Yu Changlo was surprised. He actually admitted fault? This big brother wasn't very tough. He had thought he was some kind of noble leader of a gang, but he looked more like a regular street. Still, being a leader meant he was smarter than most thugs. Recognizing the situation was wise. He wasn't stubborn. Seeing him admit fault quickly, and with the movie about to start, Meng Jiao and didn't even look at him again. He turned and took Yu Chongli's hand. Let's go. The movie is starting. Yu Chongli happily held Meng Jiao and's hand. She thought Meng Jiao and was very handsome. Compared to the gentle guys of later times, she preferred a strong, good-looking man like him. His good looks and status made her feel very safe. Luo Chung watched the two walk into the cinema happily. He sat heavily on the flower bed where Yu Chongli had just sat, feeling both ashamed and angry. He never expected things to go wrong on his turf. The strong pressure he felt earlier was gone. Now, all he wanted was to get back at Meng Jiao and for causing trouble. He spat on the ground in frustration and kicked the closest little brother. You, stay at the cinema entrance. Find out who those two really are. Because they arrived late, the two found their seats in the dark. The big screen lit up with subtitles, and a mechanical-sounding music started playing. Yu Chongli sat next to Meng Jiao, feeling a little excited. It was her first time going on a date to watch a movie with someone she liked. Watching a movie with a special person felt very different. Meng Jiao was even more nervous. When the music suddenly started, his heart skipped a beat. He sat up straight, clenched his hands on his knees, and looked straight ahead. Despite the cool weather, he was sweating a lot. Although Yu Chengel felt a little excited, she remained calm. At this moment, she was still amazed by the huge cinema from the 1980s and didn't notice that Meng Jiao beside her was acting strangely. Yu Chengel always thought that modern cinemas, with their high-tech and fancy equipment, lacked the unforgettable joy she remembered from childhood when her parents took her to the movies. She still remembers the night her mother took her to the Jianxia cinema to watch a film. It was her first time in a cinema. She entered through a small side door. The cinema was much taller than her school auditorium, about 5 floors high. Rows of seats stretched endlessly, packed tightly together. On the second floor, there were several rows of viewing platforms. The most impressive thing was the big screen. Little she felt like her eyes couldn't take it all in. When a huge ship slowly sailed toward the screen, she nervously curled her legs up, clung to her mother's arm, and hurriedly tried to hide behind her. Her mother smiled warmly, hugged her, and softly told her not to be afraid. Don't worry, I'm here. Nothing will hurt you. Sure enough, with her mother there, the giant ship didn't hit her. Instead, it left her with a beautiful memory that would never fade. When she grew up, the movie about the giant ship was re-released. She rarely had free time, but she bought a ticket and went into the cinema alone. She chose a large IMAX screen hall. When she entered, it was bigger than the usual small theaters, but still not as grand as the entire building that used to be a cinema when she was a child. Modern special effects could make her feel like she was really there. When the ship appeared to sail toward her again, she was alone in the seat, but no longer felt scared. As her thoughts drifted away, someone suddenly tapped her seat from behind. Comrade, could you sit a little lower? You're too tall, and we can't see anything behind you. Yu Chengel then realized that Meng Jiao was sitting very straight, like a tall pine tree. She quickly shyly tugged on his sleeve, signaling him to sit more relaxed. Just as she reached out to pull him, Meng Jiao grabbed her hand tightly. His palm was sweaty and very hot. She looked at his face in the reflection of the screen, feeling suspicious. To her surprise, she saw that Meng Jiwen's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, sliding down his cheeks, and his face seemed a little red. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" She couldn't see clearly, so she raised her other hand to touch his cheek, which was really hot. "Let's go to the hospital." Yu Changel wasn't interested in watching the movie anymore. It was getting late, and it would be hard to find a doctor. Meng Jiwen took a deep breath, making a firm decision to hold her hands tightly in his. "I'm fine, just a little nervous." Yu Changel paused for a second before reacting. She thought Meng Jiwen was really adorable in his innocence. Feeling a bit shy, she wanted to pull her hands back and quickly looked for an excuse. "How can I drink water or eat snacks if you hold me like that?" Meng Jiwen thought about it and agreed, but he didn't want to miss the chance to be close to his wife. He saw a young couple in front of them hugging and being affectionate, so he boldly loosened his hold and wrapped his arms around Yu Changel again. "Can I eat now?" His movements were stiff and awkward. To keep close to Yu Changel, he kept leaning toward her. If they kept this position to finish the movie, his back would probably hurt. Before Yu Changel could speak, the person behind them was unhappy. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you leaning like that? What are the people behind us supposed to see? Your back of the head?" Yu Changel quickly nudged Meng Jiwen's waist to remind him to pay attention to the movie and not disturb others. Only then did he reluctantly withdraw his hands and sit properly again. Finally settled, the movie started. Yu Changel watched with great interest. Although it was an old film without fancy sets or props, the sincere acting still drew her in. When she saw the pure and beautiful heroine go to her boyfriend's house, Yu Changel started to look forward to a sweet love story in the next scene. Meng Jiwen's eyes also lit up. He thought Yu Changel looked just like the heroine in the movie, beautiful, gentle, and elegant. Suddenly, the door opened, and a loud scream rang out. The heroine found her boyfriend dead at home. Unprepared, Yu Changel was startled and instinctively leaned toward Meng Jiwen with her face covered. This time, Meng Jiwen reacted quickly and naturally wrapped his arm around Yu Changel's shoulder. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's all fake." Yu Changel peeked through her fingers at the next part of the story. The more she watched, the more she felt it wasn't a love story. She asked suspiciously, "Is this the Mount Lu love story?" When she entered the cinema earlier, she saw a large poster for Lushan Love on the promotional wall at the entrance. Could she have misunderstood? Isn't Lushan Love a love story? Do you want to watch Lushan Love? Meng Jiwen suddenly realized he might have bought the wrong ticket and asked nervously. Hearing this, Yu Changel realized that Meng Jiwen probably didn't buy a ticket for Lushan Love, and she asked curiously, "What movie ticket did you buy?" Meng Jiwen suddenly felt guilty. "The Murder Case 405. Yu Changel immediately frowned, surprised that their first date movie was about a murder case. Meng Jiwen quickly explained, "When I was eating in the cafeteria, I heard some soldiers say this movie was very good, so I thought I'd bring you to see it. If you want to watch Lushan Love, we can buy new tickets." Yu Changel felt like laughing. It was obvious that 9 out of 10 soldiers probably didn't have partners who would watch a love story. Of course, they preferred exciting and suspenseful action movies. "No need. If it's good, we can keep watching. We'll watch Lushan Love next time." Yu Changel admired Meng Jiwen's character even more. She had thought he was deliberately bringing her to the movies with some hidden purpose, but it turned out he was simply taking her to see a good film. Why did she feel a tiny bit of regret inside? Yu Changel blushed at her complicated thoughts. Luckily, the cinema was dim, so her face wasn't visible. Meng Jiwen happily hugged Yu Changel's shoulder, joking that even a murder case could look like a comedy to him. He was still proud, thinking that Bai Chuan was right. Watching movies really could bring them closer. Look, he was already holding his wife's shoulder. He couldn't imagine that if he knew the young couple next door, watching Lushan Love, was already kissing passionately, he might get so angry he'd want to punch himself. The Murder Case 405 was indeed very good. After the movie ended, Yu Changel happily discussed it with Meng Jiwen as they walked out. Autumn days had a big temperature difference between day and night. As they stepped outside the cinema, a chilly autumn wind blew past. Yu Changel, who was always afraid of the cold, instinctively hugged her arms and thought that she needed to speed up her plans to buy winter clothes for the south. Meng Jian was not wearing a coat. He simply reached out and hugged Yu Changel in his arms, since they had already been holding each other naturally during the movie. Yu Changel was initially surprised. After all, this was the 1980s. In the dark cinema, it was easy to hide their actions, but now, with bright lights outside and a crowd of people, she worried it might cause trouble. It's not surprising she thought this way, especially since even petty crimes hadn't been abolished yet. Her concern grew when she noticed others around them paying attention and looking at their actions. However, what happened next was beyond Yu Changel's expectations. Most people watching the movie were young. When some girls saw Yu Changel being hugged by Meng Jian, their eyes filled with envy. They looked at them intentionally or unintentionally. Some boys quickly understood the hint and, encouraged, also boldly hugged their partners. Soon, several couples were walking out together, holding hands and showing affection. A few brave girls even wrapped their arms around their boyfriends' waists. Their sweet, loving appearances made the single people nearby feel very jealous. Yu Changel couldn't help but giggle secretly. It seemed Meng Jian had set a good example. Young people, in any era, are full of energy. When two people are in love and happy, they don't care about old-fashioned ideas. They just close their ears to outdated rules and focus on looking at the person they love. Meng Jian turned his head to see Yu Changel's smiling face. His lips also curved up naturally. How happy and content they felt watching a movie together. He thought that next time they should come again. His wife also wanted to see the Lushan love story, but hadn't watched it yet. Tonight, the moon was full and shining brightly over the quiet land. The two walked close together as the crowd gradually dispersed. Under the moonlight, their shadows overlapped tightly, stretching very long. After walking a little further, the people around them had mostly left. Meng Jian and Yu Changel slowed their steps more and more, both reluctant to say goodbye. Suddenly, Meng Jian raised an eyebrow. He noticed a dark figure behind them had been following for a long time, matching their pace. It was clear this was not just a coincidence. As they approached the turn onto Shunqing Street, he thought for a moment, and then, holding Yu Changel, they turned into a nearby alley. He lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, "Don't look back. Someone is following us." Yu Changel was startled and quickly guessed that it might be those troublemakers from earlier, still upset and seeking revenge. Meng Jian also thought so. He was tall and strong, clearly trained in martial arts. Even if some bad people wanted to rob them, they wouldn't target someone so powerful. Fortunately, they noticed the follower early. If he had caught up with them at Changel's clothing shop, the consequences would have been terrible. Now, Yu Changel had moved into a small hut at the shop to stay temporarily. They were waiting for the main house in the backyard to be ready before moving everything from the big yard. Although she didn't have to run back and forth anymore, she was living alone in the shop at night. Meng Jian couldn't rest easy. Now they had someone watching them again. Until this problem was solved, he wouldn't let Yu Changel stay alone at the shop. The troublemaker behind them was limping and walking very slowly. If Meng Jian and Yu Changel hadn't been walking so slowly, he wouldn't have been able to keep up. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared into the dark alley. The troublemaker hurriedly hopped on one leg, trying to catch up. He trembled in the autumn wind, waiting for an hour and a half. If he lost them, he wouldn't be able to report back to Chunga. When he finally reached the place where they had vanished, he was nervously looking around. Suddenly, a big hand reached out from the dark alley and pulled him inside, almost scaring him half to death. The troublemaker stared in horror, struggling desperately. A tall, dark figure seemed like a demon pinning him against the wall. His mouth was covered, and he couldn't make a sound. Meng Jian disliked the sight of his saliva on his hand and frowned as he spoke. "Don't shout or scream. I'll let you go." The troublemaker thought he was about to be attacked by a ghost and nearly fainted from fright. When he heard Meng Jian speak, his breath caught, and he quickly nodded. Meng Jian released his grip and wiped his clothes clean. "Tell me, why are you following us?" The troublemaker's courage was already half gone from being scared, and he had also been beaten by Meng Jian before. He no longer dared to pretend to be tough in front of him. "Big brother, spare me. I didn't want to follow you. It was Chingge who told me to follow you. I just wanted to find out who you are. I was forced into this. Please have mercy and let me go. I won't say a word. I swear I didn't see anything." But jokes aside, in the face of personal safety, honor among thieves means nothing. Besides, knowing he had just been beaten by Meng Jian, it was bad enough that Luo Cheng, the boss, didn't stand up for him. He didn't even pay a single cent for the medical bills. Instead, he left him to stand in the cold wind on a sore leg for so long, while Luo Cheng relaxed comfortably at home, enjoying himself and waiting for news. The troublemaker grew angrier the more he thought about it. He no longer wanted to keep the secret. He wished he could take Meng Jian to beat Luo Cheng up.
Shen Yi.
Meng Jian remembered that the scoundrel said his name was Luo Cheng. That must be right. Sure enough, it was this scoundrel behind the scenes scheming. Figuring out their identities was just to gauge whether he could handle them. Meng Jian wasn't afraid of them coming after him, but he was worried they might cause trouble for Yu Changlo. After all, he couldn't always stay in the shop watching over her. Dealing with local gangsters was very troublesome. They might not dare to kill or burn, but they often caused trouble and annoyed people. They knew how to do it well. Business owners didn't want to offend these local thugs either. If they kept bothering customers, no one would dare to come anymore, and all the good business would be lost. Moreover, there's no such thing as being a thief forever without being prepared for theft. Since he had already been marked like a dog's ointment, he had to tear it all off and root it out to eliminate future trouble. Meng Jian slowly tightened his grip on the troublemaker's collar, his voice full of coldness. "Now tell me, who exactly is this Chingge of yours?" The troublemaker didn't hesitate at all. He immediately spilled everything he knew about Luo Cheng. He had been involved in the underworld since he was a teenager. Relying on his sharp tongue, he recognized a big brother in the gang as his godfather. He went south once and came back, then secretly opened an underground casino with a group of street thugs. They took a cut of the profits, and sometimes, when they encountered soft targets, they would fight openly. The opponents didn't dare call the police. Soon he became quite wealthy. With money, more followers came to him, and gradually he gained a reputation for wealth and power. They glanced at Yu Changle, who was standing silently nearby, and tentatively mentioned Luo Cheng's peculiar habits. Luo Cheng cares a lot about his appearance. He dresses up carefully every day and especially likes pretty young women. Once he sets his eyes on someone, he will pursue her until he wins her over. When he's tired of her, he moves on to the next target. In the S-View, Luo Cheng asked him to follow these two people mainly to find out their backgrounds. Besides seeking revenge on Meng Jian, Luo Cheng might also be interested in Yu Changle. Meng Jian's face turned pale with anger. He knew Luo Cheng's reputation for gambling and drug dealing, which had ruined many families. Such a scoundrel must be removed from society. Moreover, Luo Cheng kept crossing Meng Jian's red lines and targeting Yu Changle. It was like digging his own grave. "Do you know what to say when you go back?" Meng Jian asked calmly. They was overjoyed. It seemed Luo Cheng was planning to let him go. He quickly nodded. "I understand, big brother.
Don't worry.
Even if Luo Cheng beats me to death, I won't tell him I was following you. I'll just say I got lost when the crowd dispersed." At first glance, what they said seemed reasonable. But this was only a temporary way to avoid danger. Yu Changle owned a successful shop on Shunqing Street, and no one could guarantee that Luo Cheng and his men wouldn't see her someday. If that happened, without proper preparation, they would be in an even worse position. Plus, this didn't hesitate to betray his own brother at the slightest scare, showing no loyalty. Meng Jian didn't believe he would reveal their whereabouts even if he were threatened with death. After some quick thought, Meng Jian made a firm decision. "No, you must say you saw me send her to the bus station, heard me call her my wife, and saw me return alone to the Huajun Army headquarters." Before dealing with Luo Cheng, they had to make him fear them by revealing their identity. This was the best way to protect Yu Changle. Huajun Army headquarters? though wasn't stupid. Although he was terrified by those 4 words, he also realized that the man in front of him might really be a soldier. He had just said that the man fought quickly and decisively, with fierce and precise moves, completely different from their chaotic, unorganized punches. Now he understood the answer. Ironically, once he learned Meng Jiuan was a soldier, the felt safer. Soldiers have discipline, so at least he didn't have to worry about running into a dangerous person and ending up dead on the street tonight. Yes, Commander. I understand. I will go back and say exactly what you told me, word for word. This straightened his back, looking a bit funny. Maybe that's how people from that time remembered soldiers. Seeing a soldier always made them feel respect and awe. Meng Jiuan stared closely into the S eyes, then added before letting him go, I've remembered what you look like. If you dare to speak carelessly again, you'll have to face the consequences. Though was so scared by his gaze that he shivered. He must have taken the wrong medicine to challenge a soldier. He hurriedly agreed, limping and hopping away from that creepy place. After the was gone, Meng Jiuan turned to Yu Changle and shared his worries. This place is so close to your shop, just around the corner. I'm worried they might come tomorrow and cause trouble for you. Instead of risking that, I can use my identity to scare them a little, to stop them from acting rashly. At the same time, I will find a way to fix this problem quickly. Yu Changle looked at Meng Jiuan with bright, trusting eyes, showing no fear. Yes, I believe in you. Thank you, Jiuan. He always protected her again and again. Seeing how much she trusted him, Meng Jiuan felt very peaceful inside. He couldn't help but gently hold her in his arms, resting his chin on her head. Silly girl, we are married. There's no need to thank me. His warm, strong embrace made Yu Changle feel very small and safe. She reached out her arms, gently wrapping them around Meng Jiuan's waist, leaning relaxedly against his solid chest. It felt like she finally found a place where she belonged. Without words, everything was understood. She wished they could stay like this forever. Meng Jiuan was happy to feel Yu Changle's Zhudong Yongbao. His heart was full of warm spring water, feeling dizzy and happy. His thoughts slipped out. Actually, I don't have to go back to the army tonight. Yu Changle's hand tightened, and her heart started pounding fast. How can I not go back to the army? The peaceful moment from before was replaced by tension. Her heart was pounding so fast it felt like it would jump out. What did Meng Jiuan mean? Was it what she thought? She moved slightly, and her hair gently brushed against Meng Jiuan's neck, making him feel both itchy and numb. Unconsciously, he tightened his arms around her, holding her closer, and softly explained, the military rules say that married officers above the company level can submit a report to request to leave and go home normally every day. They just need to report back the next day. I haven't submitted a report before, but now I want to.
Changle.
Can I go home every day? It must be some kind of tempting sound. Yu Changle felt like she was almost being brainwashed by Meng Jiuan and nearly answered yes, without thinking. Is this really the Meng Jiuan she knows? Why is a straightforward guy so good at acting cute? No, she wasn't ready for this. Is this how fast married couples progress? Yu Changle tried her best to stay clear-headed and thought of a reason, but the backyard house isn't finished yet. That small cabin is too tiny and can't fit 2 people. Listening to her usually sharp tongue stumble, Meng Jiuan surprisingly showed a sly smile, though Yu Changle couldn't see it. Then, when the backyard house is finished, I'll move in with you, and I can go home every day, right? Yu Changle was speechless. For the first time, she felt her mind couldn't keep up with Meng Jiuan's rapid words. She was even trying to figure out her thoughts. She would move out of Meng Jiuan's house, build her own house, and then Meng Jiuan would move in to live with her. She couldn't remember her original reason for this circle of thoughts. All she felt was that Meng Jiuan's request didn't seem unreasonable. Maybe, perhaps. But is love progressing this fast for married people? So exciting? Meng Jiuan's deep, persuasive tone kept going. I don't want to worry about you living alone. I want to protect you. I want to see you every day, stay with you, okay? Yu Changle's cheeks burned from Meng Jiuan's passionate embrace. She felt dizzy as if she couldn't breathe fresh air, only able to hear Meng Jiuan's deep, magnetic voice constantly reaching her ears and heart. She wished she could shout like Sun Wukong. Hey, where did this demon come from? As it was almost curfew, a young soldier on guard saw a tall figure walking quickly toward the gate from afar. Upon closer look, it was actually Battalion Commander Meng, whom he had offended last time by spreading rumors. The young soldier was so scared he immediately stood straight and saluted him properly, secretly hoping the other person wouldn't recognize him. Whatever he feared, whatever happened. When Meng Jian passed by, he looked at him and stopped in his tracks. The young soldier's heart was pounding. He thought, I'm doomed, I've been recognized. But the next second, Meng Jian smiled at him and said, Good job. The young soldier was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. Excited, he called out to Meng Jian's back, Thank you, Commander, I'm not tired. Since joining the army, he had heard that Battalion Commander Meng was very skilled at his work, strict with his soldiers, and had a tough style of leadership. Soldiers secretly nicknamed him the Cold-Face King, and because he had once accidentally done something silly, the young soldier was terrified of him. But who knew the real Meng Jian was so kind and friendly? If anyone ever called him the Cold-Face King again, he would definitely stand up and defend him. Meng Jian happily hummed a tune as he went upstairs, thinking about asking Bai Chuan for help tomorrow to find more workers and speed up the construction of the main house in the backyard. Just as he was about to take out his keys to open the dormitory door, a faint voice came from the dark corner of the wall. You finally came back. Even Meng Jian, who didn't believe in ghosts or spirits, was startled. When he looked closely, he realized that only Bai Chuan could make such a reckless comment. Meng Jian pretended to be angry and kicked him, all day long pretending to be a ghost. But I need to talk to you about something. Bai Chuan looked resentful. If you had something to tell me, why come back so late? Where have you been? He almost froze to death in the autumn wind. Meng Jian was in a good mood and didn't bother to hide it in front of Bai Chuan. Do I need to report where I go to you? I told you I was out watching a movie with my wife. His proud attitude made anyone find it hard to believe that this was the cold-faced soldier king, Battalion Commander Meng. Already feeling down, Bai Chuan just felt like his mouth was filled with a handful of dog food. You even know to invite your sister-in-law to watch Lushan Love. Bai Chuan both envied and jealous. Even someone like Meng Jian, who is plain and simple, has a partner. Why can't someone like him, kind and handsome, find love and only suffer from unrequited feelings? On the first day of the Lushan Love movie showing, he got tickets through a friend at the cinema. He specifically chose weekend tickets. After thinking carefully, he bought 3 tickets. He had already planned. Since others gave 3 tickets, he would give the extra 2 to Changxi. He could invite his classmates to watch together. Bai Chuan thought Changxi would invite his girlfriend to see the movie, and then he could finally see Liu Yuding himself. This plan seemed perfect, but Bai Chuan was troubled inside. He felt his character was so bad, he couldn't control his feelings, and now he was planning to deceive his friend. He felt terrible about it. Bai Chuan felt uneasy all day. During the day, he was busy, so it was okay. But after work, he was restless and felt like a cat scratching inside. He wanted to talk to Meng Jian about life, but was turned away, waiting 3 hours outside. Meng Jian looked a little uncomfortable. You don't have to watch Lushan Love to see a movie. Bai Chuan was confused. Then what should I watch? Could it be that a new romantic film was out? Meng Jian didn't want to answer directly. It's just Lushan Love. Next week, he would go with his wife to see it. Why do you care what we watch? Were you waiting long? What do you want to see me about? When he turned on the light, Meng Jian noticed Bai Chuan's lips looked pale, as if he had been standing in the wind outside the corridor. Bai Chuan was surprised. Old Meng's eyes were sharp. If he found out Bai Chuan had waited 3 hours, he would surely guess something big. Bai Chuan didn't think he could withstand Meng Jian's questioning. He pretended to be casual and shook his head. No, I just arrived a little while ago. I can't sleep, so I wanted to chat. Okay. Meng Jian didn't think much of it. I also have something to ask you. Can you help me introduce a construction team for the logistics department? I want to build a few rooms. It's fine to reinforce the courtyard wall with local craftsmen, but building a house is more trustworthy with a military construction team. Bai Chuan found it strange. Aren't there enough houses in the big yard? Why spend money to build more? Building a house isn't cheap. Even if it's a construction team from the army, building a house would cost at least 100 or more, including materials and labor. When Meng Jiuan mentioned building a few houses, where would he get so much money? Hearing this, Meng Jiuan couldn't help but show a sweet smile on his face. It's not a big estate, just a few rooms built in the backyard of Chongla clothing store. Once they're finished and we move in, I won't have to stay in the dorm anymore. I'll live at home every day. This truly shocked Bai Chuan. Meng Jiuan's progress was amazing. He used to think that old Meng was just enthusiastic about the project, but now he saw that the couple was getting along well again and planning to live together. It turns out that the real amateur was himself. All right, I'll arrange a construction team for you. Tell me how you plan to build. Though still surprised, Bai Chuan was happy for Meng Jiuan. Since getting married, he had spent half a year in the dorm, which was almost like being a monk. Now it seemed they were finally going to live properly. As a brother, he naturally wanted to help. Meng Jiuan explained his plans for Yu Chongla to Bai Chuan. The more Bai Chuan listened, the wider his eyes became. Wait, do you know how much 6 rooms would cost? At least 800. Do you have that much money? Meng Jiuan calmly shook his head. No, I don't. That's why I plan to borrow from you. Bai Chuan's face turned green. Not only was he being hit with a lot of dog food, but he was also bleeding heavily. What kind of trouble was he in that he had to come to Meng Jiuan to discuss life? After sharing his own issues, Meng Jiuan finally remembered to ask about Bai Chuan. My story is finished. Now you tell me, what's bothering you? Why can't you sleep? Bai Chuan's ability to get along well with most people was partly because of his high emotional intelligence, but also because he was very easygoing. Many things didn't bother him, so conflicts with others were few. Anything that could keep him awake must be a serious matter. After thinking carefully, Bai Chuan hesitated and finally said, I recently fell for a girl. Meng Jiuan nonchalantly replied, Isn't that common? Bai Chuan was annoyed and embarrassed. Don't interrupt me. I'm serious this time. When haven't you been serious? To borrow money from him, Meng Jiuan held back his sarcasm and nodded to encourage him to continue.
But
I know she has a boyfriend, and he's a good guy. But I really like her, a kind of love I can't control. So, I'm thinking about whether I should have a fair competition with her boyfriend. Meng Jian's expression gradually became serious. After staring at Bai Chuan for a while, he spoke softly. You probably still get along well with her boyfriend? How do you know? Bai Chuan suddenly panicked, not understanding when he might have slipped up. Meng Jian's face looked as cold as ice. A friend's wife is off limits. Don't you understand that simple rule? This was typical of Bai Chuan. If anyone else dared to openly say they liked Yu Changle in front of him, they would have been shut down immediately. Isn't she considered a wife if we're not married? Bai Chuan felt guilty, but also unwilling to give up.
Huh?
Not married? Meng Jian's expression instantly softened. So, he wasn't talking about Yu Changle. His mood shifted from gloomy to clear in less than a second, and he straightened up. That's not okay either. That's not fair competition. That's poaching. After being lectured by Meng Jian for half an hour, Bai Chuan looked ashen, but felt somewhat reassured inside. Yes, he had deliberately come to get scolded. Seeing himself on the verge of making a mistake, he needed someone like Meng Jian, an absolute person of integrity, to wake him up. He might not trust others' character, but he never doubted Meng Jian's. Bai Chuan reflected deeply and finally made up his mind to turn back. To prevent himself from changing his mind, he tore up a movie ticket that very night. The next day, he made time to visit Yuzhou Normal University. He waited downstairs at the dormitory and saw Yu Changxi returning with his roommate, carrying a hot water bottle. As soon as Yu Changxi saw Bai Chuan, he happily ran over. Brother Bai Chuan, why are you here? Have you eaten? Come on, let's go to the cafeteria. Faced with Yu Changxi's enthusiasm, Bai Chuan felt truly guilty. He waved his hand. No, I'm in a hurry to leave. I have something for you. He took out the movie ticket from his bag, but suddenly noticed the roommate with glasses standing beside Yu Changxi. It seemed he was more curious about what Bai Chuan was about to take out, so Bai Chuan stopped in his tracks. If I remember correctly, the last time he saw Lu Yuding wearing those small glasses, his eyes were shining brightly. We should be careful not to let him cause trouble. Bai Chuan took his hand out of his bag and patted Yu Changxi on the shoulder. Look at your brother's memory. He left the car. Come on, let's go get it. Seeing the glasses still want to follow, Bai Chuan smiled slightly and said, walking around with a water bottle is not convenient. This classmate is your roommate, right? Please ask him to help carry it back. Is that okay? Bai Chuan asked him directly to help. Lu Xing, being very curious, felt a bit shy to follow and forced a smile on his face. Okay, give me the water bottle, Changxi. I'll head back first. Thanks, Brother Xing. Yu Changxi didn't think much and happily handed over the water bottle to Lu Xing, then followed Bai Chuan outside. Lu Xing watched their figures walk away, adjusted his slightly oversized glasses, and snorted coldly. Humph, what's so great about him? Just a soldier, running around the school all day. Who are you trying to scare? Although he said that because Bai Chuan often came around, Lu Xing and students from the city generally treated Yu Changxi much better than other rural students. If it had been another rural student from their dorm, like Zhang Tugan, asking him to carry water, he would probably pretend not to hear and just walk away. Bai Chuan put his arm around Yu Changxi's shoulder, feeling complicated. His movie ticket was clenched tightly in his pocket, almost ready to tear. Finally, he took it out. Look at my memory. I put it here in my pocket earlier. Here, take it. 2 movie tickets. Please. Fellow student, go see the movie. Yu Changxi had only heard about cinemas before and had never watched a movie. The 5-cent tickets he used to afford were long gone. He happily took the tickets. Wow. Lushan Love. I heard this movie is really popular. Tickets are hard to get. And these are weekend tickets. Hearing Yu Changxi's excited exclamations, Bai Chuan felt his heart bleed. He forced a smile that was worse than crying. Someone gave me 2 tickets. I don't like watching movies, so you can go. Thanks, Brother Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan could see that Yu Changxi was genuinely happy. No wonder, most people who go to see Lushan Love are couples or those in a romantic stage. Single people wouldn't want to watch a love story. It would only make things awkward for themselves. The acquaintance at the cinema even spoiled the ending for him, saying there was an unprecedented kissing scene. Yu Changxi was happier, while Bai Chuan felt more pained. He didn't want to stay any longer, so he quickly said goodbye to Yu Changxi and slipped away. Loving a friend's girlfriend was destined to be a tragedy for Bai Chuan. Of course, he had to bear this bitter fruit alone. Yu Changxi held 2 precious movie tickets, a faint blush appearing on his delicate cheeks. The story of Mount Lu had already spread across the university campus. Even Yu Changxi, who was focused on studying, had heard of it. It was very popular among college couples and had become the hottest date activity recently. Honestly, young people like Yu Changxi couldn't help but dream of a beautiful love. But because he came from the countryside and had lived a hard life since childhood, he felt a bit inferior when comparing himself to city students. Plus, his strong desire to prove himself and work hard made him temporarily ignore the impulsive feelings of adolescence. However, during the time he spent living with Yu Changel and working at the clothing store, both his influence and experience had boosted his confidence. His views gradually shifted from being rigid and unchanging to being more adaptable to changes around him. Now, although he still loved studying and stayed positive, he also had a greater love for life and a youthful passion fitting his age. Since hearing that a male classmate had invited his crush to see Mount Lu, a campus legend had started. If 2 people who liked each other watched Mount Lu together, their relationship could suddenly improve and deepen. Many male classmates followed suit, and soon there were many couples on campus. Even Yu Changxi, who had never been in love before, couldn't help but feel a little excited. He secretly harbored a crush himself, but had always thought the gap between them was too big, so he didn't dare to have any inappropriate thoughts. But seeing so many couples around him, his heart started to flutter. What if this movie really works like that? His sister once said that when you want to achieve a goal, you should be brave and put in your best effort. Even if you don't succeed, you won't have regrets in life. Moreover, the 2 movie tickets for Lushan Love in his hand were given to him by Brother Bai Chuan. Could it be that fate is helping him secretly? Thinking of this, Yu Changxi felt a surge of excitement. He lifted his head, straightened his chest, and walked out of the school. Brother Bai, someone is looking for you at the door. Bai Ling put down her case and stepped out of the police station. When she saw who it was, her face immediately lit up with a smile. It's Changxi. Recently, because of borrowing and returning books, the two had become quite familiar. Bai Ling is a young artist who loves reading both Chinese and foreign novels. Yu Changxi shares the same hobby. When they find good books, they recommend them to each other, and their relationship has become closer. When Yu Changxi saw her, he still felt a little nervous. Before he could speak, his face turned half red. But Bai Ling spoke first. Is there something you want to ask me? Only then did Yu Changxi gather his courage and nod, asking, Do you have time this weekend? Bai Ling thought for a moment. I haven't made plans for this weekend. What's up? A spark of joy flashed in Yu Changxi's eyes. He controlled his pounding heart and boldly made a request. I want to invite you to watch a movie. Is that okay? Bai Ling was a bit surprised. Her clear, bright eyes looked at Yu Changxi. After thinking for just 3 seconds, she replied, Sure. What time this weekend? Her answer sounded like music to Yu Changxi's ears. He was so happy that his ears turned red. At 3 p.m. then. Shall we meet at the cinema entrance? Seeing his excited look, Bai Ling couldn't help but smile too. All right. At the cinema entrance. Is there anything else? Yu Changxi's face lit up with a big smile, and he shook his head like a rattledrum. No, that's all. You go ahead and do your thing. I'm heading back to school. Remember, at 3 p.m. this weekend, at the cinema entrance. Worried she might change her mind, he ran off waving goodbye to her. Bai Ling also waved back with a smile. Yu Changxi. He found it quite interesting. Yu Changxi never expected things to go so smoothly. He was so excited that he kept pinching his face to see if he was dreaming. Until he returned to his dormitory, he couldn't stop smiling. There was only Lu Xing in the dorm. He was lying on his bed, probably reading a book. When he saw Yu Changxi come back, he quickly shoved the book under his mattress. You're back? Why did it take you so long? Did your brother bring you something nice again? Honestly, Yu Changxi felt a bit embarrassed. If Lu Xing found out he had made plans to watch a movie with someone over the weekend, he would definitely ask a lot of questions. It would be obvious to everyone in the dormitory. Zhang Tugan was quiet, but Zhao Kai was known as the loudspeaker of the class. He would definitely spread the news everywhere, which made Yu Changxi feel awkward just thinking about it. So he shyly shook his head and replied vaguely, Nothing much, just a small thing. I have a class this afternoon, so I'm going to the classroom first. Seeing that Yu Changxi wasn't being honest, Lu Xing quickly grabbed his books and left. His face looked a little upset. What's that? Like I'd care to know.
Some people are like that.
The more you don't want them to know something, the more they want to find out what you're hiding, even if it's none of their business. When Yu Changxi left the room, Lu Xing got off his bed and locked the door. He looked around Yu Changxi's bed and cabinet, checking everywhere, pillows, mattress, books, but found nothing hidden. No secret stash. Lu Xing's curiosity grew even more. What could be so valuable that Yu Changxi would carry it around, even making the others in the dorm suspicious? He cursed silently. Country folks are just country folks. They do everything sneakily, never straightforward. And that Zhang Tugan was the same. One day at the cafeteria, Lu Xing was shocked to see him take money and food coupons out of a pocket sewn into his underwear. He almost vomited on the spot and decided never to sit at the same table with him again. These country folks have too many bad habits. Lu Xing didn't know what bad luck he had, sharing a dorm with 2 such rough guys. It made him feel like his own status had dropped. Whenever he thought about Yu Changxi possibly having something good hidden, he felt frustrated. He was just a country bumpkin, yet he was living better than everyone else.
Why?
He decided to wait and see. Since Yu Changxi didn't want him to know what he was hiding, Lu Xing was determined to find out no matter what. He wanted to see what kind of treasure it was. When he opened the door, the clothing store wasn't busy yet. Li Mei sat at the sewing machine, making clothes during her free time. Yu Chengel was planning to visit the cultural center. He needed to finish running errands for Zheng Mingyi's clients quickly. He was also in a hurry to go south to Yangqing to buy winter clothes. If the weather got cold, the shop's business would have to stop for a few months. Chiro was not late and arrived at the clothing store exactly at 9 o'clock, still dressed beautifully. Yu Chengel saw that she was fine and preferred to stand in front of the display window lost in thought rather than learn sewing from Li Mei. She knew Chiro didn't take her advice seriously. This was just Yu Chengel's kind suggestion. Chiro liked it or not, but as the boss, she felt a little unhappy seeing her staff not busy. There was a lot of work to prepare before opening the store, such as cleaning, wiping windows, ironing clothes, and changing displays. If she paid attention, there were many things to maintain. Thanks to Li Mei's diligence, who came half an hour early every day to do these chores, Chiro felt at ease arriving on time for work every day. When Yu Chengel was around, it was like this. When she was not, things probably went even more smoothly. Thinking about her upcoming trip, she knew Li Mei alone couldn't handle everything in the store. So she held back from arguing with Chiro for now. Li saw, "How is Tsuetsue's recovery?" Hearing Yu Chengel ask about Tsuetsue, Li Mei paused her work happily and replied, "I just visited her yesterday. She's recovering well, speaking normally, and there's no problem. She should be fine after the stitches are removed in a couple of days." Chiro, who was pretending to tidy her clothes out of boredom, immediately perked up her ears to listen. Yu Chengel was pleased and asked, "That's good. Did you tell her to come help in the store? Would she like to come?" "Of course. Why wouldn't she? The two of them are so happy." My sister-in-law was crying and laughing. If I hadn't pulled her over, she would have insisted on coming to kowtow to you. Li Mei recalled that scene with a feeling of helplessness. If her sister-in-law came to the clothing store, with her crying and laughing, she might scare away all the customers. Yu Chengel smiled and said, "Then we must keep Aunt Zhang here. I can't accept such a big gift from her. Once Tsuetsue feels better, she can come help in the store anytime." "All right, Chengel. My sister-in-law and her daughter thank you in advance."
Li Mei was truly touched.
Yesterday, when she visited Tsuetsue's home, her sister-in-law asked when she could start working at Chengel's clothing store. Although Tsuetsue didn't speak, her eyes showed clear hope. But with Chiro just arriving at the store, Li Mei thought there was enough staff. She didn't feel comfortable bringing up this matter to Yu Chengel. "I didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly." This morning, Yu Chengel took the initiative to ask about it. This shows that Yu Chengel is a trustworthy person. She keeps her promises and always follows through. The longer Li Mei interacts with her, the more she sees Yu Chengel's good qualities. At first, Li Mei thought it was a great luck that Yu Chengel married Meng Jian. But after getting to know her better, she felt they were quite a good match. Now, she even wonders if Meng Jian might have been a bit lucky to marry such a kind, brave, beautiful, and capable wife who also earns a lot of money. It's really hard to find someone like her. Chiro heard a little about it but also understood that the shop still needed to hire someone. Her face immediately fell. Is Yu Chengel going crazy from staying in the hospital? Having her and Li Mei already in the shop is enough. Why hire another person? Is there so much money to spend? Suddenly, a thought flashed in her mind. Could it be that Yu Chengel failed to trick her into becoming a tailor last time and is now deliberately causing trouble? Right now, the shop's work is clearly divided. Li Mei makes clothes when she has time, and Chiro usually handles the customers. The commission from the clothes sold belongs to her, and Li Mei never argues with her about it. Chiro only finished middle school, but she can do basic math. Even if she sells 5 pieces of clothing a day, her commission would be 1 yuan. In a month, that's 30 yuan, plus a 10 yuan basic salary, totaling 40 yuan, almost as much as her father's 30 years of work salary. She doesn't like the 5-cent commission for being a tailor because she finds it tiring and not fancy enough. But earning that much just by talking? Who wouldn't want more money? If a new person joins, her easy monthly commission would have to be shared. That's unacceptable. While Chiro was busy arguing with herself, Yu Changel had no time to pay attention to her. She thought that if she was going to the cultural center, she couldn't go empty-handed. Yu Changel took a few new autumn outfits made by Li Mei, planning to test the waters at the cultural center and see how the market reacts. If the girls there liked them, sales would probably be easy. At the cultural center, she explained to the gatekeeper that she wanted to see Qin Sufan. The gatekeeper then led her into the office building. Yu Changel confidently found Qin Sufan's office. She was sitting at her desk, putting on makeup. At the entrance of the building, Yu Changel shouted loudly. Qin Sufan's hand trembled, and her eyeliner was drawn all the way to her temple. Qin Sufan quickly looked up and saw it was Yu Changel. She immediately became angry and ignored her, hurriedly searching for a tissue to wipe her face. The eyeliner pen was imported, of very good quality, and once it dried, it couldn't be erased. Seeing she had caused trouble, Yu Changel stuck out her tongue and hurried forward to help fix the mistake. When she saw Qin Sufan's eyes were red from wiping and the eyeliner at the corner of her eye was smudged, she quickly asked, "Qin sister, do you have some snow cream?" Qin Sufan glared furiously and kept moving her hand. "This is so frustrating. I spent so long drawing it, and now it's ruined. Snow cream? Do I look like I have snow cream?" Yu Changel found it both funny and sad and quickly explained, "I didn't mean to use it. I meant that snow cream can help clean off the eyeliner. Do you even know what eyeliner is?" Seeing that Yu Changel actually knew about eyeliner pens, Qin Sufan hesitated and then took out a small metal box. It was dark blue with little birds printed on it, and the three big characters in the middle were very eye-catching. Baike Ling Yu Changel's eyes lit up. This well-known brand still had a good market share today. You could easily find it in shopping malls and supermarkets. Seeing it again, she felt a sense of familiarity. "Here for you. How do you use it?" Qin Sufan naturally ordered Yu Changel to help. She had just been startled by her sudden voice, so it was only right that she took responsibility for fixing the problem.
For Yu Changel, it was a simple task.
She took some snow cream on her finger, gently rubbed it in circles on Qin Sufan's smudged eye corner, then used a tissue to wipe away the melted product. She repeated this a few times, and the corner of her eye was as clean as if she had never drawn anything. Qin Sufan happily looked in the mirror and checked repeatedly. "Wow, this really works. Snow cream can be used for this too." Yu Changel smiled, thinking that she hadn't seen makeup remover yet. If it weren't for the complex ingredients in cosmetics, she might have experimented with making her own products to sell. "Why did you call me?"
Tell me.
Qin Sufan started carefully drawing her eyeliner again. It was tricky to do, but once finished, her eyes looked bigger. "Our store has a new autumn collection. I brought a few pieces for you and your colleagues to see."
Do you like any?
Yu Changler said as he placed the clothing bag on Qin Sufan's desk. "Take your time finishing your makeup. I need to go to the director's office to discuss some business." Qin Sufan was focused on her painting and casually replied, "Okay, you go ahead. I'll call everyone to come see it later." The clothes stayed in Qin Sufan's office. Yu Changel went up to the third floor to the director's office, politely knocked 3 times, and heard the voice of the cultural center director, Ma Rulong. Since the incident with Qian Hongba, Yu Changel has become more cautious. Now, whenever he visits someone, he always makes sure the door is wide open. "Hello, Director Ma. I am Xiao Yu from Changel Clothing Store. Do you remember me?" "Of course I remember. Come in and sit." Ma Rulong was a calm, friendly middle-aged man. Maybe because of his work in the arts, he looked much younger than most men his age, who were around 50. Yu Changel's clothing store had asked the cultural center for help when they first opened. They hired professional models from the center to walk the runway and show the clothes. It was a helpful gesture, and they paid quite well. Both sides enjoyed the cooperation, and they became more familiar with each other. Before visiting, Yu Changel had learned about Ma Rulong's preferences. He specifically bought a piece of Dianhong pu'er tea from the black market. When they met, he first handed over the tea. "Director Ma, this is a local specialty brought by a friend from Yunnan. I remember you like tea, so I brought some for you too." When Ma Rulong heard it was a Yunnan specialty, he wondered if it was pu'er tea. He initially wanted to refuse politely, but after hesitating, he swallowed his words. He had grown up in Yunnan as a young person working in the countryside for 7 years. He never got used to the food, but he drank a lot of tea at his hometown, and surprisingly, he became addicted to it. He had brought plenty of tea before returning to Jinbo, but over the years, it had all been consumed. The supply and marketing cooperative rarely sold it, and it was available on the black market. His salary was mostly taken by his wife, so he couldn't afford to buy it. He often wandered the black market out of boredom, smelling the aroma and sighing longingly. "Oh, Xiaoyu, you came all this way and brought something? It's good you said it's a gift from your friend. If I had bought it myself, I wouldn't dare accept it." Ma Rulong took the tea bag without opening it. Just smelling it told him it was pu'er tea, and his face lit up with a smile. Seeing that he was happy to accept the gift, Yu Changel felt confident that half of the work for today's meeting was already done. As expected, everything went smoothly afterward. Ma Rulong is also an educated, cultured official. After hearing about the door-to-door payment collection service from Yu Changel, he quickly understood that this business would only benefit the cultural center's finances, with no downsides. Plus, Yu Changel, knowing his preferences, casually brought along some specialty products from Yunnan province. He couldn't find a reason to refuse. The agreement for the door-to-door collection was settled easily. During their conversation, Yu Changel also learned that the cultural center planned to participate in a city modeling competition. She enthusiastically offered to sponsor the costumes for free. Ma Rulong naturally agreed without hesitation. It wouldn't cost the cultural center any funds, and it provided an extra option. If the costumes didn't fit, they could simply not use them. This incident also improved Ma Rulong's impression of Yu Changel a bit more. After leaving the director's office, Yu Changel felt relaxed and happy. In less than a morning, she had secured the door-to-door payment collection for the cultural center. Next, she just needed to ask Sister Ding's organization if they had any business needs. Honestly, she didn't have high hopes for government agencies. The process of paperwork, reviews, reports, and approvals could take a long time. The last order for cafeteria work uniforms took nearly 2 weeks to be paid, and that was a project that Old Ding had already reported and completed the process for. However, she could mention that if needed later, Old Ding knew who to contact. Now, she was waiting to see how the project application at Zheng Mingyi's side was progressing. If Yu Changel had to help that much, and he still couldn't handle the work, then it could only mean he had pushed away the opportunity himself. At this moment, Qin Sufin's office was crowded. Several girls were pulling at a single piece of clothing, refusing to let go, and the office was noisy with chatter. Qin Sufin was overwhelmed. When she saw Yu Changel return, she quickly called out, "Oh, you finally came back. Come here and tell them if this outfit is still available." "You didn't say the price, left the clothes behind, and disappeared. I'm almost driven crazy by the noise." Yu Changel only brought 3 shirts and 2 long skirts. At least 10 people were in the office, each holding onto the clothes they liked, not letting go, because no one knew if there was only this one piece. Yu Changlu quickly smiled and explained, "Everyone, don't worry.
These are samples I brought.
Please take a look and see if you like any. If you want to buy something, I'll make a note for you, and in 3 days, I'll deliver the finished products." When they heard it was just samples, the tense atmosphere eased a bit. People who weren't in a rush placed their orders calmly, while those eager to buy simply took the samples directly. Yu Changlu was busy recording orders and collecting money, working happily. After registering everything, she counted that 10 shirts and 6 long skirts were ordered. Each piece of autumn clothing cost 8 yuan, making a total of 128 yuan. Plus, 5 more outfits were bought on the spot by staff from the cultural center, adding 40 yuan in cash. This visit to the cultural center was quite successful. Once the last person finished registering and left, Qin Suping's office finally became quiet. She rubbed her temples and complained, "Next time, don't bring clothes here. You've turned my office into a market. It's so noisy and annoying." Although she was complaining loudly now, Yu Changlu had seen her look proud earlier, when there were many people. Only she got this special treatment, and her clothing store even sent new clothes for her to choose from. Yu Changlo was happy to go along with Qin Suping's wishes. She had a good face and earned her own money. Why not? It was just a few complaints. It wouldn't hurt. Qin Suping grumbled for a while, then looked at Yu Changlo, who was smiling happily and seemed not ready to leave. She was a bit puzzled and asked, "All the clothes are sold out. Do you have something else to do?" Yu Changlo smiled and said, "Well, I guess you're pretty smart, Sister Qin. You knew I had something before I even said anything. If I didn't tell you, that would be strange." Qin Suping rolled her eyes almost to the top of her head. She was curious and asked, not sure if it was because of some past debt, but every time she met Yu Changlu, she felt drained. She rolled her eyes but still couldn't help but reply, "I really give up. Just tell me, what's the matter?" Yu Changlu reminded her, "Sister Qin, don't forget. When I was in the hospital, you said you had a relative doing big business along the coast. You said you'd introduce me sometime, right?" If she didn't mention it, Qin Suping would have forgotten. "You really know how to pick the right time. My cousin has been in Jinpao these days. Maybe I can take you to meet him when he's free. Choosing a lucky day is not as good as acting today. I invite you and your cousin to have lunch at Haukalai this noon. Since you helped me so much this morning, isn't it right for me to treat you to a meal?" Yu Changel was also very happy. When an opportunity is right in front of you, you should try your best to seize it. Waiting for Qin Sufin to arrange things might take forever. Qin Sufin hesitated for a moment, but agreed. Since they were going to have lunch anyway, it wouldn't delay anything important. "All right, I'll call my cousin. If he's free, we can eat together at noon." Yu Changel was overjoyed. This was a wonderful surprise. She felt that coming to the cultural center today was a very good decision. Qin Sufin's cousin stayed at Jinpao Hotel. She called the front desk, and soon someone told her that her cousin was coming to answer the phone. Yu Changel eagerly watched Qin Sufin make the call. After a few words, she heard a happy voice, and her eyes lit up immediately. Qin Sufin saw her glowing eyes and found it funny. She thought Yu Changel was a simple country girl who hadn't seen much of the world. "You're lucky. My cousin isn't busy at noon. Don't stay here. Go to Haukalai and wait for us. I still have work to do." Qin Sufin playfully told her to order the food, not realizing that her bossy attitude at this moment looked as adorable as seeing money in Yu Changel's eyes. "Okay, don't worry. I'll make sure the food is ready. You can come directly after work with your cousin." Yu Changel felt extremely lucky today. Visiting the cultural center was definitely worth it. She happily left the office building and headed outside. At that moment, a group of people from the activity center of the cultural center was also coming out. Leading the group was Luo Chung. He recognized Yu Changel immediately and smiled. He had been wondering where to find this military wife, and she appeared right in front of him. Behind him, the troublemakers who had been following the two last night looked furious. Their faces turned green, and they felt anxious. Oh no. Luo Chung definitely wouldn't let them go now. Of course, he wasn't worried about Yu Changel's safety. He was worried that something might happen to her. The soldier who had beaten someone up so badly would think he was untrustworthy and might reveal their location. If that happened, Luo Chung would be blamed, and he would be very angry. Why did the troublemaker complain? Because when he responded to Luo Chung, he honestly repeated everything according to Meng Jiuan's instructions, word for word. To his surprise, Luo Chung was not at all afraid. Instead, he felt very excited. The military spou's world was still new to him and seemed mysterious and attractive. The troublemaker couldn't help but remind him, "Brother Chung, that soldier is not easy to mess with." Luo Chung nonchalantly replied, "I used to think he was a tough guy, but it turns out he's just a poor soldier. What's there to be afraid of? Don't think he's uneducated or inexperienced just because he's young." From the information his younger brother gathered, Luo Chung could analyze quite a lot. Those officers could bring their families to stay with the troops, but this tall guy calling her his wife could only send her to the station to catch a train. He had to go back to the base to sleep, so he was probably just a new recruit. Maybe they were only engaged, or perhaps they weren't even that serious, just dating. If Luo Cheng's guess was right, then the girl might change her mind, and that would be understandable. Unfortunately, He hadn't arranged for someone to follow her yesterday. If he had, he would already know where she was now. With so many people around, could he really just let such a tempting girl slip away? The troublemaker was sweating behind him. Brother Chung was really bold. He even dared to think about the soldier's girlfriend. Luo Chung wouldn't give up easily. This time, he learned from his mistake and asked 2 of his younger brothers to guard the station from today. If they saw the girl from last night, they would immediately come back and tell him. But who could have guessed? Less than half an hour later, the girl appeared right in front of Luo Cheng. That was fate. Luo Cheng's heart immediately lit up. Follow her. Yesterday, it was just because that tall guy suddenly appeared and disrupted his plan. Otherwise, with his charm, talking to this girl would have been easy and enjoyable. When it came to making friends, Luo Cheng relied on his personal charm, which was enough to conquer anyone. He didn't need tricks or threats. Yu Chongle happily walked ahead, completely unaware that a group of malicious troublemakers was following her. Seeing her go into Hauke Lai, Luo Cheng hesitated. Hauke Lai was under the control of his rival, Tiger. The two had been fighting fiercely over territory. If Luo Cheng barged in suddenly, who knew what might happen? Compared to flirting with girls, my own life is more important. Luo Cheng thought for a moment and saw a noodle shop across the street. He walked over there. He stayed nearby because he knew the girl would come out after eating. "Miss you, you're here." The friendly shop owner was very happy to see Yu Changle come in, as if he had seen a treasure. He quickly went to greet her. Yu Changle looked around the main hall. Wow, it was very full. "How's the business today?" The chubby owner was eager for praise when he saw her. Yu Changle smiled and nodded. "Business is good, but I'm not here to check the store. I'm here to eat. If it's too busy, I might not find a seat." When the owner heard Yu Changle was going to eat there, he was even happier because it meant he could ask her for advice. "Please look at the menu. The table by the wall is about to finish, and I will have someone clear it for you right away." Only then did Yu Changle realize that, despite being friendly, the restaurant didn't have private rooms. Customers who ordered set meals and those who ordered individual dishes sat together in the main hall. She couldn't help but ask, "Boss, do you have screens in the restaurant?" The chubby owner didn't understand. "Why would you need screens when eating?" Yu Changle pointed to a nearby table and whispered, "Look, the customers ordering dishes are clearly here for a special gathering. But the tables nearby are busy with walk-in customers. This can cause trouble and doesn't look very classy. People spend a lot of money here, not just for good food but also for a good impression. I suggest you prepare some nice, tall screens to separate the ordering area from the walk-in customer area. You only need about 5 screens, placed along the walls. This keeps the ordering area quiet and undisturbed. The main hall outside can stay lively with walk-in customers, which can attract more visitors. This way, customers who want to entertain guests will feel their dignity is respected, and they will remember your restaurant's good service. They will think of coming here first when they want to host a gathering." The owner's eyes lit up when he heard this. He knew Miss Yu's visit would bring good ideas. Sure enough, as soon as he ordered some dishes, she gave him another excellent suggestion. "Thank you, Miss Yu, for your advice. I will go shopping right after I close the door today. When you visit next time, you'll definitely see the change." Yu Changle had a plan, but today at noon, it was obviously too late to implement it. The plump boss was very sharp. He immediately noticed that Yu Changle looked a bit sad and guessed that her idea might be related to her own needs. He asked, "Miss Yu, are you eating alone at noon or are you hosting important guests?" Yu Changle smiled bitterly. Yes, she was hosting important guests, but she could only enjoy sitting in the main hall. "I do have guests for lunch today, but unfortunately." The plump boss's eyes flicked around as he came up with an idea. "Miss Yu, your guests must be important. The main hall might be a bit noisy. Would you like to see the backyard? There's a shaded area where you could set up a table." Yu Changle's eyes lit up. That was a good idea. If the environment was nice, it would definitely be better than sitting in the main hall. Let's go take a look. Hauke Lai is a long-established restaurant. During the old master's time, they lived in the backyard. Later, when it was passed down to the boss's father, they renovated the backyard. Although they moved out, it was convenient to go there to relax and get some fresh air when tired. Over time, they planted many flowers, plants, and trees in the backyard. When Yu Changel went out to look, she immediately liked the place. It had a garden restaurant feel. Okay, this is it. The plump boss was happy to see Yu Changel satisfied. He was also very pleased. Someone like Yu Changel, who could host such distinguished guests, must have high standards. The first impression of how Kalai had to be perfect. Meanwhile, the owner of Lu Ji Noodle Shop across from How Kalai was almost in tears. It was noon, the busiest time for customers. Suddenly, a group of troublemakers occupied half the shop. The customers in the shop were so frightened that they didn't finish their meals and hurriedly paid and left. The owner thought he was just unlucky. He figured he would just lose the money for 6 or 7 bowls of noodles. Once the troublemakers finished eating, they would leave. But unexpectedly, after finishing their noodles, these people didn't leave. They sat inside his shop, all staring intently at How Kalai across the street. The owner was so scared that even pedestrians passing by had to run quickly past his shop. No one dared to come in and eat. After confirming that Yu Changel was dining with 3 people at noon, the plump boss thoughtfully helped her select dishes. Yu Changel looked them over, found no problem, and then decided. Now, I just need to wait for Chin Sufin and her cousin to arrive. The chubby boss saw that Yu Changel was free at this moment, so he quickly brought over 2 plates of new snacks and some tea, standing politely beside her. Miss Yu, please try this. It's our new product. Let me know if you like it. Yu Changel understood his meaning easily. Since there was nothing else to do, she smiled generously and said, You're too kind, boss. Standing and talking can be tiring. If you're not busy, please sit down. Oh, I'm not busy. I'd love to chat with Miss Yu. The chubby boss was so happy his eyes nearly closed with a smile. To him, Yu Changel was as valuable as a treasure, and any word from her was a big business opportunity. The chance to talk with her was truly rare. Yu Changel smiled and asked, By the way, I've been a regular customer here. I don't think I know your name, boss. The chubby boss immediately straightened up. Since Yu Changel asked his name, it showed she liked him. He respectfully answered, Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Hao, and my given name is Yi, which means kindness. Yu Changel found his formal way of speaking quite interesting and joked, Let me introduce myself too. My surname is Yu, and my name is Changel, which means happiness and contentment. Hao Yi sincerely admired Yu Changel's quick wit. He could respond to a self-introduction like a poem, which made him think he was truly talented. Miss Yu, that's a lovely name. Yu Changel was curious about his surname. Not many people in Jinbo have the surname Hao. So far, she had only met one person named Hao Yi. Hao Yi was naturally talkative. Seeing Yu Changel interested in his surname, he started chatting about his family. You don't often meet people with the surname Hao in Jinbo, which isn't surprising. Our Hao family is from Shaanxi province. My grandfather told me that our ancestors migrated from there over time, and most of our family stayed in our hometown. Have you heard the saying? The southern barbarian soldiers are astonishing, and 1,000 volumes of poetry are stored in the belly? It's a funny story about one of our ancestors. During the Jin dynasty, every July 7th, wealthy families would hang their clothes out to dry. But our ancestor took off his clothes and ran outside to sun his belly. When asked what he was doing, he said he was drying his books because all his books were inside his belly. Hao Yi spoke vividly, mimicking touching his stomach while talking. His already round belly and funny gestures easily made Yu Changel laugh. From his proud tone, it was clear that the Hao family was famous for their knowledge and love of learning. Indeed, Hao Yi continued, Our Hao family had officials in ancient times, even serving as Hanlon scholars. My father told me that when I was young, we were so poor we couldn't afford food, but my grandfather never stopped him from studying. My grandfather opened a restaurant because he had no choice, learning to do business to support the family, but he never let my father get involved. Who would have thought that in the end, I turned out to be a dullard who can't study, only good at cooking. I feel ashamed. Talking about himself, Hao Yi looked genuinely ashamed. In a family proud of their scholarly achievements, he only worked in a smoky kitchen, fiddling with a cash register, smiling at passing customers. He was not the kind of descendant his ancestors would be proud of. Yu Changla smiled softly and said, I have something to say. I wonder if Mr. Hao has heard it. Reading has only two purposes, to improve virtue and to develop skills. From how you speak, I can see your family values education and refinement. But why read? To develop good character, to become a noble person, and to constantly improve oneself, gaining the ability to stand in the world. I believe reading is not just about memorizing books, but about learning to absorb nourishment and improve oneself continuously. From my interactions with Mr. Hao, even if business at Hao Kulai suffers because of other shops, I've never heard him speak ill of others. His moral character is evident. In managing Hao Kulai, I also see that Mr. Hao puts a lot of effort. Loving your work and dedicating yourself to your business, that's what developing skills means. I think if your grandfather knew how well you run Hao Kulai, he would be proud and happy for you. Her words felt like a gentle breeze, leaving Howie stunned. The big man suddenly felt his nose go a bit sore, and his eyes turned red. Over the years, he had made Hao Kulai very successful. On the surface, he seemed proud, but inside, he felt ashamed and regretful for not inheriting the elegance of a scholarly family. Today, Miss Yu said she felt that what he was doing was just like studying. He was following the example of his ancestors, doing what scholars should do, just in a different way. He had never received such high praise before in his life, which made him very excited and grateful. Miss Yu, thank you for telling me that. I will remember your words. Learning is endless. I will also work hard to make our restaurant better and better. Yu Changla smiled and nodded. I also learned from the wisdom of those before us. Let's encourage each other. Good saying. We scholars only have two things. Suddenly, cheers came from the backyard door. Yu Chongli's eyes lit up. She immediately stood up and looked over. Sure enough, she saw Qin Sufin standing there with a handsome man and a restaurant worker beside them. Miss Qin. Yu Chongli hurried to greet her. Hao Yi also happily went to greet the guests. So, Miss Yu's distinguished guest has arrived. Please, this way. I'll arrange for the kitchen to serve the food. He thoughtfully gave space to Yu Chongli and her guest, then led them to the kitchen to hurry up the dishes. Qin Sufin looked around at the flowers and plants in the backyard, smiling happily. You really know how to find a good place. I've been here many times, but I didn't know we could eat in the backyard.
Yu Changli smiled confidently.
Isn't it to entertain distinguished guests? I specially asked the boss to help find a nice place. The air is good, and it's quiet. We can eat slowly and chat. It's no wonder Qin Sufin was impressed with Yu Chongli. She always made people feel comfortable and satisfied. Qin Sufin felt proud to invite her cousin here for a meal. Come, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, the big boss of Yangcheng, Zhou de Fa. And this is my younger sister, Yu Chongli. A flash of realization crossed Yu Chongli's mind. That name. Why does it sound so familiar? Zhou de Fa didn't expect Yu Chongli to speak such deep words at such a young age. He looked at her with more admiration, and his earlier resistance lessened a little. When Qin Sufin called earlier, she only said she was inviting him to dinner and farewell, not mentioning anyone else. He was planning to leave Jinbo in the afternoon, so he happily agreed to the dinner. Who would have thought that just now, when I arrived as scheduled to meet Qin Sufin at Haokalai, I would learn from her that Miss Yu had booked the table. I realized that lunch was also arranged with others, which made me a little unhappy. I originally thought it was a family dinner, but it turned out to be just a meal with others. Moreover, given my cousin's social circle, I didn't expect anyone to sit with me at the same table. However, since I was already at the restaurant and Qin Sufin kept pulling me to follow the waiter toward the backyard, I felt too embarrassed to simply leave without saying anything. But when I saw that the person inviting me to eat was a pretty young girl, I immediately felt that this meal was a waste of my time. I was about to find an excuse to leave when I overheard Yu Changli and Hao Yi talking. Unconsciously, I listened in and even thought that what Yu Changli said made a lot of sense. Zhou Defa had just changed his opinion about this pretty young girl, but when he heard her speaking to Qin Sufin with smooth, slick words, he immediately frowned. But maybe she was just a clever girl who had only read a few books. Qin Sufin didn't read the situation and immediately pushed forward with her idea. Cousin, my little sister has just opened a clothing store. She's quite skilled. Maybe you can think of some business opportunities for her so she can learn and gain experience. When she said this, not only Zhou Defa, but even Yu Chang'e frowned deeply. How could they start talking about business before the dishes had even been served? It was really unnecessary to even exchange polite greetings. Yu Chang'e felt so awkward that her toes almost curled up in her shoes. Zhou Defa was unhappy inside, but didn't show it outwardly. Instead, he even smiled slightly. Xiaofan, look at you. You've made little Yu so embarrassed. It's rare for Xiaoyu to find such a good dining environment at Jinbo. It's nice for everyone to relax and enjoy a meal. We brothers and sisters rarely get together, so today we should just chat about family matters, not business. Yu Chang'e knew that Qin Sufin's words would backfire. From Zhou Defa's words, she could tell he was probably already upset. She quickly changed her approach. Big brother Zhou is right. Sister Qin, brother Zhou is doing big business, and I'm just a small individual. We're not even in the same league. I just want to help and support you. I'd be ashamed if I couldn't keep up. Today, just having the chance to meet brother Zhou is my greatest honor. And being able to have a meal with both of you and chat will surely be very beneficial to me. Qin Sufin was stunned, not understanding why she was suddenly being modest. Was she afraid because she saw the real boss? Qin Sufin felt disappointed and shot a quick look at Yu Chang'e, then forced a fake smile. I'm just trying to be kind. Fine, we'll do as you say. Let's enjoy a happy meal. After all, your cousin is leaving today, and he probably won't come back for a year or more. She deliberately emphasized a year or more to remind Yu Chang'e that such chances are rare, and missing them might mean losing the opportunity forever. Yu Chang'e felt both amused and helpless. Qin Sufin was truly loyal, but her pushy attitude was hard to handle. She could only pretend to be clueless and smile happily, acting as if she didn't understand. Luckily, Hao Yi came to serve the dishes himself. He spoke warmly and skillfully, easing the awkward silence and bringing back a lively atmosphere. Initially, Zhou Defa was cautious, thinking that once the mood relaxed, Yu Chang'e would try again to persuade him to do business together. But as the meal went on, she never brought it up. The meal turned out to be surprisingly relaxed and enjoyable. First, Hao Yi knew that Yu Chang'e was a valued guest, so he prepared his best dishes himself. He also heated a jar of homemade rice wine, which was sweet, fragrant, and low in alcohol, perfect for autumn. It helped stimulate appetite and boost energy, though at this time, rice was still precious, so few used glutinous rice for brewing. Second, Yu Chang'e knew much more than Zhou Defa expected. She could join in conversations easily, offering interesting and fresh ideas instead of just repeating what she had heard. Her high emotional intelligence made her words pleasant to listen to. Although the rice wine had low alcohol content, it was still called sweet wine. Drinking a little helped everyone relax. As they talked happily, Zhou Defa's last bit of resistance disappeared. By the end of the meal, Yu Chang'e's respectful address of Brother Zhou had naturally changed to a more familiar bro FAQ. Bro FAQ, I'm honored to have dinner with you today, thanks to Sister Qin. Listening to your words is better than reading for 10 years. I hear you're returning to Yangqing this afternoon. My younger sister wishes you a safe and smooth journey. Zhou Defa listened happily and even admired Yu Chang'e for remaining so calm. Throughout the meal, he didn't mention business at all. Thinking back, even the initial request for her to bring him along was made by his younger cousin. He couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. Maybe he had misunderstood Xiaoyu. She was still so young, probably not as scheming as he thought. With this thought, polite words naturally slipped from his mouth. I didn't expect to meet such an interesting young girl today. I really enjoyed this meal and had a great time drinking. Thank you for your hospitality. If you come to Yangqing, just look for Brother Fa. I'll treat you to a meal too. Yu Chang'e's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been waiting for this moment. Okay, if I come to Yangcheng, I'll definitely bring some rice wine for Brother Fa. Even at the last moment, she kept her innocent and sweet persona, refusing to mention anything about business. Zhou Defa was amused and laughed heartily. Even Qin Sufan looked on in surprise. Her cousin was quite proud and confident, but it was rare to see him so happy and relaxed with someone. After the meal, a car arrived to pick up Zhou Defa. Guided by Hao Yi, it stopped right at the backyard's exit. Zhou Defa had a flight at 3 p.m., so he needed to head to the airport soon. Although they didn't discuss business during the meal, Zhou Defa's manner, aura, and way of traveling all showed Yu Changle that he was a real big boss. In the 1980s, Jinbo City had only one civilian airport. How much was a one-way plane ticket? Curious, Yu Changle asked, nearly causing the person next to her to gasp. That was half his monthly salary. Lu Ji's noodle shop owner sat on the roadside, looking ashen. He couldn't understand when he had offended this group of troublemakers. He tried to carefully ask why and apologize, even offering a little money, but they ignored him and told him to stay aside. Watching the lively business with many customers across the street, Lu Ji's heart ached. He had spent the whole morning preparing noodles, only to have no one dare to come in and eat. All his hard work and money were gone. Waiting so long, even Lu Ji's patience was running out. Not just him, Luo Cheng's last bit of patience was gone too. Why is the meal taking so long? Could he be working inside as a waiter? Suddenly, this thought flashed through his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that it was true. How Kulai is not a place that ordinary people choose to eat. If she wanted to eat, she should go to a state-run restaurant. Plus, that girl's pretty face. He was sure she was working as a waitress at How Kulai. Go inside and see if that girl is working there, he said. The troublemaker, who was called out, cursed his bad luck. Everyone knew How Kulai was the territory of the tiger, and if he went in and was recognized, what would happen? But Luo Cheng spoke up. He had no choice but to muster his courage and cross the street toward How Kulai. By then, the dinner rush was over. There were only a few tables left with customers, and the staff were busy clearing dishes, tidying tables, and cleaning. As soon as he entered, his flashy outfit caught the attention of the waiter, who quietly whispered to someone nearby before approaching him. Sorry, sir, but it's already past lunchtime, and we've closed for the day. We reopen at 5 in the afternoon. The troublemaker was afraid of the tiger, not the staff at How Kulai. Seeing that no one was watching the place, he immediately glared and said, Stop talking nonsense. I want to eat. Call the prettiest waitress here to bring me the menu. He sat down casually on a chair, acting very arrogantly. This drew the attention of the remaining customers at a few other tables. Seeing how the troublemaker behaved, they knew he was trouble, and they hurriedly paid their bills and left quickly. Hao Yi, who came out from the kitchen after hearing the commotion, saw this scene. His usually kind expression immediately darkened. To avoid making things worse, he calmly approached the troublemaker. Sorry, sir. We are indeed closed now. The kitchen has turned off the stove. But if you want something simple, I can ask the kitchen to prepare it. How about egg noodles? What did this fat man mean? Did he think he could just order a bowl of egg noodles? The troublemaker scowled and shouted at him. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Call the prettiest waitress here, and if you make me angry again, I'll smash this broken place.
Hao Yi frowned.
Did this troublemaker think How Kulai was a restaurant and even order a waitress? Since he refused to accept the toast, his voice grew colder. Sir, you're joking. My shop is small, and I usually rely on Brother Tiger to watch over it. I wouldn't dare offend you. Besides, all the waiters here are men, so I can't find any pretty ones.
Impossible.
The shivered at the mention of Tiger's name. He suddenly stood up, eager to check the back kitchen. As long as he confirmed the girl was inside, he could report back. Hao Yi saw him rush toward the back and, unsure of what he was planning, quickly sent someone to notify Brother Tiger's men. Hao Yi then followed into the kitchen. There was pulling people around like a headless fly, seemingly searching for someone. Hao Yi tried to stop him. I've told you, We don't have any female workers here. You're looking in the wrong place.
Impossible.
I saw her go in myself. Maybe she flew away? Though was anxious. If he didn't find the girl, he would have to wait for Tiger and might get into trouble himself. How he suddenly remembered someone. Could the person that was after be miss you? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The young woman who looked pretty and had not left the restaurant was probably Yu Changlo. But she didn't leave. She just walked out the back door, like Zhou Defa. Nowadays, it's really hard. Being pretty often attracts troublemakers. How? He pretended to be helpful and asked, "Can you describe her outfit? I want to see if I noticed anyone matching that." The thought for a moment. She wore a beige shirt, white pants, about 1.6 meters tall, with long hair and fair skin. Did you see her? After hearing his description, Howie was sure the person he was looking for was Yu Changlo. He immediately shook his head.
No impression.
It was too crowded during lunch. If she was a customer, she probably left long ago.
Impossible.
We had a group watching. She definitely didn't leave your place. Though was convinced the boss was hiding her. He casually grabbed a kitchen knife from the chopping board and slammed it on the counter to scare him. Stop pretending and hand her over. This frightened everyone in the kitchen. Although there was only one person, he was holding a knife, which was dangerous. Howie looked sad and said, "If you don't believe me, just ask anyone. Ask if we have hired any women workers." He pointed a knife at a cook and said fiercely, "You tell me, do you have any female waitresses here?" The cook was so scared he couldn't speak, only shaking his head repeatedly. They tried asking another person, but the answer was the same. Now, they was confused. Could everyone in this place be lying? Just to hide a female waitress, would they even lie with a knife at their neck? But how Kalai was such a big place? He checked the hall and the kitchen thoroughly, but there was no sign of that girl. He waited all afternoon, but no one showed up. Now, he didn't know how to explain to Gaga. "Let me see who dares cause trouble here with such courage." A loud voice rang out at the entrance of How Kalai. The people in the kitchen and the froze, then looked happy. But they looked panicked. Just by hearing the voice, everyone knew the tiger had really arrived. How he was surprised and happy. He sent someone to send a message, and he didn't expect Tiger to come in person. He quickly shouted, "Brother Tiger, you're here." Tiger was a big, strong man with a beard, broad shoulders, and a round belly. He was followed by a large group of followers swaggering into the place. Seeing that there was alone and trembling with his knife, Tiger grinned fiercely. "Little brat, you've got some nerve. Do you know who owns this place? Even in front of the king of, you dare to draw your knife and cause trouble? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" As soon as Tiger finished speaking, he immediately threw his knife far away and forced a smile. "Brother Tiger, you misunderstood. I came in just to find someone. I'm leaving now, I swear." "Looking for someone? Did you find them?" Tiger asked casually while walking toward him. The S legs went weak with fear, and his voice trembled with tears. "No, I didn't find them, Brother Tiger. I really didn't come to cause trouble. I was just looking for someone." If you didn't find them, keep looking. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Tiger casually picked through some bottles on the stove, finally grabbing a nearly empty soy sauce bottle and weighing it in his hand. "No, I won't look for him anymore, Brother Tiger. Sorry, I need to leave now." Suddenly, a sharp, clear cracking sound. The soy sauce bottle shattered instantly on the S head. Watching the fall to the ground, clutching his head and crying out in pain, Tiger brushed the dust off his hands and said casually, "What are you, some kind of thing? Thinking you can come and go on my turf? Look at you, acting tough. Are you hanging out with Luo?" There are many troublemakers in Jinbo City, but the one Tiger dislikes most is Luo Chung. He's just a pretty boy, shamelessly following Uncle 3 around and calling him brother. No one knows what kind of spell he's cast on Uncle 3 to make him accept Luo. Uncle 3 is willing to give Luo a place to stay, but Tiger doesn't care. Still, Luo is a flirt and a troublemaker. Tiger knows he's deceived many decent women. A coward who only thinks about women, Tiger definitely looks down on him. Although the S head was badly injured and his face was covered in blood, He was still conscious. He quickly crawled over, clutching Tiger's leg and begging, "Brother Tiger, spare me. I really work for Chung. Today's incident was a misunderstanding, I swear." Tiger kicked him away with disgust. "I'll give you one chance. Explain clearly why you're here today." As Jinbo City opened more entertainment venues, Tiger and Luo Chung initially had no conflicts. But over time, they started to clash more often, especially over several profitable places. A simple excuse like a misunderstanding won't work. The hurriedly explained everything that happened today. How standing nearby, listened with a worried heart. If Miss Yu hadn't just left the backyard by coincidence, they might have been harmed after leaving the guest area.
He was furious inside.
She immediately stirred up trouble. "Brother Tiger, don't believe his nonsense. I told him from the start that we don't have female waitstaff. He didn't believe me and caused a scene, scaring away customers. Then he went into the kitchen to cause trouble. I think he came here just to cause trouble." Tiger also thought that S story was inconsistent. One moment he said he saw someone come in, but didn't see anyone leave. The next moment, he said they couldn't find anyone in the store. Could this person really just disappear into thin air? Since he didn't tell the truth, he was too lazy to argue with such a troublemaker. He waved his hand, and a group of followers came to greet him. Not long ago, across the street, when Luo Chung and his group were waiting impatiently, they suddenly saw a group of people approaching aggressively. "Brother Chung, it's Tiger and his men," one of his followers said nervously. Tiger's group was known for being very fierce and reckless in fights. Seeing their approach, it seemed they had heard something and come to confront them. "Brother Chung, Xiaofeng is still inside the shop. Should we?" Luo Chung frowned. Recently, he had been in frequent conflicts with Tiger over territory. Today, he wasn't prepared, and since they were on the other group's turf, fighting would only put him at a disadvantage. He coldly looked at the nervous follower and asked, "Did you see how many people they brought? How many of us are there? Can one person handle a few? If you want to act brave, go ahead. I won't stop you. But later, I'll be here to pick up your body." He was annoyed by such clueless fools. Saying these words at this moment was just asking to be in trouble. The follower awkwardly shut his mouth and stepped back. Luo Chung was very frustrated. He had waited all afternoon for that girl, but instead, Tiger came. Now, he had lost all interest. He stood up, moved his stiff neck, and said, "Let's go." No one dared to mention Xiaofeng anymore. They could only look at the hospitable shop owner with sympathy and follow Luo Chung. At this moment, Yu Changlo was comfortably sitting on Lu Ruamei's sofa, drinking hot honey lemon water. Lu Ruamei hadn't seen her for several days. When she planned to visit her at the hospital, Yu Changlo came to her instead, which made Lu Ruamei very happy. "Look at this, people in the hospital have all lost weight. If you listen to me and I bring you chicken soup and bone broth every day, your health will definitely improve." "No, I need to recover today. I won't leave. Let's have dinner at home tonight. I'll start boiling the bone broth now, and cook some ribs." Yu Changlo watched her talk and bustle in the kitchen, feeling warm inside. "Okay, sister. I won't go anywhere this afternoon. I'll stay at home and chat with you." Lu Ruamei was so happy she smiled brightly. "You said it. If you leave, you're a little dog." Yu Changlo happily set down her water glass, then suddenly noticed a magazine on the coffee table, Popular Cinema. She excitedly picked it up, flipping through pages, and asked Sister, "Can Jinbo also subscribe to Popular Cinema?" This was the most popular magazine in the 1980s, drawing young readers to share and discuss each issue. It featured the latest movie news from both home and abroad, classic film reviews, and an interactive column called Audience Letters. The magazine covers showcased the most popular movie stars, and their fashion choices reflected current trends. For Yu Changlo, Popular Cinema was more like a guide. Although she had a taste that was ahead of her time, she sometimes couldn't be sure if certain styles would be accepted by the market. That's why she took the risk of testing new designs at the cultural center. With Popular Cinema as a reference, she could make small improvements and innovations, ensuring her work wouldn't go off track and would be well received. Additionally, Yuchong hoped Li Mei could also look at such magazines to stay updated on the latest fashion trends and improve her own taste. Maybe one day, she could grow from a tailor who simply copies patterns into a designer with her own ideas and style. However, Lu Rumei's answer disappointed Yuchong a bit. Where can you find that? Your brother-in-law's nephew from Yangcheng brought it last time, when he visited. He knows I like movies, so he brought it for me. Jinbo still can't subscribe. Unfortunately, Yangcheng was far behind Yangcheng in development, economically, culturally, and materially. It lacked the vibrancy of coastal cities, and magazines like Popular Cinema with entertainment content hadn't yet reached this inland town. As they talked, suddenly there was the sound of keys unlocking the door. Rumei, come see who's here. When the door opened, Ding Guangyao entered carrying a big bag and a young man. The young man smiled and called out. Lu Rumei immediately smiled brightly. Oh, what a coincidence. I was just talking about Chow Chow, and here he is. Old Ding, who's visiting us. Ding Guangyao finally noticed someone standing by the sofa and exclaimed happily. Changla is here. Yes, yes, your sister keeps talking about you every day. Finally, she has come to visit. Yu Changle also smiled and greeted Laoding. Brother-in-law, hello. Seeing that the two young people didn't know how to address each other, Laoding took the initiative to introduce. Today is really a coincidence. This is my nephew Jiangyu. He just came from Yangcheng. He is your aunt's real sister, Yu Changle. He suddenly smiled and said, in that case, you should call her Auntie Changle. Yu Changle felt a bit annoyed. The young man in front of her probably looked older than herself. That generation gap is better left unmentioned. She was about to call a stranger girl Auntie, but Jiangyu also found it hard to speak. When he looked more carefully, he suddenly felt that she looked somewhat familiar. Hello, Auntie. Have we met somewhere before? Hearing this, Yu Changle also thought his face looked familiar but couldn't quite remember where she had seen him.
Li Rumei's gossip radar instantly activata.
Her curious eyes flicked between the two, and she suddenly felt happy. Could this be love at first sight? That would be great. If Changle and Jiangyu became close, they would really be relatives. Li Rumei quickly corrected his way of addressing her. Don't listen to your uncle. Changle is younger than you. She is my very close younger sister's good friend. Just call her Changle, according to your aunt. Yu Changle quickly agreed. Yes, just call me Changle. Ding Guangyao looked confused. Rumei is always saying she prefers to call Changle her younger sister or very close friend, so why is she clarifying today? Li Rumei shot him a look. Such a useless fellow who only causes trouble. Jiangyu showed a relieved smile. He had a good memory and suddenly remembered where he had seen Yu Changle before. I remember now. We met at the clothing store, Changle's clothing shop. Do you remember? I came with a tall, slim male clerk and I ordered a suit. When he said this, Yu Changle suddenly remembered. It was during Changshi's first marketing trip when she brought back a client, so her impression was quite deep. I also remember now. You were the client staying at Jinbo Hotel, right? Yes, that's me. Seeing the two talk happily, Li Rumei's smile grew even brighter. Oh, what a coincidence. Why are you standing? Sit on the sofa and chat slowly. Laoding, go wash the fruit. You really have no eye for detail. Can't you see the two young people are having a lively chat? Why is that old man standing here? Is he planning to be a third wheel even in his old age? Take your time talking, I'll go make dinner for you. Thanks, Auntie. Thanks, sister. Lu Rumei pulled the confused old Ding into the kitchen. While no one was paying attention, she gave him a quick pinch at the waist. Old Ding curled up in pain like a shrimp. Ow, why did you pinch me? Are you stupid? Why did Jiangyu call you Changle, Auntie? Are you lacking common sense? Lu Rumei scolded him quietly. Old Ding felt very wronged. Aren't you always saying Changle is your real sister? And now you're upset because Jiangyu called her Auntie? You're so slow-witted. Look at this. Lu Rumei nudged him to look toward the sofa in the living room. Old Ding turned his head in confusion. He saw Yu Changle and Jiangyu sitting on the sofa, happily chatting. He was a bit puzzled. Lu Rumei quickly covered his mouth. Quiet. Don't disturb the young people making friends. Only then did old Ding realize Lu Rumei was trying to set up a match. But honestly, if Yu Chang'e and his nephew could be together, it would be a perfect match made in heaven. Old Ding's sister had married far away and moved to Yangcheng with her husband. Jiang Yu was born and raised in Yangcheng. Only in recent years, with better transportation, visits between the families had become more frequent. Last time old Ding went to Yangcheng to buy fabric, his sister's family treated him warmly. Their relationship hadn't weakened despite the distance. Jiang Yu had been well-educated since childhood, thoughtful and respectful. As his uncle, old Ding liked this nephew very much. As for Yu Chang'e, she was not only his lifesaver, but also a helpful person in his career. She was beautiful, capable, and polite in her manners. Old Ding thought his wife's idea was brilliant. The more he looked at the two, the more they seemed a perfect match, just right. During dinner, Yu Chang'e mentioned she would be going to Yangcheng in a few days and asked Lu Rumei if she wanted anything, offering to buy it for her. When Lu Rumei heard this, she thought, this is a golden opportunity. She smiled happily and said, if you have this idea, I will be happy. I don't lack anything, and since Jiang Yu has a Yangcheng pass, he can take you around and try some good food. Jiang Yu also thought it was quite a coincidence. When do you plan to leave? I plan to finish the matter with Jinbo either tomorrow or the day after, then take the train back. If the timing matches, we can go together. Having company on the way won't be so boring. Old Ding also liked the idea. I think that's good. As a girl, taking the train alone can be a bit dangerous. It's safer to have a guy with you. Yu Chang'e chuckled quietly. This family is so warm-hearted and lovely. She couldn't refuse their kindness. Moreover, this was her first time taking a train to Yangcheng in the 1980s. Like old Ding said, having a guy with her, especially one with a Yangcheng pass, is much more reliable than traveling alone. Thinking this way, she smiled and said, that's perfect. I also plan to finish my tasks in the next couple of days and then go buy a train ticket. We can agree to leave together then. Seeing that everything was settled, Lu Rumei and old Ding exchanged happy glances, secretly pleased. They enjoyed a meal together, and during the meal, Yu Chang'e mentioned the new postal service, which old Ding found surprisingly interesting. She didn't go into details, thinking that dealing with government departments was better handled directly by Zheng Mingyi, as it wasn't something she could easily negotiate just by talking. After autumn, it got dark early. By the time they finished their cheerful dinner, it was already night. Jiang Yu still stayed at Jinbo Hotel. Lu Rumei suggested he take Yu Chang'e back. Young lady, walking alone at night isn't safe. Jiang Yu, why don't you see her off? It's on the way from Shunqing Street to Jinbo Hotel. Jiang Yu naturally didn't refuse. After the meal, he had a good impression of this beautiful girl. She was poised and interesting, completely unlike someone from a small town. Yu Chang'e didn't think much about it. She also wanted to ask Jiang Yu about the wholesale market in Yangcheng. After saying goodbye, they went downstairs. Lu Rumei stood at the window, resting her chin on her hands, watching their figures walk away, with a maternal smile. Old Ding, look at how well these two match. They're about the same height. Just a moment ago, old Ding was smiling, but his face suddenly fell. His nephew was good in every way, except he looked more like his father. That's nonsense. Jiang Yu is only 1.72 meters tall. How could he be about the same height as Chang'e? Lu Rumei was just casually speaking. When she saw his change of expression, she realized she had touched a nerve. She smiled charmingly and raised her hand to rest on his neck. Oh, trying to act tough with me, Director Ding? Are you planning to sleep on the sofa tonight? Even after so many years of marriage, old Ding still fell for her teasing. His attitude softened immediately. He wrapped his arms around his wife's slim waist and leaned his face close to hers. The sofa's too hard. I'm worried you won't be able to handle it. You old fool. Such a naughty man. Lu Rumei's cheeks flushed with blush. She pushed away old Ding, who was almost sticking to her, and turned to walk into the bedroom. Move aside. Don't delay my washing up and sleeping. Already so early? Old Ding's eyes lit up. Good to go to bed early, wife. Wait for me. Let's sleep together. Tonight, There was no wind, so walking outside felt quite pleasant. As they strolled along, Jongyu noticed that passers-by often looked at Yu Changel with admiration. Their eyes were full of amazement. Walking beside Yu Changel, he felt a faint sense of pride. Yu Changel was still talking excitedly about her dreams of the 1980s Yangcheng. She wondered whether the city was more developed than she imagined or perhaps more conservative now. In her later life, she had visited Yangcheng many times for work. She had a very good impression of the city, not only because of its booming economy, advanced transportation, and tall buildings, but also because it retained a rich cultural heritage and lively atmosphere. Most importantly, it satisfied her love of good food. A place full of warmth, life, and delicious food easily left her with fond memories and impressions. I heard there's a famous restaurant in Yangcheng called Yangcheng Restaurant. She had visited it a few times for dim sum and main meals at her later years, but she wasn't sure if such a restaurant existed in the 1980s. She couldn't help but ask. Jongyu was a bit surprised. You actually know about Yangcheng Restaurant? That's an old local place that's been around since 1935. But it's a bit sad. Its reputation has faded after more than 40 years. Yu Changel was a bit shocked.
How could that be?
She clearly remembered eating at Yangcheng Restaurant 40 years ago, which was considered a high-end restaurant back then. Business is tough now. The most popular places in Yangcheng are the new foreign joint ventures. Their food is good and the environment is nice. Compared to them, Yangcheng Restaurant is quite old-fashioned. Things are better in autumn. If you visit in summer, you'll see that Yangcheng Restaurant has hardly any customers. Yu Changel became more curious.
Why is that?
Jongyu chuckled. Other restaurants have air conditioning, but Yangcheng Restaurant still uses ceiling fans. The fan's hot air, so who would want to sit there when there's cold air elsewhere? The foreign joint venture restaurants all have air conditioning, some even have carpets and crystal chandeliers. They offer a luxurious and comfortable dining environment. Who wouldn't like that? Yu Changel nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that compared to Hakalai, Yangcheng Restaurant, located in a coastal city, was more affected by change. If it didn't adapt or keep up, it might be left behind by the times. She felt it was a pity. In her memory, the later Yangcheng Restaurant, which became a high-end place, still kept some traditional seating arrangements and low tea fees. This was to allow old tea drinkers to come and sit for hours, even if they only ordered a basket of tea snacks. Clearly, it was a business that valued kindness and sincerity. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice they had walked past Chong Le clothing store. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes had been watching them for a long time, showing signs of impatience. As they were about to pass in front of the store, the owner of those eyes finally couldn't hold back and called out, "Sweetheart." Yu Changel and Jongyu both turned around at the same time. They saw a tall, handsome officer with a stern face looking at them, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Yu Changel happily rushed over. She was so glad to see someone she liked every day. The feeling was wonderful, almost indescribable. Seeing Yu Changel happily approaching, Meng Juan's usually serious face broke into a smile as he reached out to catch her. "If I hadn't called you, you might have walked right past without noticing." Yu Changel stuck out her tongue. "I was so caught up in chatting with Jongyu that I didn't pay attention to the road." Meng Juan lifted his eyelids and looked at the young man standing behind Yu Changel. The young man was not tall, dressed properly, but Meng Juan felt a flicker of displeasure. First Lu Bo, now Jongyu. Could these flirtatious people stay away from his wife? Jongyu was initially a bit stunned, then frightened by Meng Juan's sharp gaze. If he hadn't seen that the man was in military uniform, he might have believed he would be attacked. He frowned, clearly annoyed that Meng Juan's intimidating presence had scared him. He quickly regained his composure and asked, "Changel, who is this?" He hadn't heard clearly what the officer had just called himself. Yu Changel naturally linked arms with Meng Juan and smiled as she introduced them. "Let me introduce you. This is my husband, Meng Juan. Juan, this is Jia Mei's nephew, Jongyu. We just met today." "Husband?" Jongyu's smile froze on his face. Just now, he had been happily chatting with Yu Changel as they walked, and he could feel that Yu Changel liked Yangcheng very much. He even started daydreaming about walking through the flower streets and markets with her. How happy that would be. But suddenly, reality gave him a sharp slap. Meng Jiuan saw the subtle change in his expression, nodded understandingly, and extended his hand. Hello. Nice to meet you. He remembered Yu Chengel mentioning GMA before. She was probably a kind older sister. Out of respect for her, he decided to be polite. Although Jiang Yu's smile was a bit forced, he quickly responded appropriately and also extended his hand. Hello, I'm glad to meet you too. Ugh, aren't military handshakes usually so strong? After saying goodbye to Jiang Yu, Yu Chengel hummed happily as she opened the door. Meng Jiuan watched her so cheerful, feeling a little jealous. You seem to be in a good mood tonight. Yu Chengel didn't notice the slight sarcasm in his tone. She smiled and went ahead to turn on the lights. Yeah, I had delicious food at GMA's house today. Braised pork ribs, bone soup, and stir-fried vegetables. I ate a lot and am full now. I'll need to exercise for half an hour later. She turned on the light and only then noticed that her young officer's lips seemed a bit tight. Yu Chongli's eyes twinkled as she leaned in to comfort him. What's wrong? Are you upset because I took so long? I didn't know you would come today. Meng Jiu and felt even angrier. What kind of words were those? Could it be that only he wanted to see her and she didn't want to see him at all? He wanted to be angry, but the small face pressed against his chest, with big innocent eyes blinking, made his lips curl up involuntarily. He couldn't bring himself to be mad. In less than 3 seconds, Meng Jiuan gave up and unconsciously pinched her cute, round cheeks. He thought to himself, so soft and tender. Don't you think I would worry if I came back and didn't see you? Sister Li doesn't know where you've gone either. If you come back too late, I might have to report it to the police. But you're so happy, chatting away with others, and didn't even notice when you passed by the door. At this moment, Meng Jiu no longer looked like a cold, tough soldier. Instead, he was a little wronged wife, mumbling and quietly complaining. Yu Chonglu felt her heart melt. Although Meng Jiuan was much taller than her, right now she saw him as adorable and cute. When he reached out to pinch her face, she didn't back down. She raised her hands to hold his face and looked into his eyes seriously. I didn't know before, but now I do. I promise that from now on, no matter where I go, I will tell you so you won't worry, okay? Meng Jiuan felt their roles had completely reversed. It turned out that Yu Chonglu was the one always asking him questions, and now he was acting like a little wife, asking her to report her whereabouts. Only then did he realize that behind her behavior was a feeling of nervousness and unease. He couldn't help but feel guilty about his previous impatient attitude when she questioned him. But within 3 seconds of feeling guilty, Yu Chongli's next words surprised him so much that all his worries vanished. Then I'll report to you today. I plan to go to Yangqing the day after tomorrow. The weather is getting cold, so I need to buy some winter clothes to sell. To Yangqing? Meng Jiuan, who usually remained calm like Mount Tai, looked very nervous now. You're going alone? How will you go? Where will you stay? What if you get lost? This year I have used up all my leave. How about you wait until tomorrow, and I'll ask the political officer if I can borrow some of next year's leave, so we can go together. Seeing how nervous he looked, Yu Chengel couldn't help but laugh. I'm not a kid. Don't be so tense. Last week, you took leave because I was hospitalized, and this week you're taking more leave. It's not good for your work. Fortunately, Jiang Yu is from Yangqing too. He'll be returning there in a few days. We can go together, so you don't have to worry. When he heard that Jiang Yu was going to Yangqing with Yu Chengel, Meng Jiuan's expression didn't look relaxed at all. Instead, he looked even more tense. What a coincidence. Yu Chengel is going to Yangqing, and Jiang Yu from Yangqing appears. Next time she goes somewhere else, who might show up then? For the first time, Meng Jiuan tasted the bitterness of love. He felt that the men around Yu Chengel were hard to predict. But deep inside, he also felt a little proud. After all, his wife was so excellent. Plus, Yu Chengel was right. He has no leave left this year. The military will soon start a closed winter training. Unless something major happens, he probably won't get any leave. He frowned and thought hard. Finally, he remembered a good friend who was from Yangqing. He had returned home after leaving the army and heard that he opened a martial arts school. He needed to contact this friend and ask him to help take care of his wife. Meng Jian was planning to see what other connections he could use. He remembered hearing that someone's family member worked on the railway. Now, long-distance sleeper tickets are hard to buy. From Jinbo to Yangcheng, it takes over 30 hours by train. If he forced himself to sit through it, his back would hurt badly. He had to find a sleeper ticket for his wife. As for Jiang Yu, Meng Jian, rarely being petty, planned to buy him at most a soft seat, keeping him as far from his wife as possible. But he was also worried that Yu Chang'e might not be safe traveling alone in a sleeper car, so he reluctantly included him in his plans. Seeing him silent for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking, Yu Chang'e reminded him, "It's almost time to return to the camp. If we don't leave now, we might not make it in time." Hearing her mention the time, Meng Jian got annoyed. He felt like a nagging wife and couldn't help but complain, "I waited for you all night, and I only saw you for less than half an hour. I didn't do anything, and you're rushing me to leave." Yu Chang'e smiled. "What do you want to do then?" Her original intention was to ask Meng Jian what he planned to do with her. Watch a movie or take a walk. Under the orange-yellow light, her bright smile made Meng Jian feel dazed. He suddenly felt a strong urge to do something bolder. I want to kiss you." His strong arms suddenly embraced Yu Chang'e. He leaned down, pressing his forehead against hers, and in a low, husky voice with a hint of temptation, he shared his feelings. The atmosphere instantly became romantic. The flirtatious mood seemed to blend into the air, slowly spreading and intensifying. Yu Chang'e only felt that her nose was filled with Meng Jian's scent. She blushed and her heart raced uncontrollably. Feeling a bit nervous, she tilted her head back slightly, trying to keep some distance so her pounding heart could calm down. But with her movement, Meng Jian leaned even closer, bringing their faces even nearer in an instant. She could clearly feel the cool tip of Meng Jian's nose brushing against hers. Everything around them blurred. At that moment, she could only see his deep, dark eyes, full of irresistible charm, as if trying to lure her into a whirlpool she couldn't escape. "Is it okay?" His low, husky voice lingered in her ear. As he spoke, his warm breath brushed her exposed neck, making it hard for her to think. She weakly uttered a vague, ambiguous sound. That unclear sound suddenly felt like a command, breaking all of Meng Jian's restraints and driving him into a frenzy. His blood boiled, and his heart pounded wildly. His desire to be close to her was about to burst out of him completely. The lights went out, and they were immediately enveloped in darkness. Suddenly, everything was black. Before Yu Chang'e could react, Meng Jian's passionate kiss descended. His trembling lips gently pressed against her eyes, then her eyebrows, nose, and lips. The kisses left her face flushed, her heart racing, and her body soft. His hot hand rested steadily on her gentle waist, then assertively pressed her closer, until she felt her soft chest could no longer be pressed into him. The person in her arms couldn't help but let out a breath that sparked the imagination. Yu Chang'e involuntarily gasped, instinctively hooking her arms around his neck. Under the moonlight, her tender, luscious lips slightly parted, falling into Meng Jian's dark, desire-filled eyes, making him unable to resist and lean in for a kiss. His warm lips, like a wave of heat, spread over her lips in waves. Yu Chang'e felt her body go numb, almost unable to stand, and she tightened her grip around his neck, instinctively opening her mouth, wanting to say something. The next moment, his lips and tongue gently entered her mouth, with a tender yet irresistible force. He kissed her clumsily but passionately, as if teasing her or slowly seducing her. His lips and tongue moved inside her mouth, making her tremble all over, as if struck by an electric current. She clearly felt her chest pressing tightly against his, becoming hotter and more solid. Her hands, resting on his waist, started to move restlessly, and the tingling sensation made her bite his tongue in surprise. A sharp, delicate pain from her tongue momentarily brought Meng Jian back to his senses. Reluctantly, he released her sweet lips, his breath ragged and his voice husky, Did I hurt you? The desire in his voice, full of seduction and passion, filled the air around her, making her face flush with embarrassment, almost as if blood would drip from her cheeks. Seeing her soft, delicate face nestled in his arms without speaking, her big, watery eyes shimmered with a gentle glow. Having tasted the sweetness, Meng Joan wanted to lean in again, but was stopped by her small hand covering his mouth. Yu Chang'e felt both shy and annoyed. If her memory hadn't told her that Meng Joan had no experience, she wouldn't believe that such an aggressive kiss from a beginner could be real. It didn't make sense that someone skilled in military affairs would also be a master at kissing, right? If she hadn't still had a shred of clarity in her mind warning her that she needed to stop before it was too late, she might have been completely swept away by this cold-faced fox. She pouted her lips, her cheeks still flushed, her eyes sparkling with a misty glow. "You're really going to be too late if you don't leave now." As soon as she spoke, Yu Chang'e was surprised herself. Her voice sounded so sweet and delicate, not at all like she was trying to send him away, but rather with a teasing, alluring tone. Meng Joan let out a muffled groan, his Adam's apple moving up and down. How could he walk like this? After a struggle between heaven and man, he reluctantly bit his finger that was covering his mouth. "I'll come again tomorrow. If you're not here, I might have to increase the punishment." Fortunately, Meng Joan is a very disciplined soldier. Despite feeling reluctant, he returned to the army on time. But all along the way, he kept thinking, tomorrow, he must urge Bai Chuan to find someone to finish building the few rooms in the backyard quickly. Yu Chang'e lay on her small bed, unable to calm down for a long time. Despite considering herself a modern woman who is free and open, she was teased by an old-fashioned man from the 1980s and couldn't help but feel excited. Thinking about how she involuntarily made those seductive sounds in Meng Joan's arms, she couldn't help but scream softly, pulling the blanket over her face. Even now, recalling it made her cheeks flush. It turns out there's a big difference between watching pigs run and eating pork. Anyone who has eaten pork wouldn't bother watching pigs run. When Meng Joan left, he said he would come again tomorrow. Yu Chang'e couldn't clearly explain her feelings. She felt a sweet, conflicting mixture of happiness and nervousness. She was afraid she might be too shy to handle it, yet she couldn't help but look forward to it desperately. This cursed love. She told herself not to think about it anymore. If she kept thinking, those romantic scenes would keep popping up in her mind like pink bubbles, and she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Turn off the lights. Sleep. If he comes, so be it. She wasn't afraid anymore. The next morning, after morning exercises, Meng Joan called Bai Chuan to ask about the progress of the construction team. Bai Chuan was truly convinced. Watching Meng Joan go from a cold, distant iceberg to a fiery volcano was astonishing. Yet, he was still alone, watching happy, loving couples around him, sighing quietly. Indeed, human joys and sorrows are not shared. He only felt that their happy laughter was especially noisy. Don't rush them. If it were just a few normal rooms, they could start immediately. But didn't sister-in-law have so many requirements? The construction team needs to draw plans first and confirm everything before starting. Meng Joan frowned on the phone. When can it be finished at the earliest? Bai Chuan didn't understand what he was so anxious about. Was it that the army dormitory was leaking and uninhabitable? But he only dared to think this in his mind. Out loud, he honestly replied, "Maybe in a month." A month? Meng Joan suddenly roared so loudly that almost deafened Bai Chuan. He grimaced and rubbed his ears, angrily scolding, "Why are you shouting so loud? This is your own house. Shouldn't it be built stronger? If you want it quick, just hire a contractor on the street. They can finish it in half a month. Would you dare to live there?" Although this answer was much longer than Meng Joan expected, Bai Chuan's reasoning made sense. He wanted to live with his wife in this house for a long time, have children, and after they love each other for many years, leave it for their descendants. Naturally, it should be built very solidly. If Bai Chuan knew he was imagining what would happen decades later, he would definitely call himself crazy. All right, please pay more attention to this. When the house is finished, I'll invite you over for a meal. Thinking about living happily with Yu Changlo in the new house, with children and grandchildren, made him feel that waiting another month was not so bad. Bai Chuan rolled his eyes and said, "Just invite me for a meal? You're not even mentioning the cost of building the house? Brothers are meant to help each other in tough times. Besides, it's just a small loss." Meng Jiuan rarely joked with him. Everyone knows the Bai family is wealthy. A few hundred yuan is nothing. But don't worry, I will pay you back. That's more like it. Bai Chuan muttered and hung up. Being alone and unloved was already enough hardship. He couldn't afford to lose more money on love troubles. After hanging up, Meng Jiuan thought for a moment and called the Dashi Cross police station again. Yesterday, he had contacted Bai Ling and shared all the information he had about Luo Cheng. Coincidentally, the crackdown on crime had just started and the Dashi Cross police station was investigating local criminals. Bai Ling immediately said she would follow up on Meng Jiuan's report. Today, he just wanted to ask if there were any new updates. As a soldier, he couldn't leave the army easily. The sooner the bad guys were caught, the sooner he could relax. Unfortunately, according to the feedback from Bai Ling, the troublemaker named Luo Cheng has not been seen these days, and no evidence of his recent crimes has been found. The police can only continue their investigation. If he remains low profile, unless solid proof of his past crimes is uncovered, they cannot arrest him just based on Meng Jiuan's report. Meng Jiuan put down the phone with a worried look that never eased. He doesn't believe that someone who has long caused trouble can suddenly turn good and disappear. The calm before a storm makes people feel uneasy. Early in the morning, Yu Changel told Li Mei about her plans to go to Yangcheng. Li Mei was also worried about Yu Changel's safety on the road, but after hearing her reasons, she had to agree. Making clothes requires preparing for the next season ahead of time. Winter clothes are no longer considered early now. It's unlikely they would really close shop in winter. Fortunately, Yu Changel mentioned that she would be traveling with a local person, which made her feel a little more at ease. Still, she reminded her to stay safe, not to talk to strangers who approach her, as there are pickpockets and traffickers on the train. Since she needed to arrange work for the other two after her departure, Yu Changel also told Qiro about her trip to Yangcheng. Qiro didn't know much, but she had heard that Yangcheng was much more prosperous than Jinbo. When she heard Yu Changel was going to buy goods there, she eagerly volunteered, "Changlo, why don't I go with you? If a man and a woman go out alone, people might gossip. It's better to have someone with you. Plus, having me along means an extra helper. It's safer for women to stick together." Every word seemed to show her concern for Yu Changel, even considering what others might say. Li Mei listened and thought her idea made some sense. Qiro thought she was being very considerate, but she didn't realize that Yu Changel hated dealing with people who tried to argue with her. Yu Changel smiled, as if she had heard a funny joke. "Qiro, I didn't expect you to be so old-fashioned at such a young age. These days, people still say men and women shouldn't travel alone? Sai, I've told you before, you should learn more and read books. If you had a chance to visit a university campus, you wouldn't hold such outdated views. You really don't seem like a young person of the new era." Eager to act as an English translator and editor, I will provide a corrected and simplified version of your text, removing any explicit content and maintaining the overall meaning. Yu Changla smiled slowly as she spoke, in a way that made it hard to tell if it was a joke or a sarcastic remark between friends. But hearing this, Qiro felt insulted. She blushed with anger. Don't think she didn't know. Yu Changla didn't even finish elementary school, so why was she mocking a middle school student like her for being uneducated? Yu Changla smiled slightly and said, "When I hired you, it was because only Sister Lee was working in the shop and she couldn't handle everything alone. If you weren't helping out, there was no need to hire you." Her words felt like a cold shower to Qiro, who suddenly lost her confident attitude. She almost forgot that Yu Changlo was the owner of Changlo clothing store. No matter how upset she was, if she wanted to earn this money, she had to bow to Yu Changlo. Qiro clenched her teeth and forced a bad-looking smile on her face. "I understand, Sister Changlo. Don't worry, I'll work with Aunt Lee to take good care of the store. I promise nothing will go wrong." Li Mei also said, "Don't worry. If it really gets too busy, I'll call Chui Chui to help out in a couple of days." Although she was a bit worried that Chiro might not be reliable, hearing that Cui Cui would come in a few days made Yuchangla feel more at ease. Because they needed to buy winter clothes, most of the cash available in the store would be used up. Li Mei calculated that in nearly 2 months of opening, the store had earned a net profit of 2,688 yuan. After deducting 400 yuan for rent, setting aside 800 yuan for fabric purchases, there was a total of 1,488 yuan in cash available. Yuchanglu also needed to set aside money for building a house. Last time, Joan told her they had hired a construction team for design. She guessed they would start construction in a few days. Although they wouldn't pay everything at once, it was wise to prepare in advance. After deducting the 800 yuan reserved for building, only 688 yuan remained usable. If an ordinary worker saw this amount, they would be amazed, thinking it was a huge sum earned in 3 years without eating or drinking. But for Yu Changlo, she was even worried that this money might not be enough to buy winter clothes for a season. She felt a little worried but suddenly remembered something and smiled again. She thought about the 280 yuan in her bedroom drawer, which was her private money given to her by Meng Jiuan. Almost 1,000 yuan in cash should be enough for her to buy a batch of winter clothes. If these winter clothes sell well, the profit could double directly, making future business much easier. Yu Changel took her passbook and planned to visit the post office branch. Currently, her passbook doesn't support intercity deposits and withdrawals, so she needed to carry cash with her on the train. She also wanted to check on Zheng Mingyi's progress with the application. If she returned from Yangcheng and it still wasn't done, she would have to find a new partner. At the branch, before she could speak to the staff, someone quickly went to inform Director Zheng. Zheng Mingyi hurried out to greet Yu Changel with great enthusiasm. "Miss you. You're just in time. I was about to update you on the progress of our business." Yu Changel found this both amusing and familiar. It reminded her of the days when she would walk into the office area with coffee and hear the same greeting from Zheng Mingyi. But seeing Zheng Mingyi smile so openly, she guessed things were going well. Following Zheng Mingyi's warm invitation, Yu Changel went to his office. He took out a thick document from his file, about 20 or 30 pages long, all handwritten, about the application to start door-to-door collection services. He excitedly showed it to Yu Changel. "Look, this is signed by our department head, and it's stamped with the department's official seal. Here, our district operations manager also signed it with the official seal. And here." Yu Changel couldn't quite understand the specific functions of the departments Zhang Mingyi mentioned. She only wanted to know one thing. "How many more stamps do you need to get this done?" Almost there, almost there. Let me count. 1, 2, 3 stamps left." Thanks to the clear benefits of the door-to-door collection service in attracting savings deposits, Zhang Mingyi thought the approval process was moving quickly. He was rushing around to follow the procedures, and in just 2 days, he had completed half of the required steps. "I thought I was already efficient enough, but what Yu Changel said next shocked him. Then you need to hurry. The cultural center and the silk factory have agreed to try for a month first. I've also prepared everything with the government office. We're just waiting for your official documents to go and discuss the details. If it takes too long, it might fall through." Zheng Mingyi was both surprised and happy. He quickly nodded and agreed. "Miss Yu is very efficient. I will definitely act fast. I'll stay at the headquarters soon. Wherever the documents are, that's where I'll be." Seeing that Zheng Mingyi was not delaying, Yu Changel relaxed. It looked like she could start collecting payments normally once she returned from Yangcheng. "All right, I feel better now. Also, I want to withdraw some cash today." When Zheng Mingyi heard that Yu Changel wanted to take money, he suddenly felt very worried. As the year-end approached, she was a big depositor at their branch. "Miss Yu, how much do you want to withdraw today?" "Help me withdraw 720 yuan. Including the 280 yuan from Meng Jiuan in the drawer, it adds up perfectly, making it easier to keep track of the accounts." Seeing Zheng Mingyi's pained but helpless expression, Yu Changel found it funny. As fellow workers who also struggled to save money before the year-end, she knew exactly what Zheng Mingyi was thinking. "I'll use this money for a week. By the end of the month, I'll deposit another 1,000 yuan. Suddenly, Zheng Mingyi's face brightened. Others might not believe it, but he trusted what Miss Yu said. Who would have thought that a big depositor could solve the critical problem threatening the branch's survival? This kind of luck was something other branches could only envy. To make it easier to carry, Yu Changel took out all the money in a thick stack. By the way, since your post office branches are everywhere, why not prioritize developing a system for transferring money between different branches? As long as people bring their passbooks, they can withdraw money anywhere. It would be very convenient, and more people would want to deposit their money at your post office. As she was leaving, Yu Changel casually suggested this to Zheng Mingyi, who was seeing her off. Her light words left Zheng Mingyi stunned. Storing money in one place and withdrawing it in another? How could that even work? How would they keep track of the money? Wouldn't the branch losing money be inevitable? Yu Changel casually mentioned that this business was first started by Huabor Industrial and Commercial Bank, which was established later. In 6 more years, nationwide remote deposit and withdrawal services would be possible, leading to rapid economic growth and a leap forward. She only thought about how carrying cash on trains was inconvenient and unsafe, so she remembered this idea, but didn't plan to discuss it deeply with Zheng Mingyi. This wasn't like collecting payments in person. As long as the higher-ups agreed, a branch could handle such business. The nationwide network technology needed for remote deposit and withdrawal could only be promoted by the head office. The speaker didn't mean to, but the listener paid close attention. Although Zheng Mingyi thought Yu Changel's idea was a bit too fanciful, he also believed that if such a thing could happen, it would make life easier and benefit the economy. He quietly kept this idea in mind. After leaving the post office branch, Yu Changel went to the supply and marketing cooperative nearby. She bought some daily necessities like toothpaste and soap. She was pleased to find some fried dough twists for sale, bought 2 jin about 1 kilogram, and divided them into 2 packages. After shopping, she got on a tricycle to visit Changxi at Yuzhou Normal University before leaving. At the university gate, her charming figure, carrying her things, immediately caught the attention of many passing male students. Soon, a bold and eager male student approached and asked hello, "Do you need help?" Behind him, a few other male students looked frustrated. They saw that the beautiful girl was probably a freshman unfamiliar with the school, and they missed their chance to show off. Yu Changel smiled and said, "Thank you, but I'm not a student. I'm here to see my younger brother. Do you know which dorm building the first-year biology students live in?" The male student was a bit surprised. Although she wasn't the freshman he expected, he was happy to help because she was polite and asked for assistance. "I know. Since you're carrying so much, it's not convenient. I'll take you there." He took the things from Yu Changel and led her toward the biology dormitory. Seeing the envious looks from the boys around her, the male student felt great. He happily chatted with Yu Changel, talking about the teaching buildings and recommending delicious dishes at the cafeteria. He kept talking all the way without stopping. Yu Changel was also touched by the youthful energy typical of college students. Walking on campus, she felt as if she had returned to her student days. Her mood was light, her smile bright, and she seemed more radiant than ever. Because she remembered her past life, she never saw herself as just an 18-year-old girl. Sometimes, relaxing like this felt pretty good. When they reached the dormitory entrance, the male classmate handed her back her belongings. "Biology students live in this building. I have class now, so I need to go to the classroom. See you later." Yu Changel smiled and thanked him. "Thanks, see you." Students from any era share this kind of warmth, sincere and kind without expecting anything in return, making people feel warm and happy. She casually asked a student coming out of the building, "Hello, do you know Yu Changxi from the first year of biology?" "Yes, I do. Are you looking for him? I can call him for you." The enthusiastic student she asked was none other than Zhao Kai, who shared a dorm room with Yu Changxi. Zhao Kai excitedly ran up the stairs, suddenly pushing open the dorm door and pulling Yu Changxi, who was reading. "What are you still reading for? Come on, there's a beautiful girl downstairs looking for you." Before Yu Changxi could react, Lu Xing, lying on the bed, suddenly sat up. "Lu Yuding is here?" Zhao Kai looked confused. "Who is Lu Yuding?" Lu Xing couldn't believe Zhao Kai had forgotten the name of the beautiful girl, the girl who came to the dorm with Yu Changxi on registration day. Zhao Kai suddenly understood and shook his head. No, she's even more beautiful than that girl. More beautiful than Lu Yuding? And she's looking for you, Changxi? Lu Xing was stunned. He couldn't understand where this country boy got such charm. Yu Changxi looked confused as Zhao Kai pulled him down the stairs, excitedly pointing at Yu Chang'e standing in front of the dorm entrance. I wasn't lying, right? There's really a beautiful girl looking for you. When Yu Changxi saw who it was, he immediately brightened. Sister, why are you here? He happily ran toward Yu Chang'e, leaving Zhao Kai blushing shyly. Zhao Kai's first impression of Yu Chang'e was that she was also a student at Yuzhou Normal School. He didn't think about her family at all. When he casually said in front of Yu Changxi that his sister was very beautiful, he felt a bit embarrassed. Yu Changxi took the things from his sister's hands and saw Zhao Kai still standing there in surprise. He quickly waved at him, signaling him to come over.
Come here.
Let me introduce you. This is my sister. Yu Chang'e's sudden visit made Zhao Kai very happy. He almost wanted to shout to everyone that his sister was visiting him. Zhao Kai had good manners. Although he felt a little shy, he still approached his roommate's sister and greeted her politely. Hello, sister. Thank you for helping call Changxi earlier. I hope my brother didn't cause you any trouble. Yu Chang'e thought this young man was nice, kind and polite. He seemed to get along well with Changxi. Yu Chang'e smiled, and Zhao Kai's face turned even redder. His head bobbed like a drum. Not at all. Changxi and I are good friends and classmates. Our dorm is very united, and no one causes trouble. That's good. I'm here to bring some daily necessities for Changxi, and also bought some fried dough sticks. You can take them back to your dorm and share. When mentioning the fried dough sticks, she specifically told Yu Changxi, there's also a bag here. When you have time, take it to Yuding. Yu Changxi felt warm inside. Sister, I'm not a kid anymore.
I can buy these things myself.
Besides, I'll be back this weekend. I can bring them then. It's also tiring for you to make a special trip. Yu Chang'e smiled and said, don't be so formal with your sister. When you come back this weekend, I won't be in Jinbo. I want to visit you before I go on a trip. If you need anything, just ask Aunt Lee at the store. Your brother-in-law is in the army, and he's not easy to come by. Hearing she was going on a trip, Yu Changxi immediately looked worried. Going far away? Sister, where are you going? When will you come back? Yu Chang'e explained again that she was going to Yangqing to buy supplies. As expected, this made Yu Changxi worry even more. After persuading him many times, he finally gave up the idea of asking for leave to go with her. For her first visit to the school to see Yu Changxi, Yu Chang'e decided to invite their dorm classmates to have a meal together. Zhao Kai was very happy when he heard the news. He volunteered to go back to the dormitory to call others. Sister Yu Changxi is not only beautiful, but also friendly. When a beautiful sister invites you to eat, no one wants to stay away from her for long. When they heard someone was inviting them to eat, Zhang Tugan couldn't stop smiling. Of course, he wouldn't refuse. Lu Xing was a bit proud and didn't want to accept the invitation, but he was curious about how beautiful Sister Changxi really was, more beautiful than Lu Yuding, as Zhao Kai said. Reluctantly, he tidied up and went downstairs with them. As soon as Lu Xing saw Yu Chang'e, he was stunned. Zhao Kai wasn't joking. Sister Changxi was really that beautiful. And she didn't look like a country girl at all. Just by her appearance, it was clear her sister was not ordinary. But sometimes, Lu Xing still noticed some simple or rustic habits in her manner of speaking, behavior, and lifestyle, things that made her different from city students. Lu Xing shared a dorm with her and saw her every day, so he could tell more easily. This was also a rare moment for Lu Xing to feel proud of Yu Changxi, who was usually excellent in her studies. But this beautiful girl, with her fair and delicate skin, dressed fashionably, white shirt, red skirt, long black hair tied with a red scarf, looked like a star straight out of a magazine. Actually, Lu Xing had good taste. Today's outfit for Yu Chang'e was inspired by a popular magazine called Popular Cinema. Yesterday, while flipping through Popular Cinema at Lu Rumei's house, she suddenly remembered a famous 1980s movie called Red Skirt on the Street. She was inspired and dressed like that today, attracting many people's attention along the way. This was one reason she drew so much attention on campus. No matter the era, young people are always quick to notice new trends. Since the school cafeteria's food was plain and lacked flavor, Yu Changel invited them to a state-run restaurant instead. For these students, it was a bit of a luxury, and she didn't want Sister Changxi to give the impression of showing off wealth. Compared to Zhao Kai and others' happiness, Zhang Tugan was as excited and curious as a person discovering a new world. Inside the state-run restaurant, the neat dining tables were covered with white tablecloths, topped with a transparent glass cover, making everything look clean and bright. Behind the ordering window, there is a large blackboard with a list of today's dishes written in neat characters. There are about 20 or 30 items listed very closely together. Zhang Tugan couldn't help but swallow repeatedly just by reading the dish names. Except for steamed buns and rice, he had only tried a few of the dishes. Most of the stir-fried dishes he had never heard of. Lu Xing looked at him with a look of dislike and quietly moved 2 steps to the side, worried that others might notice he was with Zhang Tugan. Yu Changel cheerfully said, "Come on, order what you like. Don't be shy." After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Kai was the first to stand up. He grinned and patted his head. "Big sister, I won't hold back. I really like braised pork from the state-run restaurant. Can I order one?" Yu Changel laughed. Of course, one braised pork coming right up. Seeing Yu Changel being so generous, Lu Xing's eyes brightened. He immediately spoke, "I like fish. The sweet and sour fish from the state-run restaurant is pretty good. All right, one sweet and sour fish." Seeing that both roommates had spoken, Zhang Tugan also felt a bit eager. But the blackboard was full of dish names, making him confused. After looking for a while, he finally chose, "I'll order braised pork knuckles." Thinking about the fatty layer covering the pig knuckle, Zhang Tugan was so hungry he almost salivated. Before reporting in, he went to the village chief's house to pick up some files and materials. He just caught the village chief having dinner. There was a big pig's knuckle placed right in the middle of the stove table, which made him drool. He hesitated for a long time, but saw that the village chief didn't invite him to eat. He could only swallow his saliva and leave. Lu Xing heard him order the knuckle and immediately frowned, muttering to himself, "Didn't he hear Zhao Kai already ordered meat?" There were clearly other options like kung pao chicken or braised duck, but this country bumpkin insisted on ordering a big piece of fatty meat. So fatty, who could eat that? Had he never eaten pork in his life? Yu Changxi saw that all 3 roommates ordered lots of fish and meat, and he felt a bit sorry for his sister, worried about the money. He knew how hard his sister worked to earn money. A rural person opening a clothing store in the city took a lot of effort, not to mention traveling all the way to Yangqing to buy supplies. Thinking of this, Yu Changxi couldn't help but feel sympathy. He looked around and chose a vegetarian dish. "Big sister, I'll order stir-fried winter melon." When these words were spoken, Zhao Kai and the others immediately looked a bit uncomfortable. Zhao Kai and Zhang Tugan felt embarrassed about ordering meat dishes, while Lu Xing was a little annoyed. He said, "You can order whatever you want when I host, but why did you order only vegetarian dishes? Was it because they ordered too much meat?" Yu Changel frowned slightly. She understood Yu Changxi's feelings, but at this moment, it wasn't appropriate to act that way. She smiled clearly and said, "That's right. I remember you like stir-fried winter melon. Sister will help you order a dish too. Let's get boiled beef. Then, tomato scrambled eggs, a mushroom and meat soup, 5 bowls of rice, and 5 steamed buns." The 5 of them ordered 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, 1 soup, plus staple foods. The total cost was only 8 yuan. Yu Changel thought this was very affordable. For college students who were short on money, 8 yuan was a lot. Zhang Tugan was even more stunned. He couldn't spend 8 yuan in a month of living expenses. After her sister spoke to help them out, Yu Changxi realized she was being a bit stingy. She felt a little embarrassed, quickly adjusted her mood, and generously invited her classmates to sit down. Yu Changxi naturally sat next to Yu Changel. Lu Xing hurriedly walked to the other side of Yu Changel and sat down, immediately calling Zhao Kai over. "Come here, sit here." Zhao Kai didn't mind where he sat, so he followed Lu Xing's arrangement and sat down. Zhang Tugan sat on Zhao Kai's other side, seemingly unaware that anything was wrong. However, Lu Xing's actions caught Yu Changle's attention. She had met classmates like this before, those who looked down on others and were proud and arrogant. As the saying goes, you are influenced by your friends, and she didn't want Yu Changxi to become friends with such people. The meal was eaten quickly. The young men, growing and full of energy, found the dishes at the state-run restaurant much tastier and more flavorful than the plain boiled dishes at school. The rice and buns were fragrant and soft, and they even dipped the last bit of sauce from the plates. Seeing how much they enjoyed the food, Yu Changle bought a salted chicken and 10 buns to pack and take back to the dorm for late-night snacks, making everyone very happy. At the school gate, Yu Changxi stayed behind to see Yu Changle off by car, while the other three carried their things and headed back to the dorm first. Yu Changle asked about their studies and life at school, and also inquired how everyone got along in their dormitory. Yu Changxi thought for a moment. It's all okay, but I get along better with Zhao Kai because he's more active. Besides classes, he often drags us to join activities or play basketball. Lu Xing isn't interested in sports, and Zhang Tugan only likes studying, so it's just me and him. Although Yu Changxi spoke somewhat helplessly, Yu Changle could tell he was happy too. That's good. I think Zhao Kai is a nice person. College life should be colorful and fun. Once you start working, you won't have so much free time. Encouraged, Yu Changxi nodded happily. He had been worried that his sister might think he was just fooling around and not serious, but now he felt relieved after hearing her say that. He also liked playing with Zhao Kai the most in their dorm. Even though everyone was a student and didn't have much money, Zhao Kai was very generous, easygoing, and didn't mind sharing. His cheerful and friendly personality made him easy to get close to. Now, even his sister thought Zhao Kai was a good person. Yu Changxi felt more confident that he could become good friends with Zhao Kai. After sending Yu Changle off on a tricycle, Yu Changxi returned alone to the dorm. He then saw that the salted chicken he brought back had already been opened and eaten, with 2 chicken legs missing. Lu Xing saw him return and warmly greeted him. You're back. Wash your hands quickly. If you wait too long, only the chicken's tail will be left. Zhang Tugan was still chewing on a bone and kept nodding at Yu Changxi. Yu Changxi held back his annoyance and looked around. Where's Zhao Kai? Let's eat together when he comes back. Lu Xing dismissed it. No need to wait for him. We already called him to eat, but he said he's not hungry and went downstairs to get water. Just then, Zhao Kai came back carrying 2 bottles of water, one of which was hot water belonging to Yu Changxi. Zhao Kai's idea was simple. He knew that words could be short and people could be soft. Since Yu Changxi's sister had treated them to a big meal and bought snacks and drinks, he just wanted to take care of Yu Changxi a little more. He and Yu Changxi were already good friends, so fetching water was easy and natural, also a small way to show thanks. He saw Yu Changxi return and was about to speak when he suddenly realized Lu Xing and the others had actually eaten the salted chicken. He was furious. What's wrong with you two? This chicken was bought by Yu Changxi's sister. If you're going to eat it, at least wait until he's back, right? Upon a closer look, both chicken legs were gone, which made him even angrier. Did you really eat both chicken legs? Is this how you behave? Lu Xing was blushing from being shouted at loudly. What are you yelling for? It's just that you didn't get to eat. Did you ask before you ate? You didn't ask and now you're throwing a fit? Zhang Tugan felt a bit guilty. He couldn't resist the temptation of the salty chicken. Seeing Lu Xing enjoy his food, he also took a small piece from the edge. He didn't dare take the whole chicken leg, so he let Lu Xing have it all. Zhao Kai looked at Lu Xing with a speechless face. I'm not like you, starving like a ghost. I just finished eating, and I'm already hungry again? You just wanted those 2 chicken legs? I'm not as shameful as you. He always spoke honestly and directly. Lu Xing's behavior really made him angry, so he didn't hold back when he started criticizing. Lu Xing was furious. He thought he had the best relationship with Zhao Kai in the dorm. Today, he was insulted in front of 2 simple guys just because of 2 chicken legs? Shameful? I've never seen someone with such shallow eyes as yours. Someone invites you to a meal, and you just latch onto them? Rushing to stand up for your master? Like a little lapdog. Your master hasn't even spoken yet, and you're barking? His words were very harsh and dirty, making Zhao Kai's face turn red with anger. He immediately tried to hit him. Surprised, Yu Changxi and Zhang Tugan quickly reacted. Each grabbed one and tried to calm them down, saying, calm down, calm down. Don't fight, don't fight. The commotion in room 202 was loud enough to attract the attention of the dormitory supervisor on the first floor. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Room 202. Open up. What are you all doing inside? Hurry and open the door. 1 hour later, the four of them came out of the counselor's office, looking miserable. Fighting in the dorm was a serious violation of the rules. The supervisor reported it directly to the counselor. All four were called into the office to write a deep reflection and received strict criticism before they could leave. Lu Xing walked ahead gloomily. Zhang Tugan wanted to go and try to calm him, but he was harshly told, go away. Don't talk to me. Zhao Kai couldn't stand it and immediately wanted to confront him.
What kind of attitude was that?
Tugan was supposed to be his friend. Yu Changxi quickly grabbed him. It had only been less than 5 minutes since they left the instructor's office. If they caused trouble again, they would definitely be punished one by one. Zhang Tugan also hurried to comfort him. It's okay, it's okay. Everyone's in a bad mood. We spoke too harshly. I won't take it to heart. Lu Xing listened in front and started to laugh, thinking, as if anyone cares whether he takes it to heart or not. It would be best if these simple-minded guys didn't bother him in the future. Hearing Yu Changxi trying to calm Zhao Kai down behind him, Lu Xing felt very annoyed. Now he was playing the good guy. Right now, Lu Xing disliked everyone. He thought none of the people in the dorm were good, especially Yu Changxi, who was the most annoying. If it weren't for him, Lu Xing wouldn't have had a conflict with Zhao Kai today. He also remembered how Yu Changxi had lied to him before and hidden good things he found. That made Lu Xing even more upset. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. The four of them returned to the dorm, each doing their own thing, without talking. As it was almost bedtime, Yu Changxi wanted to ease the mood, so he said, come on, let's go take a shower. Whatever's bothering you, it'll pass. Don't take it to heart. Zhao Kai still felt a bit upset, but stood up with the others. Zhang Tugan immediately agreed, exactly. We had a fight in the village, but when we sit at the table, we drink together. Just a few words, no big deal. Lu Xing sat on the bed with his legs crossed, looking disdainful, not even bothering to lift his eyelids or pay attention. Zhao Kai was angry and pushed the two people beside him out of the dorm. Let's go ourselves. Giving him an excuse, and he still won't back down. Are we waiting for him to beg? Seeing the others leave, Lu Xing's eyes flashed with a sinister light. He quickly got off the bed and searched through Yu Changxi's bed and closet again, just like last time, but still found nothing special. He was more convinced that the things Bai Chuan gave Yu Changxi that day must be very important, which is why he always kept them on him. Lu Xing curled his lips into a cold smile, picked up a basin and a towel, and left the room. At the public bathhouse, it was easy to recognize the clothes Yu Changxi and the others had changed out of. Lu Xing pretended to place his basin on a nearby shelf. When no one was around, he immediately started to search through Yu Changxi's clothes and pockets. Before touching the front of the coat, he suddenly noticed a small protruding part. He was pleased and quickly flipped the lining over, discovering a hidden pocket inside. He reached in and took out the contents, his eyes lighting up. There were 2 weekend movie tickets for Lushan Love. He hurriedly put the tickets into his pocket, then carefully returned the rest of Yu Changxi's clothes to their original place. He grabbed a basin and left the public bathroom quickly. Lu Xing walked while sneering. A country bumpkin still wants to go to the movies and plans to watch a romantic film. He clearly has bad intentions. He knew Yu Changxi pretended to be honest and simple on the outside, but inside, he was full of tricks. Lu Yuding must have been hypnotized to like such a rural person. But that's okay. Lu Yuding didn't know Lu Xing back then. After spending more time with him, she would see that he was much better than that kid Yu Changxi. Because he promised Meng Jiuan yesterday, Yu Chengel invited Changxi and the others to eat and then went straight back to the shop. He wandered around inside, seemingly busy with something. Even Li Mei noticed she seemed a bit strange and couldn't help asking, "Changle, are you looking for something?" Yu Changle wasn't actually looking for anything. She was just trying to distract herself. The moment she thought about Meng Jian coming soon, her heart beat faster and faster. "It's nothing, sisterly. I'm just tidying up a bit. You can finish your work and leave when you're done. I'll take care of the cleaning." Chi-Ro was overjoyed when she heard this. Since Yu Changle had warned her openly and secretly, she had been staying in the shop every day, afraid to be late or leave early. She reluctantly stayed to help Li Mei with cleaning and organizing. Today, with Yu Changle's words, she could leave early, maybe even catch the skating rink before it closed. In the past 2 days, she didn't dare to slack off during lunch, and after work, the skating rink was already closed when she went. She hadn't seen Luo Chung once, and was worried he might forget her over time. But she didn't want to miss Luo Chung. The feeling of being called sister-in-law by everyone was just too wonderful. Li Mei didn't think much, and just assumed Yu Changle was going far away. She still felt uneasy about many things. "Don't worry too much about the shop. Chi-Ro and I are here. I heard from Lao Wang that the temperature in Yangcheng is higher than here. Tonight, pack some lighter clothes and check carefully to make sure you don't forget anything." Yu Changle nodded. Li Mei's reminder was timely. She almost forgot that the temperature in Yangcheng could be 7 or 8 degrees higher than Jinbo. So, she needed to bring summer clothes. After they left, Yu Changle closed the shop door and started packing her luggage. She planned to stay in Yangcheng for about 3 days. These days, inns don't provide toiletries, so she had to think of everything she might need to avoid being messy. She just put a toothbrush into her cloth bag when she remembered Meng Jian should arrive soon. The wind chime at the shop entrance sounded, as if they were communicating telepathically. Jingle, jingle, it was clear and pleasant. She looked up nervously. Outside the glass door, the handsome and tall figure was none other than Meng Jian. Meng Jian stood quietly outside, looking at Yu Changle with happiness in his heart. It was past closing time, and the shop lights were still on. She knew he was coming, so she waited for him specially. Yu Changle shyly went to open the door. "It's so cold outside, and you didn't knock. Why are you just standing there?" Meng Jian wanted to maintain a calm and composed image, but as soon as he saw Yu Changle, he completely forgot his plan. His hand involuntarily reached out to hold her hand and pulled her in front of him. "Darling, do you think I am sick?" Yu Changle immediately worriedly reached out to feel his forehead. It wasn't hot, even a bit cool from the wind. "Are you feeling unwell? Are you catching a cold?" Meng Jian stared at Yu Changle's small face with infatuation, feeling he could never get tired of looking at her. He shook his head and gazed deeply into her caring eyes. "I think I must have caught love sickness." Yu Changle took a deep breath, and only one thought crossed her mind. Has this cheesy romantic talk existed so early? Originally, Yu Changle thought it was a bit funny, but combined with Meng Jian's face and sincere tone, she couldn't help but feel a little moved. So, whether cheesy pickup lines are cheesy or not mainly depends on the face, right? But she didn't dare let Meng Jian keep going. If he said a few more romantic words, things might quickly escalate to a more intense scene like last time. She wasn't mentally prepared to go that far. She noticed that Meng Jian's hand, which was holding hers, felt a bit cold, so she asked, "Have you eaten dinner?" Meng Jian shook his head. "I wanted to see you earlier, so I came straight after training." Hearing this, Yu Changle felt both warm and a little sad. After a whole day of training, and with the weather getting colder, he definitely needed to eat to keep warm. "There are some vegetables brought by Sister Lee from the backyard. I'll see if I can make you a bowl of noodles." Meng Jian's lips curved into a smile. It was clear that his wife cared about him. Thinking about it, his first attempt at cooking was also to make noodles for his wife, but he messed up at the fried egg stage. Luckily, his wife helped him just in time. Thinking this way, life is really unpredictable. In just 2 months, their relationship had changed so much. He also had to thank Commissar Ning's unconditional kindness, which prevented him from missing out on such a good wife. There is actually a kitchen in the backyard, but it's small and poorly designed. The biggest problem is that it still uses firewood, which was mainly because the original owner, Zhang Dapeng, lived alone and didn't cook often. By the 1980s, city folks mostly used kerosene stoves. This kind of traditional stove that still needs firewood was probably left behind by Zhang Dapeng's grandparents. Since it was inconvenient for Yu Chang'e to use, she decided to include renovating the kitchen in her plans. Meng Juan saw that Yu Chang'e was quite unfamiliar with lighting the fire, so he went over and squatted in front of the stove to help. In just a few tries, he managed to start the fire. Sister Li often brought vegetables from her own garden. Sometimes at noon, she would cook a quick meal at the shop. Yu Chang'e looked around. There were tomatoes, eggs, green onions, bok choy, and a handful of dried noodles she bought from the supply and marketing cooperative last time. Making a bowl of tomato and egg noodles was more than enough. Outside, it was already dark. The autumn wind was blowing, rustling the leaves. Under the dim yellow light of the small kitchen, the fire in the stove burned brightly, making the cold autumn night feel especially warm. Meng Juyen was crouching in front of the stove, occasionally stirring something and glancing up to see if Yu Chang'e needed help. Meanwhile, Yu Chang'e was busy preparing ingredients with quick and nimble movements, wearing an apron. Soon, the water boiled, and smoke filled the small kitchen. The ingredients were gradually added to the pot, followed by seasonings. The steaming aroma filled the entire kitchen. Meng Juyen looked at Yu Chang'e's slightly red face and felt an indescribable happiness inside. He couldn't help but hug Yu Chang'e from behind, bend down, and press his face against her cheek, softly saying with satisfaction, "Wife, once the new house is built, let's invite everyone over to eat, and we can also hold our wedding again, okay?" His wife was so wonderful, yet he had not appreciated her enough before. She had suffered quite a bit, and even their marriage was just a simple report. He had arranged for her to live in the military compound, without even having a proper wedding banquet. He had left quickly to return to the army for military activities. When he came back, he didn't bring up the idea of a proper wedding again. Now, he wanted to make up for all the things he hadn't done before. He wanted to give her a grand wedding and have their marriage blessed by friends and family. Yu Chang'e's face flushed from his close embrace. Hearing him mention the wedding again made her heart race even faster. She didn't know if Meng Juyen had some kind of mind-reading ability, but in her heart, their relationship was more like that of a young couple in the sweet early days of dating, holding hands, hugging, even kissing, all progressing at a speed that felt like flying. Planning a wedding again was like a reminder that they were already legally married. All those intimate gestures were natural. Even the most important step, being truly husband and wife, hadn't been completed yet. The final part of the wedding was sending the bride into the bridal chamber, right? Just thinking about it made her face turn red and her heart pound. If it really came to that, it wouldn't just be like taking a plane, it would be like launching a rocket. Eating is fine, but redoing the wedding isn't necessary. We're already legally married, so whether we hold a wedding or not doesn't matter. Yu Chang'e weakly tried to dissuade Meng Juyen from his idea. She found it hard enough to deal with him, and if they really had a wedding, those noisy people from Baichuan would probably cause a fuss about the wedding night. She was worried she wouldn't be able to handle it. General Manager Yu, who is very efficient at work, has little experience in dating. Entering marriage directly is a big challenge for her. However, when Meng Juyen heard this, it sounded more like Yu Chang'e's understanding and care for him. He felt more guilty, because we are legally married, we must have a proper wedding. I don't want you to feel any unfairness or regret in our marriage. Things I didn't do well before, I hope you can give me a chance to make up for them. Meng Juyen spoke sincerely, and Yu Chang'e's heart melted like chocolate, sweet and a little dizzy. Suddenly, a drop of boiling water splashed onto her hand, snapping her back to reality. Oh no, the noodles are about to burn. Yu Chang'e hurriedly tried to fix the noodles, ignoring the heat. Meng Juyen kindly took the bowl from her. His hands were rough and calloused, but not afraid of the heat. This distraction shifted the topic away from the wedding. While eating the noodles his wife made, Meng Juyen felt so happy he almost fainted. He wished he could eat his wife's cooking every day. He was even more eager for the day they finished building the new house and held the wedding. After finishing the noodles, he remembered the main reason he came today. He took an envelope from his bag and handed it to Yu Changel. "This is the military family introduction letter I arranged for you.
Keep it with you.
When you arrive in Yangcheng, you can stay at the military guest house for safety. I don't know exactly when you're leaving, so I didn't book your tickets. But the railway has been notified. You can buy a sleeper ticket with the introduction letter. 2 tickets." Thinking about Jiang Yu traveling with his wife on the train, Meng Jiwen couldn't help feeling a bit jealous. Yu Changel looked surprised and happy. She had been busy with many things these days, but she forgot that in the 1980s, you needed an introduction letter to travel. If Meng Jiwen hadn't been so careful, she might have realized too late and missed her train. In her excitement, she kissed Meng Jiwen's handsome face. Meng Jiwen was first stunned, then quickly turned around and held Yu Changel, who was about to run away, on his lap. "This is you kissing me first, so it's not fair that only you can kiss. I should be able to kiss you too." The longer Meng Jiwen stayed with Yu Changel, the more he showed his childish side. He became more skilled at acting spoiled and being naughty. Surrounded tightly in his arms, Yu Changel blushed. This Meng Jiwen was becoming more and more bold. She explained, "That was a Western-style courtesy, a way to thank you for helping me with the introduction letter." Meng Jiwen looked at her with deep affection and smiled lovingly. "Then I also want to thank you. Thank you for coming to my side. Thank you for becoming my wife. And thank you for bringing me so much happiness." Before Yu Changel could react, he leaned down and kissed her. Unlike the last sudden storm of a kiss, this time his lips gently moved over hers, as if expressing his endless love. Every touch made her body tremble softly, as if a warm current was spreading from his lips through her, wrapping her completely and making her unable to resist. Outside the window, under the eaves, a breeze blew, accompanied by the clear, melodious sound of wind chimes, scattering golden leaves everywhere. All her tasks were finished, and Yu Changel planned to go to Jinbo Hotel to find Jiang Yu. If he was also free after finishing his work at Jinbo, they could leave together for Yangcheng. If he was still busy, she intended to go alone. For her, traveling alone to Yangcheng was not scary, especially since she was used to frequent business trips alone in her past life. She was more worried about missing the winter clothing sales season if she arrived late. This was her first time visiting Jinbo City's most luxurious international hotel, the Jinbo Hotel. Its grandeur was obvious just from its appearance. On the usually dull, 2-story buildings on the central street, a 6-story building stood tall, taking up half the street. Its walls were painted in a light beige color. Each room had an iron flower stand under the window, filled with pink bougainvillea, lush and vibrant, making the entire wall look like a beautiful oil painting. The hotel's main entrance was 5 meters wide, and from across the street, you could see its magnificent interior decoration. Ordinary workers wouldn't have a chance to step inside all year, as the prices inside were shockingly high. But for Yu Changel, who was used to staying in luxury hotels, there was no feeling of intimidation. She calmly approached the front desk, gave the room number Jiang Yu had left her, and asked them to contact him to come downstairs. Then she leisurely sat in a corner booth in the lobby, waiting for him. What she didn't notice was that this booth was actually part of the hotel's cafe area. At this time, few Chinese people were drinking coffee. Even those wealthy enough to stay at the Golden Silk Hotel rarely visited the coffee shop. Most Chinese people felt naturally uncomfortable with such fashionable imported items. This coffee shop was mainly prepared for foreign guests. The staff usually served foreigners and knew some basic foreign languages, which made them feel more important. Suddenly, a young girl sat down casually. After watching her for a while, it seemed she wasn't planning to order anything. The female waiter looked a bit annoyed. However, since the hotel's rules were clear, she didn't dare to show her displeasure openly. She lifted her chin and approached to offer help. "Hello. May I get you something to drink?" Yu Changel thought the service at the Golden Silk Hotel was pretty good. As soon as she sat down, someone came to ask her. She smiled and said, "Just a glass of water. Thank you." The waiter inwardly sneered, thinking she was just an old-fashioned local. Did she think she could sit there for free just by asking for water? She put on her typical friendly smile and in a slightly exaggerated tone said, "Certainly. We have imported mineral water and domestic mineral water, and the prices are different. Which would you like?" Yu Changel realized this wasn't just warm service, but a paid option. She had money, but didn't want to be taken advantage of. She didn't drink plain water at home, so she might as well drink mineral water at the most luxurious hotel in the city. She couldn't tell the difference anyway.
"No, thank you," she replied.
The waiter showed a predictable sneer and spoke coldly. "Sorry, miss. The place you're sitting in is a commercial area. If you're not going to buy anything, please find another place to sit." Under this kind reminder, Yu Changel finally noticed the sign on the counter that said coffee shop. Although the way the staff openly asked her to leave felt uncomfortable, she understood it was their rule. Not wanting to cause trouble, she quickly stood up with a bit of regret. Just as she was about to go to the door to wait for Jiangyu, she suddenly heard a sarcastic comment in a mix of Chinese and English behind her. "Humph, I told you. It's just another beggar." Yu Changel thought she had heard wrong and turned around in disbelief. Just then, she saw the female waitress who had served her earlier talking to another waitress, with her gaze openly fixed on her. She never expected that the first English words she heard after rebirth in the 1980s would be someone insulting her as a beggar. She thought that staff at a high-end hotel would have better manners, but it seemed they only had higher standards, as this girl, after just learning a few words, looked down on her fellow countrymen. Yu Changel stepped forward and stared at the waitress up and down, making her feel nervous under her gaze. Unable to hold back, she asked, "What are you looking at?" "I'm watching a joke about a salesperson who sells luxury goods and thinks she's a luxury item herself. Even coffee isn't considered a luxury anymore." "I'm watching a joke about a salesperson who sells luxury goods and thinks she's a luxury item herself. Even coffee isn't considered a luxury anymore. Shame on you. I'm so embarrassed for you." The fluent English and proper slang in her words made the waitress feel nervous. Could she have misjudged this girl? Maybe she was a fellow country person? Although she didn't understand everything the girl said, she was sure the girl understood her insult calling her a beggar. The waitress's face turned pale with fear. If a foreign guest complained, the hotel could fire her immediately. She knew how hard it was to get a job at Jinbo Hotel, good pay, a nice working environment. Especially working in the cafe, which was a very relaxed apartment, just needing to learn a few simple coffee names to serve foreign guests, and she could earn tips. Those colorful foreign currencies, regardless of their value, were rare and made her popular among her friends.
Sorry.
"Sorry.
I'm
sorry."
Say.
The waitress, who had just confidently asked her, "What are you looking at?" when she heard her speak English, immediately panicked and apologized repeatedly in poor English. She moved faster than even a traditional face-changing trick. At that moment, Yu Changel thought to herself, if apologies could fix everything, why would we need the police? Yu Changel didn't want to argue further with this waitress. Someone who looks down on others and worships foreign things, especially in a foreign-related hotel, is simply embarrassing for the country. Her obvious double standards, treating locals and foreigners differently, only makes foreigners look down on our people more. She is not a police officer, nor trying to judge morally from a high ground. But she also believes that she shouldn't ignore issues around her. Since she saw what happened, she feels responsible to help society improve. If everyone turns a blind eye to problems around them, eventually, we will all live in a big trash heap. She didn't want to say more to the waitress. Instead, she turned to the front desk. The waitress quickly followed, apologizing and explaining repeatedly, but Yu Changel ignored her. She simply asked the front desk to contact the manager. Seeing that Yu Changel was serious, the waitress became desperate. "I already apologized to you. What more do you want? Are you never satisfied?" Yu Changel smiled instead of getting angry. "Just because you apologized doesn't mean I have to accept it. Isn't your apology based on the fact that you insulted a customer first? So, what did I do to deserve your scolding?" These words left the waitress speechless. The front desk manager arrived immediately after hearing the news. Yu Changel told him everything clearly, without exaggeration. The manager's face flickered with embarrassment and anger. All the staff in the hotel are carefully chosen. Whether it's height, appearance, family background, or education, they are much better than ordinary factory workers. Based on what Yu Chang'e described, this waitress insulted a Chinese guest in English without reason. She immediately apologized when she heard the guest speak English. This clearly shows favoritism and a disrespectful attitude towards her own people. Her attitude was truly shameful. The hotel staff are trained to be friendly and welcoming to foreign guests, but that doesn't mean they should look down on their own compatriots. The lobby manager repeatedly apologized, saying he would seriously handle the incident of insulting the guest. At this moment, Jiang Yu also came down from upstairs. Seeing Yu Chang'e surrounded by a group of people, he quickly approached and asked, "Chang'e, what's going on?" The lobby manager saw that Jiang Yu and this young lady knew each other. His face stiffened even more. She was a regular guest in their luxury suite, staying about a week each month. For a high-end hotel like Jinbo Hotel, with expensive prices, foreign guests certainly have spending power, but very few foreigners stay here. Domestic big clients, like Jiang Yu, are their main source of income. Offending a big client like Jiang Yu's friend would be like risking their own job. The lobby manager couldn't think of how to explain himself to Jiang Yu. Since Yu Chang'e had finished speaking, he didn't want to dwell on this small incident and focused on the main matter. "It's a minor issue. The manager will handle it. I came to ask if you're done with your work? When do you plan to return?" Hearing this, the lobby manager was very grateful and quickly nodded. "Of course. Please rest assured, we will handle this properly. If you have anything to discuss, feel free to sit and chat. I'll have someone bring over some tea." Yu Chang'e's role was unknown to him, but Jiang Yu was a businessman from Guangzhou. People there loved drinking tea. Under the lobby manager's warm invitation, the two sat again in the coffee shop booth where Yu Chang'e had accidentally sat earlier. This time, the waiter in the coffee shop became very attentive. Without saying a word, he served them a pot of Tiguanyin tea as instructed by the manager, bowing respectfully and showing no trace of arrogance. Seeing that Yu Chang'e looked fine and that Jiang Yu was talking about serious matters, he didn't ask further and simply replied, "I've finished everything. If it's convenient for you, we can leave today. There's a train to Guangzhou at 8 p.m., but since we just bought the tickets now, we might only get standing tickets." Originally, Jiang Yu and Yu Chang'e had only a passing acquaintance. Although he had some good feelings for her before, he was disappointed to learn she was married. But it wasn't enough to make him feel deeply attached. Treating Yu Chang'e as a friend was easy for Jiang Yu. So when he saw her today, he was confident and straightforward. Yu Chang'e was very happy when he said they could leave today. "Okay, let's go to the station now to buy tickets. If we can buy tickets for today, we'll leave today. If not, we'll leave tomorrow." As soon as she thought about earning money, Yu Chang'e felt full of energy. Jiang Yu didn't talk much. He had traveled all over the country with his father before, so leaving at any time was very normal for him. Before leaving, Yu Chang'e called over the waiter at the coffee shop. The waiter carefully approached with a smile. "Hello, miss. Would you like some more tea?" Yu Chang'e shook her head and asked, "How much is this tea?" The lobby manager had already said before leaving that the tea for these two guests was free, so the waiter quickly replied, "This pot of Tiguanyin is a gift from our hotel. No need to pay." Yu Chang'e waved her hand. "Tell me how much I should pay for this tea." The waiter thought she just wanted to know the price, so he honestly answered, "A pot of Tiguanyin costs 4 yuan. A pot of tea at Jinbo Hotel was as expensive as ordering 2 large dishes at Haokalai, so it was indeed costly." Yu Chang'e nodded, stood up, and took out 5 yuan, placing it on the counter. "The extra money is your tip." Following the usual 10% tip rule, Yu Chang'e gave a tip of 25%, which was quite generous. The waiter at the coffee shop was both surprised and happy, repeatedly thanking Yu Chang'e. Yu Chang'e didn't want to give money just to punish someone. After giving the waiter a lesson earlier, she also wanted to remind them not to judge people by appearances. Even if they do service work for profit, they shouldn't underestimate the strength of the Chinese people. Doing good service and making customers satisfied is the way to earn the rewards they hope for. Her complaint about the rude waiter was simply to correct the wrong behavior she saw, not to get a free pot of tea. There was no need to accept that favor for nothing. At the station, Yu Changel took out the introduction letter prepared by Meng Jiwen. She easily bought 2 soft sleeper tickets to Yangcheng at the ticket window, both lower berths. This made Jiang Yu truly impressed with her. Train sleeper tickets are very popular and often sold out days in advance. He usually traveled for business at any time, and being able to buy a soft seat on the same day was already good. Many times, he could only get a hard seat or standing tickets, which was very uncomfortable. If just now Yu Changel took out 5 yuan to pay, Jiang Yu still thought it was not a big deal. However, being able to easily buy a same-day train ticket for a soft sleeper is not something an ordinary person can do casually. The train ticket from Jinbo to Yangcheng is not cheap. 21 yuan 50 cents for a hard seat, 25 yuan for a soft seat, and 35 yuan for a sleeper. Jiang Yu wanted to give the money for the ticket to Yu Changel. She didn't refuse. Being able to buy a sleeper ticket was already very impressive. Jiang Yu could see she had more money than herself. She didn't need to pretend to be richer than she was. 35 yuan might even buy 2 more pieces of clothing. After buying the tickets, the 2 of them went back to pack their luggage. They agreed to meet at the train station entrance at 7 o'clock. Yu Changel went back to the shop to get her luggage. It was just a cloth bag containing 3 sets of light clothes and toiletries. She also brought 2 bottles of sweet wine she bought from the boss before leaving Haukalai. She didn't dare keep the money for the wine in her bag, so she kept it close inside her coat pocket. When she came out of her small room, Li Mei had just finished helping a customer at the counter and was recording the accounts. Qi-ro was standing alone at the large window, looking out at the street outside, seemingly lost in thought. Yu Changel frowned. No one would be happy to see their employee, whom they paid, often distracted and daydreaming. Right now, they were short of staff. She didn't say much, just reminded Li Mei not to let herself work alone all the time. When she wasn't in the shop, Li Mei was the manager. She needed to reasonably divide the work between herself and Qi-ro. After that, they also hired Cui, and the work needed to be fairly distributed. Li Mei wasn't stupid. She understood Yu Changel's subtle hints. Since Qi-ro started working in the shop, even Li Mei noticed that she was becoming less interested in her job. She used to disappear for 2 or 3 hours at noon. It was better when Yu Changel was around. Now that Yu Changel was going out again, Li Mei wanted to see if Qi-ro would repeat her old habits. This was such a good job with such a high salary. If Qi-ro didn't cherish it, Li Mei, who had hired her, couldn't stand it anymore. If it came to dismissing her, even if she told Qi-ro's sister-in-law, she would feel at peace with herself. Seeing Yu Changel about to leave, Li Mei quickly ran to the small kitchen in the backyard and packed the 3 pork pies and 10 marinated eggs she had specially brought from home. These are all things I specially made for you this morning. Take some on the way and on the train. Food on the train isn't very clean, so it's better to eat homemade dishes you can trust. Yu Changel took the food, feeling both amused and touched. She only sat on the train for a day. How could she possibly eat so much? But these were all from Li Mei's kindness, and Yu Changel felt warm inside. It felt really nice to be cared for. It was still early, so Yu Changel planned to visit the army base again before leaving. Officially, she said it was because Meng Jiwen needed help with a backyard house project, but secretly, she just wanted to see him again. She had already been to the base twice, once during her divorce troubles and once to deliver a message for Sisterly. It seemed she hadn't properly visited Meng Jiwen yet. In the eyes of outsiders, Li Weigua and his wife, Lu Fong, appeared to have a good relationship. Lu Fong often visited the base, bringing good food or clean clothes, leaving a good impression of a caring, harmonious family. But Yu Changel, originally a young girl from the countryside, didn't know much about social etiquette. After her rebirth, her relationship with Meng Jiwen was tense, and almost everyone at the base knew that Meng Lianzhang's family was having serious disagreements. Even higher-ups had heard about it and advised Meng Jiwen to keep his family stable. For such a talented young officer, any bad impression could hurt his career prospects, which would be entirely harmful. However, Yu Changel had no experience visiting her partner's unit, though she had plenty of experience visiting clients. She thought it shouldn't be much different. Meng Jian was a company commander, with many soldiers under him. She couldn't possibly invite so many people to dinner, so she decided to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some snacks. She could buy more for everyone to share. Young people liked that kind of thing. Today, she was lucky. The cooperative had a new type of candy. Unlike regular fruit candies, it was individually wrapped milk candies. The white wrappers had a vivid little white rabbit printed on them. Because it was expensive, fewer people bought it. Yu Chengel immediately recognized it. Wasn't this the white rabbit milk candy she loved as a child? Hello, how much is this milk candy per jean? The clerk, seeing someone interested in buying the unpopular candy, perked up. Do you have a ticket? With a ticket, it's 1.50 yuan per jean. Without a ticket, it's 2 yuan. Yu Chengel, being a small business owner, didn't have a ticket. Luckily, she thought 2 yuan per jean wasn't expensive, so she asked the clerk to weigh 5 jean. She also saw some roasted snacks like sunflower seeds, peanuts, and broad beans, and asked the clerk to weigh 5 jean of those too. The total was just 12 yuan and 50 cents. Yu Chengel paid happily. She wanted to buy more but was worried she couldn't carry it all, especially since she was carrying a cloth bag. She wondered if there were suitcases for sale in Yangcheng. If so, she would buy one with wheels. Carrying several big bags of snacks, she called a tricycle as she left the supply and marketing cooperative. Why does she work hard? To make herself and her family comfortable. She wouldn't walk all the way to the army base just to save 50 cents. About 10 minutes later, the tricycle stopped outside the army gate. A soldier on duty looked alert as a young woman got off the tricycle. When he looked closer, his eyes showed surprise. She was so beautiful and energetic. To make traveling easier, Yu Chengel wore casual clothes today. She had a white blouse with a bow, purple pants, and a matching purple blazer. Her long black hair was tied high in a ponytail, looking youthful and lively. Compared to most people on the street wearing gray-blue clothes, she looked like she came from another world. As Yu Chengel approached, one of the soldiers on duty suddenly got excited. He recognized her. Isn't she the wife of Major Meng, who asked him to pass a message last time? Sure enough, Yu Chengel walked over and said to him, "Hello, comrade. I am a family member of Meng Jian. I want to bring him some things. Could you please help me call him?" This made the young soldier very excited. Wow, the wife of Major Meng finally came to see him. Now he had a chance to make up for his silly mistake last time. He nodded repeatedly, looking so happy that it seemed like Yu Chengel was here to give him something. "Sister-in-law, wait here a moment. I'll go tell Major Meng. Please wait here, and don't leave." This time, he was filled with excitement and high spirits. He didn't need to sneak around like last time at the training ground. He boldly headed straight for the first company. He even hoped someone would stop him and ask what he was doing, so he could loudly announce that Lieutenant Meng's wife had come to visit him. Unfortunately, Deng Youwei's temporary position had ended, and the training ground was full of soldiers focused on their drills. No one paid attention to his running. He ran smoothly all the way to Meng Jian, feeling a little disappointed. Then, he used his loudest voice to shout, "Report to Lieutenant Meng. Your wife has brought you something. She's waiting for you at the gate of the base." Before he finished, not only Meng Jian's unit, but also soldiers from nearby units all looked sharply in Meng Jian's direction. Could it be that Lieutenant Meng's wife finally came to visit him? Weren't their relationship supposed to be not very good? Hadn't there been rumors about a divorce? And wasn't she the one who came to see Deputy Captain Wang last time? Now, silence was more powerful than words. The soldiers' curiosity burned brightly in their hearts. Meng Jian almost didn't recognize his own ears from the shouting, but when he heard the report clearly, his eyes lit up and a faint smile appeared on his usually serious face. "Zhao Dezhu, keep training the team." The squad leader, Zhao Dezhu, happily stepped forward. This was great news. Their company commander was good at everything, except his family life was a bit less impressive compared to other company commanders. Especially Captain Li from the 3rd Company, his wife seemed to want everyone to know they were a loving couple. She came to visit once or twice a week, making it look like Captain Li had a terrible memory. always leaving things at home for his wife to bring. Meng Jiuan could still walk a few steps confidently, but as soon as he stepped out of the training ground, he couldn't help but start running. It was a joke. His wife was waiting for him at the gate. The young soldier who had told Meng Jiuan about his wife was still standing there, happily smiling, as if his own partner had arrived. Second Company Commander Qin Yong was very curious. He had never seen Meng Jiuan's wife come to the base before. He thought she was a simple, honest country girl who was shy to come out and meet people. "Did you see Lieutenant Meng's wife?" he asked. The young soldier nodded repeatedly. This time, he was sure he wouldn't mistake her. "What does she look like?" Qin Yong asked all the questions on everyone's minds. The soldiers seemed to stand straight and serious, but each one was secretly listening carefully to the young soldier's answers. The young soldier nodded hard, remembering the stunning sight of Yu Chang'e getting off the car. His face turned red. "Very beautiful. Really very beautiful." When Qin Yong asked more details, the young soldier couldn't describe it well. He just kept saying, "Beautiful. Extremely beautiful. Like a movie star." This made the soldiers even more excited. They wished they could stretch their necks to see what Mrs. Meng looked like. Unaware of the fuss behind him, Meng Jiuan rushed to the gate. He immediately saw the tall and graceful Yu Chang'e. He was so happy, he almost wanted to hug her right away. He held back, ran up, and gently took her hand. "Chang'e, you're here." Yu Chang'e's face was as beautiful as a peach blossom. She was almost startled by Meng Jiuan's excitement. Seeing how he rushed over, she thought he might try to hug her in front of everyone. Luckily, he only held her hand. The soldiers on guard looked at each other in shock. Was this young officer, who smiled brighter than spring, really their cold and stern squad leader, Meng Lian? They didn't know Meng Lian's partner was so beautiful. No wonder he didn't come to the unit often. If they had such a beautiful wife, they would hide her even better than Meng Lian, afraid someone might steal her. Feeling a bit shy under their gaze, Yu Chang'e blushed. She quickly took a handful of snacks, big bags of candies and sunflower seeds, and handed them to him. "I'm taking the train to Yangqing at 8 tonight. I wanted to tell you before I leave. The backyard house matters. Please follow up. These snacks are bought from the supply store on my way here. Please share them with the comrades." Yu Chang'e's words sounded stiff and awkward, unlike her usual confident self when visiting clients. Instead, she seemed nervous and unnatural. Meng Jiuan looked at the heavy bags in his hands, first surprised, then realized his wife was really visiting him and his comrades. A new feeling of pride and happiness filled his heart. He wanted to pick her up and tell everyone he had such a good wife. Seeing him smile foolishly, Yu Chang'e also smiled. "My train leaves at 8 tonight. Are you going to make me stand here in the cold wind all this time? Why not take me to the dormitory?" Meng Jiuan finally snapped out of his full happiness and said, "Let's go. I'll take you inside." The two registered at the guard post. Meng Jiuan reached into his pocket and took out a handful of candies and snacks, placing them on the table with a big smile. He said, "This is for your sister-in-law to treat you." The guards immediately saluted. "Hello, sister-in-law." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Yu Chang'e felt a bit shy. It seemed like Meng Jiuan's gesture was similar to a bride handing out candies when she visits her groom's family. No matter how embarrassed she felt, she bought these candies herself, so she had to give them. "You're welcome. You've worked hard," she said. "It's not hard. We're serving the people," the guards replied. Seeing the happy and envious smiles of the young soldiers, Meng Jiuan suddenly changed his mind about just taking Yu Chang'e back to the dormitory. Instead, he pulled her toward the training ground. Yu Chang'e had never been to Meng Jiuan's dormitory and didn't know where it was, so she obediently followed him forward. They walked along the fragrant camphor tree avenue, then turned right. Suddenly, a large training ground filled with soldiers appeared before Yu Chang'e. The soldiers moved in perfect unison, shouting powerful slogans. Hundreds of them sweated as they trained diligently with determined faces. The scene made Yu Chang'e feel excited and proud. Standing together, Yu Chang'e's bright figure and Meng Jiuan's tall, strong stature made it hard not to notice both of them. "Oh my, is this Meng Lianzhang's wife? She's so beautiful." Standing next to Meng Lianzhang, they looked like a perfect pair of handsome and beautiful people. The soldiers stared in amazement. The young soldier who had just delivered the message smiled proudly, thinking, I was right, she's incredibly beautiful. Although Meng Jiuan was trying to hide his inner joy and pride, a slight smile still appeared at the corner of his mouth. He pretended to be casual, holding Yu Changle's hand as they slowly walked past the training ground. After being amazed by the soldiers' training, Yu Changle suddenly noticed that although the soldiers were still practicing their moves in neat steps, their eyes were all focused on her and Meng Jiuan. Even Yu Changle, who had seen many grand scenes, couldn't withstand the intense gaze of hundreds of soldiers. Her face turned bright red instantly. She tried hard to keep her smile on her face, biting her molars as she clenched her fist in Meng Jiuan's palm. Are you sure this is the way to the dormitory? Meng Jiuan felt as if a tiny kitten had scratched his palm. He forced a calm smile and said, I suddenly remembered something important I need to handle. Please accompany me to the office first, then we can go back to the dorm. Yu Changle didn't believe his nonsense. She didn't know the way, but it wasn't her eyes that were the problem. At this moment, Meng Jiuan's smile was almost reaching his ears. He was just doing it on purpose. Meng Jiuan led Yu Changle to a row of soldiers and stopped. Captain Zhao Dezhu immediately ran over. He had seen the captain's wife before, but today she looked even more beautiful than he remembered. Report to the captain. The first company has completed today's training. Should we add more training? Meng Jiuan smiled brightly. Let's finish training for today. Your wife came to see you and brought some snacks. Take them and share with everyone. Before handing over the snack bag, he also grabbed a handful of white rabbit candies and put them in his pocket. He hadn't eaten them yet, but his heart was already feeling sweet. He secretly thought that his wife must have already found out his little secret about liking sweets. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, sister-in-law. The soldiers of the first company cheered instantly. They were happier than if they hadn't finished training. Their sister-in-law came to visit and brought snacks. This was an unprecedented treat. In the past, they only envied other companies for having a sister-in-law visit. Today, it was finally their turn to feel proud. Within 5 minutes, all the snack bags were emptied. Not a single sunflower seed was left. Each soldier's pocket was full, and they all looked happy. Even after the formation was dismissed, they didn't leave. They gathered around Yu Changle, asking questions. They were very curious about their captain's wife. There were rumors from somewhere that Captain Meng's wife was overweight, plain, and had a bad temper. The soldiers admired Captain Meng and naturally had strong opinions about the woman in the rumors. But today, seeing her in person, they realized it was not true at all. Sister-in-law was beautiful, had a great figure, and her smile was sweeter than honey. She also bought them so many snacks. Standing with their captain, she looked like a perfect match. The previous rumors must have been made up by someone jealous and full of envy. The soldiers from the other platoons nearby looked on eagerly, their envy obvious on their faces. Captain Li Weigua of the 3rd platoon saw the cheerful laughter from their side and couldn't help but frown. Young people are just like that, thoughtless. Is the training ground a place for them to show off their affection? And that Yu Changle, coming to the army dressed like that, not at all proper or serious. When Lu Fang came to the unit, she was always confident and straightforward, never trying to stand out like these two lovebirds. The squad leader of the 3rd platoon was not very perceptive. When he saw that the 1st platoon had finished their activities, he went forward to ask Li Weigua for his opinion, only to be scolded harshly. You want to dismiss the 1st platoon? Why don't you do that every time? If you think the 1st platoon is good, you can ask to transfer there. Just report it, and I'll approve it. Initially, the soldiers of the 3rd platoon were eager to act, but after seeing their squad leader get scolded so badly, they all shrank back. Even though their platoon leader's wife often visited the army, she always brought things for the platoon leader himself, never for them. Now, seeing the soldiers' pockets bulging and their faces full of smiles, as if it were New Year's, they couldn't help but feel very envious. Wife, these candies are really delicious. Wife, your clothes look so nice. Where did you buy them? I want to get a set for my sister too. Wife, hello, my name is. Seeing how warmly the soldiers greeted Yu Chang'e, Meng Jiuan initially felt proud. But as he listened more carefully, something seemed off. Another person was even trying to introduce themselves? Was he getting restless? It was really wasting his and his wife's precious time together. Impatient, Meng Jiuan put on his usual cold, distant expression. All right, everyone disperse. I have other important matters with your wife. Once the commander spoke, even the cleverest little soldiers didn't dare bother Yu Chang'e anymore. They reluctantly said goodbye. Wife, thank you for the candies. Wife, please come again for a review. Wife, do you remember my name?
The
squad leader, Zhao Dezhu, immediately kicked the young man who was trying to introduce himself, scolding and kicking at the same time. Remember it. Are you Wang Erge? Wang Erge, right? Would you like me to find a loudspeaker for you to shout into? Wang Erge was kicked and ran away quickly, still arguing. Squad leader Zhao, didn't you say not to call me by my old name? Now I go by Wang Shui. Zhao Dezhou caught up and kicked him again. What are you talking about? Who's more handsome? Not as handsome as me. The soldiers laughed happily at their little comedy, and Yu Chang'e couldn't help but smile too. These soldiers are really adorable. Thinking about it, even though they carry guns to defend the country and train hard day and night, they're still young and full of energy. After training, they immediately become lively and playful again. Meng Jiuan smiled faintly, shook his head helplessly, and took Yu Chang'e's hand. Come on, I'll take you to my office to see. At first, Yu Chang'e thought Meng Jiuan was just joking, but he really wanted to go to his office. She thought he had something serious to do, so she followed him. Meng Jiuan's company commander's office was small, with a desk, 2 chairs, a bookshelf nearby, and a small orchid on the windowsill. The whole office was very clean and tidy. There were no extra papers on the desk. Yu Chang'e immediately recognized it as Meng Jiuan's office, just like his bedroom, perfectly neat. Meng Jiuan opened the bottom drawer of the desk and took out a thin piece of paper, handing it to Yu Chang'e. Honey, ever since you promised not to divorce me, I've been happy every day, like I'm dreaming. I wanted to tear this paper earlier, but I was afraid the dream would end if I did. Today you came, and it's just perfect. Honey, please tear it for me. If you tear it, I'll feel at ease. When Yu Chang'e saw that it was the divorce application she and Meng Jiuan had signed, she realized what he meant. Hearing Meng Jiuan, who was brave and fearless, say seriously that he was afraid tearing the paper would wake him up from the dream, made her feel a strange feeling inside. It was happiness mixed with a little sadness. Once, she also carefully kept her dreams, afraid that if she was careless, she would wake up from the beautiful dream. But no matter how careful she was, dreams always end. But this time, she could tear up the paper that made Meng Jiuan worry and wake her up from her dreams without hesitation, because she knew that the happiness in front of her was no longer just a dream, but her and Meng Jiuan's new life. The sweet moments together always feel very short. Meng Jiuan changed into casual clothes and reluctantly saw Yu Chang'e off at Jinbo City train station. Jiang Yu was already waiting at the station entrance. Seeing Meng Jiuan send Yu Chang'e off, he wasn't very surprised. After all, the one who understands men best is another man. If he had such a beautiful partner, he might pay even more attention to her than Meng Jiuan does. Seeing Jiang Yu dressed in a suit, Meng Jiuan wanted to sneer. Usually, good men wear practical, comfortable clothes on trains. Jiang Yu, however, looked like a proud peacock, almost ready to spread his tail feathers. Who would want to see such an outfit on a train? It's obvious to everyone what his intentions are. Turning around, his wife's violet outfit among the crowd was very eye-catching, but Meng Jiuan felt no problem with that. His wife attracting attention had nothing to do with what she wore. She shines even in a simple sack. Yu Chang'e saw Jiang Yu had arrived and happily went to greet him. Already so early? Have you had dinner? I brought some biscuits and eggs. Jiang Yu initially wanted to say no, suggesting they eat together at a nearby shop, but faced with Meng Jiuan's intimidating gaze, he changed his mind and said, I've already eaten. Since I have nothing else to do, I came early, so I wouldn't delay anything. Meng Jian expressionlessly extended a hand to him. Please take good care of my wife on the way. His words were polite, but his expression was cold enough to scare. Jiang Yu was surprised when he saw him extend his hand. The 5 finger marks he left last time hadn't even faded by the next morning. Thinking that this time he managed to buy a sleeper ticket with Yu Changle's military ID, Jiang Yu had no choice but to grit his teeth and reach out. No need to thank me. Being able to get a sleeper ticket this time is thanks to you and Changle. I should be thanking you. As expected, the familiar force came immediately. Even though Jiang Yu had prepared himself mentally, his eyebrows kept raising involuntarily, and he thought silently, Buddy, I really did mean to hit your wife.
I don't have any plans for that now. Can you please tone down your strength?
Meng Jian forced a smile on his face but felt very annoyed inside. My name is Changle, and yours is Changle too. Are we that close?
Miss you wouldn't call me that.
It's impolite. Yu Changle sensed an odd, strange atmosphere between the two. Seeing Meng Jian look quite natural, she then looked at Jiang Yu, who was starting to sweat and turn red in the face. She interrupted to separate them. Since we're here, let's go into the station. Jian, go home early. It's getting cold walking on the road at night. Hearing his wife care about him, Meng Jian's icy expression immediately melted. He let go of Jiang Yu's hand and reached out to hold Yu Changli's hand. Jiang Yu was shocked to see him hold Yu Changli's hand and almost shouted out loud. But the next moment, he saw Meng Jian gently hold Yu Changli's hand like a treasure, and he understood instantly. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. As they were about to part, Meng Jian looked full of reluctance. Ignoring the third wheel standing nearby, he directly embraced Yu Changle. He whispered in her ear carefully, When you're outside, nothing else matters. Your safety is the most important. Don't talk to strangers, don't eat food from strangers, and never follow strangers. The troops in Yangcheng have all phones. When you arrive somewhere, call me immediately so I know you're safe. Only then can I rest assured. Try not to go to remote places alone. Eat at proper state-run restaurants. In short, I just want you to come back safe and sound. I will be thinking of you. Yu Changle was held in his arms, listening to his rambling advice and sweet words, feeling her whole body warm and almost melting. She obediently nodded. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. I'll only be gone a few days and will come back. When I do, I'll bring you a gift. Meng Jian affectionately rubbed her head. Your safe return is the best gift for me. Jiang Yu stood nearby, unsure whether to stay or leave, only blaming himself for coming so early and eagerly watching this cheesy farewell scene. Meng Jian was reluctant to let go. Yu Changle, like comforting a child, finally managed to persuade him to loosen his grip. He stood outside the station entrance, eagerly watching Yu Changle go inside, feeling strangely pitiful. Yu Changle reached a corner where she could barely see him. When she looked back, Meng Jian was still there, staring at her like a devoted admirer. She tiptoed, raised her hand, and waved hard at him. Immediately, a smile appeared on Meng Jian's face. He also raised his hand and waved vigorously. For the first time, he experienced the bittersweet feeling of knowing the separation would be brief, but still feeling reluctant to part. As they said their tearful goodbyes, Jiang Yu both envied and sighed. When would he experience the beauty of such love? Walking along the long platform toward the back of the train, she reached the location of the sleeper cars. As Yu Changle moved forward, she could clearly see the big difference between the hard seat, soft seat, and sleeper cars. The hard seat car was the most crowded. On both sides, there were 2 rows of stiff, upright seats facing each other. Each row had 3 seats, and if one person was a bit taller, even their legs had to be crossed. Moreover, the hard seat car sold only standing tickets. The narrow aisle was packed with passengers and baskets and bags stuffed into the luggage racks or blocking the aisle. Even without stepping inside, Yu Changle could imagine the stuffy, unpleasant smell filling the car, based on people's expressions. The middle soft seat car was much better. It didn't sell standing tickets, and the seats and backs were padded with cotton and covered with uniform seat covers, making the environment look cleaner. However, The seats were arranged just like in the hard-seat car, so sitting for a long time would still be uncomfortable, and passengers needed to stand up and stretch now and then. If Yu Chang'e hadn't had that letter of introduction, Jong Yu probably would have bought a soft seat ticket to Yangcheng. It wasn't that he was unwilling to spend money on a sleeper, but sleeper tickets were almost fully booked through various channels before they even went on sale. It was very hard to find a suitable sleeper ticket. They walked all the way to the second-to-last car, carrying their luggage, and finally boarded the train. Seeing the environment of the sleeper car, Yu Chang'e immediately felt relieved. Just like in her memory, one side of the sleeper car has a long aisle with foldable viewing stools by the window. The other side has symmetrical upper, middle, and lower bunks, with a wide table in the middle for placing personal items. Yenqing, she's here. Yu Chang'e is on the lower bunk on the left. Jong Yu is on the lower bunk on the right. They boarded the train late, so the upper and middle bunks in this compartment are already occupied, and there are many things on the table. Yu Chang'e feels lucky that the people in this compartment are decent. No one is sitting on her bed just for convenience. She puts her luggage down, takes out a pork pie and a marinated egg from her pocket, and starts eating. She also offers Jong Yu a pie. Jong Yu accepts without hesitation and takes a big bite. His stomach had already started growling on the platform. Since Meng Jiuan isn't here now, he's not worried about eating Yu Chang'e's pie. Seeing how much Jong Yu enjoys his food, Yu Chang'e guesses he wasn't entirely honest earlier and shares half of the marinated egg with him. They eat and chat. As it approaches 9 o'clock, Jong Yu reminds Yu Chang'e, "Lights out soon. Finish eating, then go wash up, and I'll take my turn." Having someone with her is a good thing. At least there's someone to watch her luggage when she leaves. In the 1980s, trains were crowded and chaotic. If you're not careful, you might lose something. Yu Chang'e nods, grabs her toiletries, and walks toward the front as Jong Yu pointed. There's a simple, shared bathroom for men and women near the connecting area of the soft seat carriage, with water available. While washing up, she suddenly feels something near her leg, almost choking on her mouthwash. The lighting at the train connection is dim. When she looks closely, she sees it's a small boy, about 3 years old, with a dirty face like a little kitten. At this moment, the gap at the train connection is still quite large. Strong wind keeps blowing through, making the train sway so much that even adults find it hard to stand steadily. Yu Chang'e quickly kneels down and asks, "Little friend, why are you here alone? Where are your grown-ups?" The boy looks at her with clear, big eyes, his lips pressed tightly together, not speaking. Yu Chang'e looks around for a moment, but sees no one looking for the child. She then asks, "Did you get separated from your grown-ups? The aunt took you to find the flight attendant. She can help you find her family, okay?" After saying that, she reached out to hold the little boy's hand, but he quickly hid his hand behind his back, leaning against the wall with a cautious look on his face. Yu Chang'e was a bit surprised but then smiled softly. The little guy is quite cautious. Just then, the boy's stomach made a loud gurgling sound. His little mouth curled up higher, and his expression showed stubbornness mixed with a hint of sadness. Yu Chang'e chuckled quietly. "Are you hungry? Listen to me. Sit on the stool and wait. I'll get you something to eat, then help you find the flight attendant, okay?" She spoke as she pushed open the door to the sleeper car and placed a small stool by the window, signaling the boy to come and sit. The boy looked at her for a while, seeming to think she didn't look like a bad person, then carefully walked over and sat on the stool. Seeing how obedient he was, Yu Chang'e thought he probably wouldn't run away. She still reminded him, "Just sit here and wait for me. Don't run around. That place earlier was too dangerous for kids, windy and cold. Stay here and be good. Don't go anywhere, okay?" The boy nodded obediently. Seeing that he was dressed neatly and sitting properly, Yu Chang'e guessed he was probably a well-off city kid. She turned back into the compartment. Jong Yu still thought she was coming back after washing up to change his turn, but before he could stand up, he saw Yu Chang'e leave with a pork bun and a marinated egg. Jong Yu called out, "Hey," wondering why she was grabbing food after just washing up. But he didn't dare ask directly, knowing that men and women should keep their privacy. Asking too many questions about small things might be inappropriate. Worried that the little boy might run away again, Yu Changel didn't have time to explain to Jiangyu. She quickly headed back with the food. Fortunately, the boy was sitting quietly by the window, watching her eagerly. This is a pork bun, and this is a marinated chicken egg. They're very tasty. Eat quickly. The boy looked at the food in her hand with envy, swallowing several times, but he still hesitated to eat. Yu Changel had an idea and smiled. She tore off a small piece of the bun. You're still young, but you're quite clever. As long as I eat it first and it looks okay, then you can eat too, okay? The little boy watched Yu Changel eat the piece of cake. His eyes immediately lit up, and he started biting into the cake quickly, eating very fast. Worried he might choke, Yu Changel quickly used her cup to give him some water from the connecting part of the train carriage. Take your time, don't rush. At the same time, she felt a bit confused. The train had been moving for less than an hour, and the boy had only been missing for that short time. Why was he so hungry? Although the boy ate quickly, he was polite and didn't smack his lips. When he almost choked, he knew to drink water slowly. The more Yu Changel watched him, the more she thought he was well-behaved. After finishing one cake, the boy ate a braised chicken egg. His tense little face finally showed a small smile. Seeing he was done eating, Yu Changel used warm water and her towel to wipe his face and hands. After cleaning up, the boy looked even fairer and more handsome, almost like a little girl. Yu Changel patiently asked, "Can you tell Auntie your name? I'll go find the train staff. When your mom hears your name, she'll come to find you." The boy's eyes suddenly brightened. It was clear he was starting to believe this kind older sister. He hesitated, about to speak, when suddenly, the door behind the carriage was pushed open forcefully, and a cold wind swept in. "Oh my goodness! Grandma has been looking everywhere for you. Why are you sitting here?" A middle-aged woman in a dark red wool coat rushed in, picking up the boy and crying loudly. The boy looked frightened, with a scared expression on his face. The woman roughly patted his bottom a few times, causing the boy to burst into tears. Seeing this, Yu Changel was worried and quickly stepped in. "Ma'am, it's good that you found the child. Please don't hit him again or scare him more." The boy's crying disturbed the other passengers in the next compartment. They poked their heads out to see what was happening, some even complaining. "It's so late. Why are you making noise? The child is crying, and no one can sleep." The woman held the boy tightly and shot Yu Changel a wary look. She was about to leave the sleeper car with the boy. Seeing the boy crying so heartbreakingly, Yu Changel felt it was wrong. She quickly reached out and stopped the woman. "Ma'am, wait a moment. Is this your child?" She didn't ask at first, but when she did, the middle-aged woman suddenly shouted like a pig being stabbed in the buttocks, "Is this not my family or yours? You took my grandson here, and I haven't even settled accounts with you, and now you're asking questions?" The middle-aged woman's voice was sharp and harsh, and her loud shouting was heard throughout the train carriage. Jiangyu also peeked out to look, and was surprised to see that she seemed to be arguing with Yu Changel. Afraid that Yu Changel would get hurt, he hurried over. "Why are you shouting? Can't you speak nicely? Raising your voice isn't going to help. Just because someone talks loudly doesn't mean they're right." The middle-aged woman's eyes, shaped like triangles, looked at both of them and snorted heavily. "Pa, from the way you two look, you're in cahoots. Dressing up nicely but not doing honest work?" Jiangyu got angry when he heard this and quickly grabbed the middle-aged woman who was about to leave after scolding. "Why are you insulting people? Apologize to us right now." Yu Changel was also quite angry. She only wanted to confirm the relationship between the little boy and the middle-aged woman, but instead, she was mistaken for a human trafficker. "Do you have any proof that this little boy is your child? If you can't provide proof, you can't take him away." The middle-aged woman threw the boy onto the ground, frightening him into loud crying. Yu Changel immediately knelt down, holding him in her arms to comfort him. But the middle-aged woman ignored her and, full of anger, took out a photo frame from her bag. Inside was a black and white photo. She held the photo up to the crowd. Everyone looked carefully. "This is my daughter. She has already passed away. Do you see if my grandson looks like her or not? You said you needed proof, right? Is this enough? My poor daughter. She left behind only this little one. If he gets lost, I don't want to live anymore. The middle-aged woman sat down heavily on the floor of the carriage, pulled the boy back from Yu Changle's arms, hugged him, and cried loudly. Seeing the grandmother and grandson crying painfully, the onlookers around couldn't bear it and began to criticize Yu Changle and Jiang Yu. Are other people's children so easy to take away? Look at how worried the grandmother is. Young people these days really don't think. Hush, didn't you hear what the child's grandmother said? The child was kidnapped. These two don't look like human traffickers. Don't they? Do you know what traffickers look like? Do they have trafficker written on their faces? Exactly, the more they don't look suspicious, the more dangerous they are. The crowd cheered on the middle-aged woman, and even Jiang Yu felt a little nervous. He saw clearly that the woman in the photo looked very much like the boy in front of him. But Yu Changle still felt something was off. She stubbornly pointed at the photo and asked the boy, "Little friend, is the person in this photo your mom?" To her surprise, the boy looked at the photo and started crying even louder, nodding as he cried. Now the crowd was really angry. "Young girl, what's wrong with you? Don't you have any sympathy? The child is already pitiful, and you're exposing his wounds. She's quite pretty, but her heart is so cold. The old lady must be anxious about losing her child. If you saw someone like that, you should just find the train staff. Why bring the child back to your carriage? Exactly. You must have bad intentions. You know it yourself." Yu Changle was a bit confused. Could she be overthinking? But the facts in front of her left no room for doubt. Some passengers with a sense of justice were already getting up to go find the train staff and tell them. Jiang Yu saw things were getting out of hand and hurriedly tried to stop them, explaining repeatedly. Just then, from the next compartment, a calm and steady man's voice was heard. "I can testify for this young girl. She genuinely meant well when she brought the child here. She also gave him food and water." Before the child's grandmother arrived, she was asking the boy's name and was planning to contact the train staff to find his parents. "I saw and heard everything myself. Please stay calm and judge the situation carefully." As he spoke in an orderly manner, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit stepped forward. His deep, powerful voice made the crowd quiet down, and his serious, confident demeanor made everyone immediately think he must be a government official. He said to the middle-aged woman, "Young girl, you only asked about your relationship with the child. Isn't her intention also to ensure the child's safety? If it wasn't you who just came, then someone else must have lied, claiming to be the child's parent. She didn't ask if the child had already been taken away. Your worry is understandable, but you shouldn't just vent your emotions and wrongly accuse good people. Good people deserve fair treatment, and if they are wrongly accused, others might hesitate to do good or help in the future." Her words were clear and reasonable. Not only did she speak to the middle-aged woman, but even the onlookers felt ashamed for wrongly accusing the young girl. For a moment, the chaos in the train carriage stopped. Someone vouched that the child wasn't lost, and the young girl didn't seem scared at all. People increasingly believed it was just a misunderstanding. They took turns reminding the child's grandmother to watch the child carefully, then each went their own way. Seeing no one supporting her, the middle-aged woman stopped arguing. She muttered under her breath, then picked up the child and moved to the front carriage. Yu Changle looked at the little boy crying with tears and snot all over his face. She felt uncomfortable. Losing his mother at such a young age must be a huge for him. He would feel very lonely and helpless. Jiang Yu saw Yu Changle still watching where the boy had gone and patted her shoulder. "Don't overthink it. You're doing a good deed. It's just a misunderstanding, and everything will be fine once it's cleared up." Yu Changle came back to her senses. She wasn't worried about herself, but felt sad for the little boy. From his clothes and behavior, it was clear he hadn't been living with his grandmother before. The woman in the photo looked gentle and intelligent. Yu Changle found it hard to imagine that someone like her could raise such a daughter. Since her mother had passed away, what kind of person would the little boy become now that he's living only with his grandmother? Her rational mind told her this wasn't her concern. She wasn't qualified or capable of worrying about it. Yu Changle looked away, composed herself, and thanked the middle-aged man who had spoken up earlier. "Thank you very much for what you just did." The man smiled and nodded without saying more. Seeing that he didn't want to chat further, Yu Changel didn't want to be bothersome either. She followed Jiangyu back to her compartment to rest. Soon, the train lights went out. Lying on the lower bunk, Yu Changel couldn't sleep. She kept thinking about the little boy crying. He looked at her while crying, and that heartbreaking expression kept replaying in her mind. Amid the bumping and roaring of the train, Yu Changel spent the night in a half-asleep, half-waking state. Sometimes she dreamed she was in a classroom giving a lesson, then suddenly the teacher called her out, saying there was an emergency at home, and her little uncle came to pick her up. Other times she dreamed of a young boy crying as he ran from the other end of the carriage and hugged her tightly, saying he wanted to go home. Sometimes she saw Meng Jian standing outside the station entrance, waving vigorously at her, as if saying something, but she couldn't hear him clearly. When she finally opened her eyes, she felt her head heavy and burdened, more tired than the night before. The lower bunk across from her was empty, and Jiangyu was nowhere to be seen. Inside the compartment, the middle and upper bunks passengers were packing their luggage. The train attendant passed by loudly announcing that in 10 minutes, they would arrive at Wujiang. Yu Changel was familiar with the name Wujiang. The area was famous for a type of pickled vegetable made from green vegetables called Wujiang pickles. She remembered that she often stayed up late at home working on plans. When she was hungry, she would make a quick bowl of instant noodles and casually open a small packet of Wujiang pickles, an essential companion to her noodles. The bland broth instantly became flavorful. Thinking about it, she guessed the Wujiang pickle factory should already be operating. If she had the chance, she might buy some to see if it tasted the same as the pickles she had eaten before. Lost in her thoughts, Yu Changel was about to go wash up, but seeing the busy crowd around her, she decided to wait patiently for Jiangyu to return for safety. Just as she was about to get up, she saw Jiangyu squeeze out from the other end of the carriage, pushing through a crowd of passengers waiting to disembark in the aisle, holding something high in both hands. Jiangyu finally broke free from the crowd, let out a long sigh, and a light sweat appeared on his forehead. Seeing that Yu Changel was awake, he smiled and said, "Perfect timing. I bought some breakfast from the dining car. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I bought 2 packs of soy milk and some white cakes. Just a simple snack. When we arrive in Guangzhou, I'll take you to a nice place to eat." Yu Changel smelled the aroma of breakfast and realized she was hungry. She smiled and said, "You eat first. I'll wash up and come back to eat." After a while, the passengers in the aisle gradually disembarked. Yu Changel took her toiletries and headed to the bathroom. Unexpectedly, it was a small world. Early in the morning, she ran into the young boy and his grandmother again. Yu Changel first saw the grandmother and grandson through the glass window of the train carriage door. It was clear they had come here to wash up. To avoid starting her day on a bad note, Yu Changel decided to wait until they finished washing before going out. The little boy stood blankly beside the middle-aged woman. In just one night, his clean face had become dirty again in several places, though it was unclear how. Yu Changel frowned as she watched. The middle-aged woman finished washing and began packing her things, seemingly not planning to help wash the boy. Sure enough, the woman took her belongings with one hand and pulled the boy along to leave. Yu Changel felt uncomfortable inside, but as a stranger passing by, she didn't know what she could do. She considered stepping forward to firmly criticize the grandmother for not taking good care of the child. Even if her meddling today led to the boy getting some help, what about tomorrow? The day after? Thinking about these unanswerable questions made her feel anxious. After washing up, she returned, and Jiangyu invited her to breakfast. She still looked lost in thought. "What are you thinking about?" Jiangyu noticed she had been reaching around the table but couldn't find the rice cake, so he knew she was distracted. Yu Changel felt she might be a bit obsessive about this matter, but she still asked Jiangyu for his opinion. "Do you think that little boy and the middle-aged woman don't look like a family?" Jiangyu was momentarily stunned before realizing she was talking about the grandmother and grandson they saw yesterday. "Are you still hung up on that? Forget it. That woman might seem rude and unkind, but the photos in her bag aren't fake. It's obvious that's the boy's real mother, and they look exactly alike." Yu Chang'e thought about Jiang Yu's words and suddenly had a new idea. The woman in the photo might be the child's mother, but that doesn't mean the middle-aged woman and the boy are related. Don't you think they don't look alike at all? Jiang Yu thought Yu Chang'e was overthinking. Maybe she was still upset about being falsely accused yesterday and was trying to prove herself right. Maybe she's like his grandmother. My mom and I don't look alike either. My mom has a round face, and I have a long face like my dad. That doesn't mean I'm not my mom's real child. How could someone carry a picture of their child's mother if they weren't family? Chang'e, don't overthink it. I think that child can speak now. If he wasn't her grandson, would he really follow her? Although Jiang Yu made a good point, Yu Chang'e couldn't ignore her doubts. She remembered the middle-aged woman from yesterday who callously left the child on the ground, and how she had just seen her completely ignore the child's needs. This made her unable to dismiss her worries. No, I must find the flight attendant to check. If I was overthinking, I can apologize and offer compensation. But what if I'm wrong? The child's safety is more important. Yu Chang'e decided not to hesitate anymore. Even if she was meddling, her concern for the child's safety was more important than being scolded a few times. She quickly looked for a flight attendant to confirm her suspicions. Luckily, the grandmother and grandson hadn't gotten off at Wujiang Station, giving her a chance to check. She had to find them before the next train stop, or she might miss her chance. Yu Chang'e found the flight attendant in the dining car and explained her concerns about someone possibly kidnapping the child. The attendant took her seriously and agreed to check each carriage with her. They searched from the sleeper cars to the front, even checking the public restrooms at the connecting areas. Whenever a door was closed, she knocked to check. The sounds inside didn't match the middle-aged woman from yesterday, who had apologized and left. The further they went, the more anxious Yu Chang'e felt. They finished checking all the sleeper cars and each compartment, but there was no sign of the grandmother and grandson. This was different from what she expected. Usually, people traveling long distances with children buy sleeper tickets so the kids can sleep comfortably at night. The fact that she didn't find them in the sleeper cars suggested only two possibilities. One, they bought short-distance tickets and planned to sit through the night. Or two, the middle-aged woman didn't care about the boy's comfort and didn't consider whether he could rest well. Either way, it wasn't good news for Yu Chang'e. She was more eager than ever to find the boy and make sure he was safe. Next to the soft sleeper cars was the soft seat carriage. But her search there only made her more worried. She looked row by row, but still saw no sign of the grandmother and grandson. Only the last 3 hard seat carriages remain unchecked. Could it be that they bought hard seat tickets? Normally, when a daughter passes away, leaving only her grandson, a grandmother should feel heartache. Even if the journey isn't long and she doesn't want to buy a sleeper, she should at least buy a soft seat that costs just a few yuan more. Yu Chang'e finds it hard to imagine how the little boy managed to sit all night in a crowded hard seat carriage. Even adults find it unbearable. How much suffering must such a young child endure? The train attendant accompanied her as they searched through 7 carriages, but couldn't find the woman and boy she suspected of being human traffickers. She began to doubt whether they had already gotten off the train. However, Yu Chang'e insisted they only saw the pair after the train started moving at the last station. The attendant could only continue helping her look further ahead. Searching for someone in the hard seat carriages is much harder than in the other 2 carriages. Even experienced attendants need about 10 minutes to check each hard seat carriage thoroughly. The narrow aisle was filled with passengers who couldn't get a seat. The luggage racks were already full, with bags and boxes piled messily in the gaps of the aisle. The smell of sweat, food, tobacco, and even the sour odor from someone's fermented overnight, filling the air with extremely unpleasant scents in this airtight carriage. Yu Chang'e frowned tightly, but refused to give up. She carefully checked each row again and again. Just then, the train attendant's call device sounded. This meant they would arrive at the next station in half an hour. Many passengers had already started packing their belongings. The entire hard seat carriage suddenly became noisier and more crowded, with shouting and complaints everywhere. Finding someone now was even more difficult. Yu Chang'e couldn't help but feel anxious. She had a strong premonition that the grandmother and grandson might get off at the next station. She pushed through the crowd with all her strength, ignoring her clothes getting dirty from the backpacks and chicken cages brushed against her. Whenever she saw someone with a child, she would reach out and try to pull them aside, quickly apologizing if they weren't the right ones and continuing her search. Her efforts paid off. Just before the train stopped, a familiar dark red figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Strangely, she didn't see the little boy next to him. Yesterday, when the middle-aged woman was about to get off the train, Yu Changel quickly shouted loudly, "Grandma, where is your child?" Many people in front turned around, including the middle-aged woman. But as soon as she recognized Yu Changel and the train attendant, her face showed a look of panic. She immediately turned back and started to push hard towards the door.
Yu Changel's face changed.
She thought, this person really has a problem. What made her more anxious was that she was still about 5 meters away from the woman, and the train had already fully entered the station and stopped. The woman was about to get off the train at any moment. Thinking quickly, Yu Changel shouted loudly, "Stop the thief. Catch the woman in the red coat at the door." I saw her push past and steal many people's wallets. Everyone at the door was shocked. With so many people pressed together, no one could be sure if they had lost money. Their first reaction was to catch the woman Yu Changel described. The more the middle-aged woman hurried to get off, the more suspicious she seemed. Almost everyone around reached out and held her tightly. The woman was both surprised and angry. She shouted loudly, "Don't listen to her nonsense. I'm not a thief. I just want to get off at the station. Let me go." Most of the passengers sitting in hard seats were workers, carrying their hard-earned money. Who would believe her light words and let her go? As she struggled, they held her even tighter.
"Conductor,
We caught a thief here.
be honest."
If you move again, I'll deal with you. Line up to get off. No one pushes forward like you. You must be suspicious." The passengers refused to let go of her, holding her tightly. Meanwhile, the train attendant and Yu Changel had already pushed through. The woman was exhausted from struggling. When she saw Yu Changel approaching, she raised her neck and cursed, "You're just spitting nonsense in broad daylight. What did I steal? Dare to accuse me falsely? I'll report you to the police." "Good. Then let's go to the police station together and explain clearly where the little boy with you has gone." Yu Changel didn't back down at all. From the woman's reaction to her and the train attendant, she was sure this person was definitely suspicious. She was not afraid of her verbal threats. Not only was she not scared, but she stepped forward and tightly grabbed the middle-aged woman's clothes, pretending to pull her to find the police. As expected, seeing that Yu Changel was not frightened, the middle-aged woman's face stiffened, and she tilted her neck as if pretending not to understand. "Let go of me. What little boy? You must have mistaken me for someone else." The surrounding crowd, hearing Yu Changel talk about catching a thief and then looking for a child, didn't understand what was happening. When they saw the attendant approaching, they quickly checked their belongings and, finding nothing missing, worried that the train was about to depart. They had no time to pursue the matter or stay to watch, so they packed up and left the train. The middle-aged woman also wanted to get off, but Yu Changel held her tightly and refused to let go. Although Yu Changel was not much bigger than the woman, no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from her grip. After days of persistent training, Yu Changel had regained some of her old skills and could easily control a chubby middle-aged woman. Seeing the woman's strong reaction, the attendant asked Yu Changel, "Are you sure she's the person you're looking for?" Yu Changel confidently replied, "I'm absolutely sure. It's her." The attendant then asked the woman seriously, "This passenger reports that you brought a boy around 3 years old with you. We need to confirm some details about the boy. Please cooperate." The woman blushed deeply, sweating heavily in the hot weather. She looked guilty, but still stubbornly said, "I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't steal any money, and I didn't bring any 3-year-old child. Don't listen to that girl spreading rumors. Let me get off the train now. If you delay me, I will complain to your superiors. I will also report you to the police station." The attendant looked a bit hesitant. The woman's tough words made her doubt whether Yu Changel had really mistaken her. Yu Chang'e immediately responded, "You can't deny it. Officer, don't worry, I am sure I haven't mistaken her. Not only me, but many people in our carriage saw her yesterday. There are probably other passengers who haven't gotten off yet. Just take her over and ask, and you'll see she's lying." Hearing that others could identify her, the woman's face changed. At that moment, the train's horn sounded, signaling it was about to depart again. "I don't have time to do this nonsense with you all. Step aside." The middle-aged woman suddenly pushed hard, shoving the attendant blocking the door. She also pulled Yu Chang'e along, causing her to stumble. Seeing her just one step away from boarding the train, Yu Chang'e quickly grabbed the middle-aged woman's shoulder bag. The woman, realizing she was about to get off the train, panicked and started fighting for her bag. At this moment, the attendant, who had been pushed down and fallen to the ground, got up and quickly closed the door. A loud horn sounded again, and the train slowly started moving. The attendant, with a face full of anger and still shaken, stared at the woman. "Do you know how dangerous your actions just now were? The train has already blown its horn. You can't get off now." The middle-aged woman noticed the train was moving and immediately sank to the ground like her spine had been pulled out. She looked lost and silent, refusing to answer any questions from the attendant. Yu Chang'e sneered inwardly. She suspected this woman was trying to pretend to be innocent after failing to get off the train earlier. "Stop pretending. I ask you, where's the boy now? Did you hand him over to your accomplice?" She believed the boy was still on the train, likely handed over by this woman. If she were a kidnapper, she would have taken the boy off the train to make the exchange. The woman's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that this girl had caused her trouble yesterday. If not for her quick thinking, she might have been caught out in her true identity. But she couldn't admit to kidnapping. She could only pretend to be innocent. "Officer, I really don't know what she's talking about. This girl must have mistaken me. Look, I have my ID card here. I am from Wuha Village, Pingdong County. I really plan to get off at Pingdong Station." She took out her ID from her bag. The attendant checked it and saw it matched her story, with the official stamp from Wuha Village Committee. Using an ID to prove herself, huh? Who doesn't have one? Yu Chang'e also took out her own ID from her pocket. "Officer, here is my ID. I am a military family member.
Please believe me."
I wouldn't lie or falsely accuse good people." At this moment, Zhang Yu, who had not yet seen Yu Chang'e return, came along the train carriage and saw her standing with the middle-aged woman. A train attendant was also nearby. He quickly stepped forward to explain. "It's a misunderstanding, comrade. We are business people traveling together to Yangcheng. She is a military family member and would never do anything bad like kidnapping a child. Also, that little boy from yesterday already left with his grandmother, didn't he?"
Huh.
"Where is the child? Why is only her grandmother here? I think that little boy can speak. If you don't believe me, ask the attendant and you'll find out." Zhang Yu hurriedly explained and offered suggestions all at once. The attendant listened carefully. Another person was pointing at the middle-aged woman, saying she was indeed carrying a child. The attendant believed Yu Chang'e's story. Unless the middle-aged woman's behavior was suspicious, why would two strangers falsely accuse her? Plus, the woman had just made a series of dangerous moves, which made the attendant suspicious. "Comrade, you heard it too. Another passenger says you are carrying a child. Where is the child now? Please cooperate with my work, or I will have to take you to the duty room to notify the police for investigation." The middle-aged woman, who had failed to leave the train earlier, was now at her wit's end. Hearing the attendant say she would call the police, she became even more panicked and stammered. "I just remembered. I saw them yesterday. The little boy. He was sitting next to me at first, but then he somehow ran off. I didn't see where he went." Before Yu Chang'e could speak, Zhang Yu was shocked. "The child is lost again? How can you be such a terrible grandmother? You lost the child yesterday, and now again today?" He clearly hadn't understood the situation yet, but Yu Chang'e was too impatient to listen to her nonsense. "Now you're pretending not to know the child. It's too late. Comrade, don't listen to her. She said yesterday she was the child's grandmother and that her daughter had died, leaving only this precious grandson. Do you think a grandmother would just ignore her lost child and only care about getting off at the station? The middle-aged woman wanted to argue but hesitated, unable to say a complete sentence. The crew member thought Yu Chang-lo made a good point. The middle-aged woman in front of them, who kept avoiding eye contact and speaking unclearly, seemed very suspicious. She was very likely a child trafficker. She quickly asked Yu Chang-lo and Jiang Yu to help. They took the woman back to the duty room and called the train police to question her. Then Yu Chang-lo had a chance to tell Jiang Yu what had happened. Jiang Yu was surprised and said he didn't expect the woman to be so suspicious. He thought Yu Chang-lo was just overthinking and worried about the situation. Now, it seemed Yu Chang-lo was right. The woman was probably the real trafficker, pretending to be innocent. Jiang Yu still had a question. How did the trafficker have a photo of the child's mother? Soon, under interrogation, the woman explained everything clearly. It turned out the woman was a repeat offender. She had seen a young boy walking on the street and decided to kidnap him. She first pretended to be friendly and talked to the boy, who said he was looking for his father with a photo of his mother. This made her happy because it meant the child's parents were not nearby, making it easier to kidnap him. She pretended to know the boy's father and offered to help him find his dad. She gained his trust and made him follow her. After giving the boy a sedative, she stopped hiding her true intentions. She threatened and forced the boy to follow her onto the train. She had already arranged with a partner in her hometown to meet a buyer in Guangzhou. She took the boy on the train and handed him over to another accomplice who would meet the buyer. She then got off the train to find new targets. This way, she could avoid being tracked by the child's family and find more children to kidnap quickly. Even if someone saw her taking the boy, the police would focus on a middle-aged woman traveling with a child. They didn't realize the child had already been moved to her male accomplice. Yu Changel was furious. These human traffickers were desperately trying to avoid capture by thinking up new ways to commit crimes. Instead of doing something useful, they chose to do something so cruel it shattered families. Unexpectedly, this was not the most shocking part of their tactics for Yu Changel. According to the middle-aged woman, they gave the child a numbing drug. When she spoke, her throat felt as if it was being cut by a knife, but after 3 days, the drug's effect would naturally wear off. She also revealed something nobody expected. The little boy was actually a girl with short hair. To avoid being caught by the police, they deliberately cut her long hair and dirted her face. If it weren't for her young age and the clothes she wore, which didn't reveal her gender, and considering how careful these traffickers were, they probably even changed her clothes. Yu Changel was completely shocked. No wonder, after washing her face, she thought the girl was pretty and delicate, just like a little girl. After these traffickers carefully disguised her and changed her hands several times, it was now very difficult for the police to track her using current investigation methods. Time was urgent. The police quickly followed the clues given by the middle-aged woman about the accomplice's location. They found the accomplices and the girl in the first-class hard-seat carriage and immediately detained the traffickers, rescuing the girl. When she was found, the traffickers had hidden her behind a pile of chicken cages. Her face was smeared with black dirt, likely to prevent her from being recognized. When she saw the police officers pinning the traffickers to the ground and pulling her out from behind the cages, she clutched a photo of her mother, trembling constantly, with a terrified look in her eyes. It was clear she had been very frightened. The crew took her to the duty room, cleaned her up, and borrowed clean clothes from a kind passenger for her to wear. Throughout the process, the girl looked like a helpless doll, silent and unresponsive. The crew brought her food and drinks, but she didn't look at them or eat. The train still had over 20 hours to reach Yangcheng. The crew, unable to think of anything else, asked Yu Changel for help. Yu Changel was already worried about the girl's condition. When she heard she wasn't eating, she remembered her first time seeing her. She took the remaining eggs and went to the duty room with the crew. The small girl, who had been curled up silently in the corner of the bed, suddenly saw Yu Changel and, like a savior, threw herself into her arms, bursting into loud tears. Worried that her throat might hurt more from crying, Yu Changel gently comforted her. After a while, the girl stopped crying but looked tired and pitiful, still trembling slightly. The stewardess brought warm red sugar water. The girl, still curled in Yu Changle's arms, refused to drink. Yu Changle understood she was frightened because the kidnappers had given her a sedative. She took the red sugar water from the stewardess, took a big sip herself, and then offered it to the girl. Seeing her drink, the girl hesitated but then cautiously accepted the cup. Under Yu Changle's encouraging gaze, she tried a small sip and soon drank eagerly. Since yesterday, when Yu Changle shared a pastry and a marinated egg with her, at least 12 hours had passed. It seemed the kidnappers had starved her to make her obedient and less likely to resist. Yu Changle gently patted her back and said, "Drink slowly, don't choke. Auntie brought you a marinated egg. Do you want to eat it?" The girl nodded repeatedly. She didn't dare eat what others had given her, but she trusted this kind older sister who had shared her egg yesterday. She believed she wouldn't harm her. With Yu Changle's reassurance, the girl ate 2 eggs and, following her example, drank half a bowl of sweet potato porridge the stewardess brought. Her face regained some color. When she was full, her eyes began to flutter sleepily, and Yu Changle knew she was tired. Last night, she must have been exhausted from curling up in the hard seat corner. Gently, Yu Changle held her close, softly patting her back and humming a childhood lullaby. The rhythmic rocking of the train soon lulled the girl into sleep. Watching her peaceful, adorable face, Yu Changle couldn't help but smile. Her anxious heart from yesterday finally felt at ease. The tall steward, with a bold face, asked her for help. "Could you please stay a little longer? I really don't know how to comfort children. I'm worried the girl might wake up and cry if you leave. Her sedative hasn't worn off yet, and it's so pitiful when she cries. Good people always do the right thing. Being on the train, it doesn't matter where you stay." Yu Changle didn't want the crew to be troubled, so she agreed to stay and take care of the little girl. She spent the next hours in the duty room, which actually helped her avoid many problems. After all, no matter how complicated the train's passengers are, no one would bother the crew's duty room. When the little girl woke up and saw Yu Changle still with her, she was very happy and smiled. According to the middle-aged woman, the girl was taken from Central Street in Jinbo City. The train station had already sent her appearance details back to Jinbo City when the train stopped at the station. If the parents searched in time, they should receive news of the girl once they arrive in Yangcheng. According to railway rules, the girl would be temporarily placed in the Railway Bureau's guest house, waiting for her family to pick her up. If no news came from her family, she would be sent to Jinbo City Welfare Institute. Yu Changle quietly kept this in her mind, hoping that once they got off the train, she would hear from the girl's family. Otherwise, the girl would be very pitiful. During the hours on the train, the girl had become very attached to Yu Changle. She even wanted to go to the bathroom with her, which made Yu Changle both amused and worried about the upcoming separation after getting off the train. Yu Changle had important matters in Yangcheng and couldn't stay with the girl forever. The railway also wouldn't allow her to take the girl away. The train slowly entered Yangcheng Station. The 5 parallel tracks and the wide platform showed the city's strength and grandeur. Unexpectedly, when Yu Changle tied the girl's braids and kindly explained the next steps, the girl, though reluctant, did not cry or make trouble like everyone feared. Instead, she nodded obediently. Before leaving, Yu Changle asked the crew for contact information, planning to check on the girl once her business in Yangcheng was done. When the train stopped, Yu Changle handed the girl over to the crew. This time, the girl was well-behaved and did not resist, only pouting her lips as if trying to hide her sadness. Yu Changle waved goodbye from the platform. The girl looked back at her step by step, and finally, tears she couldn't hold back rolled down her cheeks like a string of pearls from her big, dark eyes. Yu Changle also couldn't help but tear up. She didn't expect that during her trip to Yangcheng, a small girl she met by chance would develop such deep feelings for her. Suddenly, the girl broke free from the attendant's hand and quickly ran toward Yu Changle, jumping into her arms. Sniff. Lele.
Mom.
Sniff. On the train, Yu Changle tried to make small talk with the girl by mentioning her name. To her surprise, the girl remembered it very well. Maybe right now, in her heart, this kind older sister who was kind to her smiled at her, saved her, and protected her felt as warm as a mother. Yu Changel didn't ask many questions, but she had a strong feeling. Perhaps, as the trafficker said, the girl's mother had already passed away. That's why the girl was holding a picture frame of her mother and going out to find her father. Hearing her call out Lele's mom made Yu Changel feel a pang of sadness. She knew well what it was like to lose a mother. So, when she had a chance to give the girl warmth and comfort, she didn't hesitate to hold her tightly and responded with a choked voice. "Good girl, don't be afraid. Dad will come to pick you up very soon." While gently patting the girl's back and softly comforting her, Jiang Yu watched in awe. At this moment, Yu Changel radiated maternal warmth, completely unlike a young girl just reaching adulthood. To soothe the girl, Yu Changel took off her homemade butterfly bow and wore it on the girl's wrist like a bracelet. Sure enough, the girl's attention was caught by the pretty butterfly bow, and she temporarily stopped crying. Yu Changel smiled and made a promise. "Annie has work to do. Before finishing her work, can this little butterfly stay with you? When I'm done, I'll come see you, okay?" The girl stared into Yu Changel's eyes, seeming to confirm if she was telling the truth. In her sincere gaze, the girl finally pouted her little mouth and reluctantly nodded. The attendant, who was watching with tears in her eyes, also had to come forward to take the girl away. Time was running out. After settling the girl, she had other train tasks to complete, and delaying further would mean being late. In the adult world, even feelings of sadness and sorrow cannot be freely expressed. After leaving the train station, Yu Changel was still feeling a bit sentimental when she was shocked by the large group of bicycles in front of her. In Jinbo, bicycles are not yet affordable for every family. A bicycle costs at least 150 yuan. What does this mean? An ordinary worker would have to save half a year's wages, without spending on anything else, to afford one. Moreover, even after saving enough money, they first need a national industrial ticket or a special bicycle ticket. Then they have to wait in line at the supply and marketing cooperative. Without connections, it could take 3 or 6 months to buy one. At this moment, the traffic situation in Yangcheng that Yu Changel saw was quite different. Besides the wide, clean 4-lane roads and buses running on the streets, the most noticeable thing was the dense army of bicycles on both sides of the road. This was her first time seeing directly that even in 1980, coastal cities and inland cities had already developed a big gap. Seeing Yu Changel's surprise, Jiang Yu, who was used to it, said casually, "Now, everywhere in Yangcheng is planning. Many factories have moved to the suburbs. There are only a few bus routes, crowded and sometimes dangerous. If a family doesn't have a bicycle, commuting becomes very difficult. So many people ride bikes." Jiang Yu spoke easily, as if every household in Yangcheng buying a bicycle was as simple as going out to eat. He knew that people in Yangcheng earn more than those in inland cities, which Yu Changel could understand. But she still had a question. Don't you need tickets to buy bicycles here? Or does every family get a bicycle ticket? Regarding the ticket system, Jiang Yu thought Yangcheng was much more advanced than Jinbo and was a bit proud. Yes, the supply and marketing cooperative still requires tickets, but there are many ways to buy a bicycle. You're not limited to just the cooperative. If you have to wait at the cooperative, people go to department stores instead. When those are sold out, there are foreign goods stores and, if necessary, smuggled goods. As long as you have money, you can buy a bicycle anywhere in Yangcheng. Yu Changel silently nodded, thinking that as the supply of daily necessities gradually improved, the country would eventually phase out these temporary measures during times of shortage. When that happens, people's purchasing power will be greatly released, and the economy will become more active. Right now, Yangcheng is already showing signs of this change. It is now 8 a.m., the busy rush hour, so the streets are filled with long lines of bicycles carrying workers heading to their factories. Jiang Yu had planned to take Yu Changel off the train and go straight to an old restaurant in Yangcheng for breakfast. After eating well, they would discuss where to stay. However, Yu Changel was extremely tired. During the more than 30 hours on the train, she had been busy catching human traffickers and taking care of children. Right now, she couldn't eat anything and just wanted to lie down and sleep. Jiang Yu completely understood her exhaustion. He remembered the first time he traveled far with his father, taking a train for over 10 hours. The next day, he slept for half a day before waking up. And Yu Chang'e was such a delicate girl. Yangcheng has a friendship hotel. Jiang Yu thought the rooms were nice, but Yu Chang'e politely refused. It wasn't that she didn't know how to enjoy herself, but she was still in the startup phase. Saving money meant more profit, so she preferred to hold back on luxury. She decided to enjoy herself only after she became financially free. At Yu Chang'e's insistence, Jiang Yu flagged down a tricycle on the roadside and asked to go directly to the nearby military district guest house. Yangcheng is much larger than Jinpao City. It took over 20 minutes for the tricycle to reach the guest house. From the outside, the military district guest house looked quite similar to regular guest houses in Yangcheng. The only obvious difference was a large, bright red five-pointed star on the sign. Yu Chang'e entered the guest house. The front desk staff was dressed in a military green uniform. Seeing them, she asked, "Hello, are you here to check in or to find someone?" The front desk staff had seen many people, and as soon as they saw Yu Chang'e and Jiang Yu, they thought they didn't look like soldiers. They probably came to find someone. Yu Chang'e smiled and replied, "Hello, I am here to check in." The front desk staff looked at Jiang Yu. Was she mistaken? Or did this young couple come to the wrong guest house? This is a military district guest house. To check in, you need to show your referral letter. Yu Chang'e took out her referral letter. The staff took it and looked at it. Wow, this pretty young girl really is a military family member. After registering Yu Chang'e's information, she turned to Jiang Yu and said, "Comrade Meng, please show your identification." Jiang Yu was startled by the shout, then quickly turned around to look behind him. The staff member's words made him break out in a cold sweat, thinking that Meng Jian had come to Yangcheng with them. Yu Chang'e was momentarily stunned, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Comrade, you misunderstood. He's not my husband, Meng Jian. He's my friend, here to help me check in." The staff member, thinking he was joking, felt a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, I made a mistake. Comrade, your room is ready. But if this person isn't a military family member, he can't go in with you." The military guest house was indeed more strictly managed than ordinary hotels, with higher security. Plus, it had a red background, so no careless thief would dare target the military guest house. Since that was the case, the two of them said goodbye in the lobby. They agreed that Jiang Yu would come back at noon, around 12 o'clock, to invite her to eat at a famous restaurant in Yangcheng. Yu Chang'e happily accepted Jiang Yu's kind gesture of friendship. When traveling, having more friends is always good. Besides, Jiang Yu was like the niece of Sister Mei, so there was no need to turn her away. Yu Chang'e took her luggage to her room and put it away. Although she was very tired and wanted to lie down immediately, she remembered Meng Jian was waiting for her message. So she decided to go downstairs and use the guest house phone to check in. After several transfers, a familiar, cheerful, and urgent voice answered. "Chang'e, you've arrived in Yangcheng? Is everything smooth on the way? No trouble? Are you tired?" Hearing Meng Jian's rapid-fire questions, Yu Chang'e felt physically exhausted, but her heart was very sweet. "Yes, I just arrived. Everything went well. Don't worry, my accommodation is arranged. I'm using the guest house phone to send you peace of mind." Was dealing with human traffickers a trouble? In Yu Chang'e's view, once a problem is solved, it's no longer trouble. So she chose to ignore that issue. After exchanging a few more words, although her tone was light, Meng Jian, with his sharp intuition, could hear a trace of fatigue in her voice. He wanted to talk more with his wife, but he also felt sorry that she had been on a train for over 30 hours and probably hadn't rested well. So he said, "It's still early. The stores probably aren't open yet. Rest well and catch up on sleep. It's not too late to go shopping after lunch." Yu Chang'e was happy, thinking Meng Jian believed she was just out shopping in Yangcheng. The place she wanted to go to was already bustling with people in the early morning hours, around 3 or 4 a.m., and now it was considered late. It's understandable that Meng Jian didn't know. Every industry has its own special features. Even Yu Chang'e only learned a little about these industries when she used to work as a client manager and often visited markets and talked with clients. Most of Meng Jiuan's life and work took place in the military, and he wasn't someone with many friends, so he wouldn't know much about these industries. For Yu Changlu, as long as she knew Meng Jiuan cared about her, that was enough. When she responded affirmatively, Meng Jiuan felt very happy. His usually independent wife was so obedient and listened to him. That meant he still held some importance in her heart. After hanging up the phone, Meng Jiuan still felt a bit unsatisfied. He suddenly remembered he forgot to tell his wife about the progress of building their house. Thanks to his efforts, the construction team was ready to start bringing materials in these days. Tomorrow, on the weekend, he planned to spend the whole day supervising the construction. With someone watching, the workers would work faster, and he could also lend a hand. The military guest house in Yangcheng was much better than the one in Jinbo City. Although it still had a public bathroom, Yu Changli's room had its own wash basin and toilet. The bed was not a hardboard but a woven rattan bed like Lu Rumei's, covered with a thick cotton quilt that felt soft yet firm and very comfortable. She was too tired to go to the public bathroom for a shower. Since the temperature in Yangcheng wasn't low, she simply washed her face and feet with cold water at the wash basin and then went to bed, falling into a deep sleep. She slept especially soundly, not even dreaming. If not for the knocking at the door, she might have slept for another 2 hours. When she opened the door, she saw it was the staff member from the front desk she had seen earlier. She was here to call someone for Jiang Yu. "Hello, the person who was with you just now has been waiting downstairs for half an hour. He said he wanted to see you." Yu Changlu immediately realized she had overslept. She quickly thanked the staff member, changed into clean clothes, and hurried downstairs. Jiang Yu had also gone home to change. After sitting on the train for over 30 hours, though it was a sleeper, the smell was unpleasant. "Sorry, I overslept," she apologized. She is not the type of princess who thinks that boys should always wait for girls. She also doesn't like waiting for others. She prefers everyone to be punctual. "It's okay. If I had known you were still sleeping, I wouldn't have asked the front desk to call you. I was mainly worried you didn't know I was here and were still waiting in your room." Jiang Yu is very easygoing. As a business person, dealing with people is his main skill. Patience is necessary for success in business. Waiting half an hour doesn't bother him. Yu Changel feels a bit guilty and offers to treat him to lunch as an apology. How could Jiang Yu agree? They are in Yangqing now, and it's not right for Yu Changel to invite him to eat. Jiang Yu asks if Yu Changel has any food she wants. Based on their chat last time when she was sent home, he knows she has some knowledge of Yangqing. Yu Changel thinks for a moment. She is more interested in the Yangqing restaurant that Jiang Yu mentioned, which is not as good as before. Several of its signature dishes are her favorites. She worries she might not be able to eat there again in the future, so she decides to go today to avoid regrets. Originally, Jiang Yu wanted to invite Yu Changel to a new joint venture restaurant, which has a much better dining environment than the old Yangqing restaurant. But after asking her, he feels it's not right to change plans now. Fortunately, the weather in Yangqing is around 27 or 28 degrees Celsius, neither too cold nor too hot, making it comfortable. Going to the old Yangqing restaurant without air conditioning is acceptable because the food there is still very good. They sit in a tricycle, enjoying the street view of Yangqing. From the way the locals dress and look, you can see their prosperous and lively life. From Shangjiu Road to Xiajiu Road, the Yangqing restaurant is located at the northeast corner of the busiest area, where Xiajiu Road, Shifu, Wenchang Road, and Shiba-Fu meet. It faces southwest and overlooks the surroundings. The area is well connected with roads in all directions. Shops line the streets, and the traditional scholarly atmosphere has been around for hundreds of years. This location has always been ideal for business, taking advantage of the land and resources. Seeing the lively, bustling street scene, Yu Changel suddenly understands why the old, somewhat outdated Yangqing's #1 eatery has become so deserted. The two of them got out of the car in front of Yangqing restaurant. Jiang Yu looked at the doorframe, which had peeling red paint, and hesitated. "Maybe we should find another place? There's a new restaurant called Epin Pavilion not far from here. I heard the chef was recruited from a big hotel in the port area. Want to try there?" Before Yu Changel could answer, The host at Yangcheng restaurant greeted them warmly. Welcome to Dine Inside. Today, we just received a batch of 1-month-old pigeons. You're lucky. Try 2. They're at their freshest and juiciest. Yu Chengle turned to Jiang Yu with a smile. I love eating pigeons. Let's go with this place. Jiang Yu followed the guest's suggestion. If the customer liked it, then why not? Besides, aside from the slightly poor environment, the taste at Yangcheng restaurant was definitely good. The young host's eyes lit up when Yu Chengle said she liked pigeons. He smiled even more brightly and bowed slightly as he led them inside. Today was a bright, sunny day in Yangcheng, with strong sunlight blinding people. But as soon as they stepped into Yangcheng restaurant, Yu Chengle felt her vision darken for a moment. It took a couple of seconds to adjust to the dim lighting inside. It was lunchtime, the busy time for customers. Was the restaurant not turned on? Yu Chengle looked up in confusion. The 6 chandeliers on the ceiling were all on, but the lighting seemed weak. Probably the wattage was too low, making it dim. The host, used to the restaurant's lighting, quickly noticed Yu Chengle's reaction and realized the guests found it too dark. He hurriedly guided them to a seat by the window. Please sit here. This spot has good air and is shaded from the sun. The seats by the window had better light, but only compared to other parts of the hall. Outside the window, less than 3 meters away, was a 3-story building blocking most of the sunlight. An older waiter, about 50 or 60 years old, brought the menu and quickly started cleaning the tableware. He set the table while asking what kind of tea they wanted. His swift movements showed he was an experienced staff member. Jiang Yu asked Yu Chengle what kind of tea she liked. She thought for a moment and ordered a pot of tea guanyin. Since Jiang Yu was treating, he naturally ordered 2 signature dishes from Yangcheng restaurant. He chose braised abalone with shiitake mushrooms and yam, and roasted crispy-skinned goose. After ordering, he asked Yu Chengle if she wanted to see if there was anything else she liked. Seeing Jiang Yu generously order 2 large dishes, Yu Chengle decided to just add some small snacks and vegetarian dishes. She ordered a recommended roast pigeon for the welcome, thinking that since she already had roast goose, she would just order one to share. 2 people could taste it. She also ordered a serving of plain boiled vegetables, which was enough for both of them. Jiang Yu saw that Yu Chengle only ordered a few dishes and thought she was being polite. He kept urging her to order more. Unable to refuse kindly, Yu Chengle added a special dish, Golden Ding fresh shrimp dumplings from Yangcheng restaurant. The dishes arrived quickly. Their appearance was similar to what Yu Chengle had eaten before, though the presentation was not as fancy. The aroma was still very tempting. With delicious food in front of them, they started eating happily. Sure enough, the food from Yangcheng restaurant did not disappoint Yu Chengle. The mushroom and abalone stew was fragrant and tasty. The roast goose was juicy and tender, not dry or tough, and the roast pigeon had crispy skin and tender meat, leaving them wanting more. The shrimp dumplings and boiled vegetables were classic dishes from Yangcheng's morning tea, and they were just as good as always. While enjoying tea and food, Yu Chengle felt completely relaxed. The fatigue from the long train ride disappeared. It just showed how easily a foodie can be satisfied. Even Jiang Yu, who usually thought Yangcheng restaurant lowered his status as a host, was silent while eating. No matter how fancy the new restaurants looked, the taste of Yangcheng restaurant, rooted in old Yangcheng, was still the most comforting. Such delicious dishes and such a slow business, what a shame. Looking around the restaurant during lunchtime, only their table had guests. A few other tables were occupied by middle-aged men and women, with a couple of cups of tea and snacks, chatting in Yangcheng dialect. Yu Chengle was also a business person. Seeing the situation, her first thought was whether the restaurant was owned by the landlord or rented. If rented, she worried the rent might not even be covered. And the large restaurant had staff scattered everywhere, with nothing to do. Their monthly wages probably weren't small either. After finishing their meal, they sat for a while, drinking tea. Jiang Yu called the waiter to pay. The manager came over with a handwritten bill and smiled politely. Your total today is 13 yuan. We're giving you a 30% discount, rounding down, so you only need to pay 9 yuan. 5 dishes at Yangcheng restaurant, and only 9 yuan? Not only Jiang Yu, a local, was surprised, but Yu Chengle from Jinpao City, was also stunned. This doesn't even compare to the cost of hosting a guest at Hakalai. If Yu Changla hadn't personally chosen Yangqing restaurant, Jiang Yu might have been too embarrassed to lift his head. With this price, serving 5 dishes to a guest would be considered very stingy, wouldn't it? Jiang Yu felt a bit awkward. It's not early morning now, so why give discounts? Here, 13, take it. The manager of the main hall smiled and replied, Sir, you haven't been here for a while, have you? We've been running a customer appreciation event since July. First, to thank our customers for their support of Yangqing Restaurant, and second, to encourage loyal customers to visit more often. Regardless of whether it's breakfast or lunch, as long as you dine with us, you get a 30% discount. Since July, they've been offering discounts on dishes, and the discount is quite big. It shows the owner is really determined. But after 3 months of operation, the current business situation looks like this. It seems the effect isn't very good. Jiang Yu had never heard of a restaurant doing business like this. As a businessman himself, he quickly calculated, running a 30% discount for 3 months? How much money does your boss have to put in? Seeing his question, the manager guessed that Jiang Yu was also a business person. He sighed and told the truth. Compared to rent and wages, not much. As you can see, the restaurant's business isn't great. Only a few tables a day and revenue isn't high.
Jiang Yu didn't know what to say.
The manager implied that because customer spending was low, the owner didn't have to spend much on subsidies. Is that a small blessing in disguise? Jiang Yu looked around the empty hall at the waiters standing around idly and offered a suggestion. Since business isn't good, maybe don't hire so many waiters. Standing around with nothing to do is just wasting labor. Hearing this, the manager was very grateful. These days, few owners show such kindness and nostalgia. Don't think our business is bad now. When we were doing well, these staff members worked so hard every day that they often couldn't even find time to eat during busy hours. Our restaurant has been open for 45 years. We have employees who have worked here for 45 years. When they couldn't continue, their young family members came to take over. You won't find another restaurant like ours in all of Yangqing. Our boss said that without these long-time employees, Yangqing Restaurant couldn't have lasted until now. As long as Yangqing Restaurant exists, we will never let the old employees lose their jobs. The front desk manager felt very excited inside. He truly believed that such a good boss was hard to find, even with a lantern. Seeing the business getting worse each day, did the other employees not notice? The boss had already started covering the losses out of his own pocket. The monthly losses were shocking. If the business didn't improve soon, he didn't know how long the boss could keep going. As an experienced employee, they had long considered this restaurant their own. When business was bad, they were more anxious than anyone. But their worries didn't help. Customers preferred the new, fancy restaurants. Only a few loyal old customers still came, and their income was barely enough to keep the restaurant running. Yu Changle's eyes rested on some signs in the corner of the restaurant, which listed new products and promotions. It seemed the boss hadn't given up and was still trying to find solutions. Yu Changle was a seasoned foodie. She loved eating so much that, to control her weight and stay healthy, she started studying weight loss and fitness. She was very picky about food. The dishes at Yangqing Restaurant were unforgettable. So why, even with big discounts, couldn't it compete with other restaurants? It clearly wasn't about the price. Compared to the restaurants that stole Yangqing's business, all of them were newly opened, decorated luxuriously and well-equipped. Their flavors might be similar and prices not much different, but the dining environment was worlds apart. The front desk manager also said that Yangqing Restaurant had been open for 45 years, and during that time, it had probably been renovated a little. But it seemed like only small repairs, repainting, fixing old tables and chairs. The chandeliers on the ceiling were outdated, and in summer, they relied on electric fans for cooling. Such arrangements might be enough in a place like Jinpao, but in Yangqing, which is at the forefront of reform and opening up, they were not enough. People in Yangqing earn good money. The savings from discounts are not as important as the pride of dining out. Naturally, they would choose the more luxurious new restaurants over this one. I really don't want to see this old brand being left behind by the times. Yu Changel couldn't help but suggest, I think your restaurant's dishes are very tasty, perfectly keeping the flavor of old Yangcheng. It's definitely not worse than other new high-end restaurants. The only thing lacking might be the dining environment. I have a suggestion for your boss. Visit other successful restaurants and completely renovate Yangcheng restaurant according to current standards. Business will surely improve. The lobby manager smiled bitterly. Your suggestion is something my boss has also thought of. We even hired a special construction team that usually works on foreign joint ventures to look at the place. But the renovation costs are astronomical. As a traditional old shop, we simply can't afford it. Hearing astronomical, Jiang Yu became interested. How much would it cost to renovate a 45-year-old restaurant that even an old shop can't bear? Tell me, how much would it cost to refurbish this old place? Seeing that he didn't believe, the manager explained, nowadays, those new joint venture restaurants are often 3 or 4 stories high to look impressive. To make ours look similar, we'd need to add at least 2 floors. Inside, I've seen those places. Each floor is carpeted, probably over 1,000 square meters in total. Plus, new tables and chairs, all bright and shiny, with at least 12 large crystal chandeliers. Then there's the latest air conditioning units. One costs a lot, and for 3 floors, how many would we need? Just these alone are not cheap. And that doesn't include tiling, painting, and ceiling work. When the construction team comes, I realize how much money is involved everywhere. Hearing this, Jiang Yu was curious. So, how much exactly? The manager held up a hand, making a big thumbs up, as if afraid to say the number aloud. Jiang Yu looked at him and let out a sigh. I thought it was around 40,000 yuan. Your shop has been open for 45 years. Can't the boss come up with that much money? 4,000 yuan might be a huge amount for ordinary people. In Yangcheng, the average monthly salary is 40 yuan, so in a year, that's 480 yuan, twice as much as in Jinqiao City. But saving up 40,000 yuan? You'd have to save for over 80 years without eating or drinking. That's practically an impossible goal in a lifetime. For businessmen, 40,000 yuan no longer seemed so distant. Although Jiang Yu couldn't produce that much cash himself, his total assets exceeded 40,000 yuan. Therefore, he didn't believe the owner of the Yangcheng restaurant couldn't come up with that amount. The lobby manager looked strange, and Yu Changel wondered if it was going to be 400,000? With their current income level, if renovation costs as much as earning 800 years' worth of ordinary wages, it would truly be a huge sum. The lobby manager helplessly shook his head. The number made his stomach churn. If it were only 40,000, we would have renovated long ago. I told you not to doubt me. This is really the price. Stop teasing me. Just tell me, how much is it exactly? Jiang Yu couldn't guess. If not 40,000, then how much could it be? The lobby manager wasn't joking. The number was too shocking for him to say easily. He was afraid he'd have nightmares if he spoke it out loud. He carefully said each word. 400,000. How much? 400,000? Jiang Yu jumped up from his chair in shock, nearly falling out of his eyes. Was there a mistake in what the lobby manager said, or was it his ears? He turned incredulously to Yu Changel, who was equally stunned. Did you hear that? How much did he say? Even Yu Changel, from a later time, was stunned by this number. This was the 1980s, a time when the average monthly income was 20 yuan. How could a figure like 4 million appear in this era? The lobby manager looked at the two in shock, but with understanding. He had already said it, renovation costs were astronomical. Yu Changel was also no longer calm. She doubted her ears. Did you say 4 million? The lobby manager nodded. Although 40,000 was already a large expense, his boss said that even 40,000, he would risk everything, sell everything he had and borrow from others to gather that amount and revive this old restaurant. But 4 million? Even if they sold the Yangcheng restaurant, it wouldn't be enough for a fraction of that. So, knowing that renovation could bring the restaurant back to life, they could only sigh helplessly. Even 40 million yuan in 40 years is not a small amount. An average worker earning 10,000 yuan a year would have to work without eating or drinking for 40 years to save that much. But now, in 1980, the foreign-invested restaurant in Yangcheng has already become so competitive that Yu Chang'e never expected this. It's not an easy problem to solve, and even Yu Chang'e feels somewhat helpless. The issues at Yangcheng restaurant have pointed her toward a new way to make money. Renovation can be profitable, but it requires a lot of investment and specialized knowledge. With her current strength, she can't handle that for now. Although the large sum of money is tempting, she decides to take things step by step and focus on doing her current work well. No one can become wealthy overnight. It's already late to go to the wholesale market now. Most stalls start operating around 3 or 4 in the morning and close by around 11. By this time, few shops are still open. So, Yu Chang'e decides to visit Qin Sufin's cousin, Zhou Defa, first. Then she plans to return early to the guest house to rest and go to the market at 3 a.m. tomorrow to buy supplies. Knowing that Yu Chang'e has important business in Yangcheng, Jiang Yu wants to show hospitality by taking her around, but he will wait until she is free. He leaves her his address and contact information, promising to meet again before she leaves Yangcheng. Yu Chang'e feels a bit embarrassed about inviting him to the 9 yuan dinner at Yangcheng restaurant. After these 2 days of contact, she thinks Jiang Yu is a good person, friendly and sincere. He could be a good friend. After saying goodbye, Yu Chang'e goes back to the guest house to pick up a special homemade sweet wine she brought for Zhou Defa. She stops a tricycle at the guest house entrance and heads to the address Zhou Defa gave her. She had no idea what to expect, but she was shocked once she arrived. It turns out Qin Sufin wasn't joking. Her cousin really is a big boss. The tricycle enters an industrial park and stops in front of Xingfa Garment Factory, where she's headed. Even before getting off, she sees a 6-story building appear before her. This kind of office building is common in Yangcheng's industrial zone. The first and second floors are warehouses and parking lots, filled with dark, piled-up goods, and several large trucks are parked there. The third, fourth, and fifth floors are factories, with workshops, water washing, ironing, and packing all happening inside. The top floor is an office where the boss and administrative staff manage the factory. If Yu Chang'e were from the future, she would definitely be shocked by what she saw. The largest state-owned silk factory in Jinbo is far bigger and more impressive than Zhou Defa's private company. Next to the shiny iron gate that gleams in the sunlight is the entrance to Xingfa Garment Company. Yu Chang'e walks over and explains her visit to the security guard. The guard asks her to wait at the gate, and soon someone comes back with a response. A young female secretary dressed in a black professional suit approaches. She glances at Yu Chang'e subtly, then puts on a polite smile and says, "Hello, Miss Yu, right? Mr. Zhou is not in the company right now. We didn't receive any appointment from you earlier, so I'm sorry you made a trip here for nothing today." It's not that Yu Chang'e doesn't know the rules. She didn't expect Zhou Defa to be the boss of such a big company. Most coastal businesses follow the Hong Kong merchant style, where meeting the boss usually requires an appointment. Yu Chang'e doesn't think the secretary is deliberately making things difficult. Zhou Defa is a first-generation entrepreneur. Unlike later generations who inherit family businesses, he doesn't sit in the office all day giving orders. When he has free time, he is likely out meeting clients and discussing cooperation. Seeing the company's size, Yu Chang'e also realizes there's no chance for her small clothing shop to cooperate. Her modesty was right. If they even offered her a job, her tiny shop couldn't handle the workload. Since that's the case, Yu Chang'e doesn't hesitate. She hands over a bottle of sweet wine she brought for Zhou Defa and smiles. "Sorry for the sudden visit. I come from Jinbo. This is some sweet wine for Mr. Zhou.
Please kindly pass it to him."
The secretary notices that Yu Chang'e is dressed fashionably and speaks politely. She didn't expect her to be a provincial girl from inland, giving such an unremarkable gift. Their boss, Mr. Zhou, has tasted many fine wines, either Wulianye or Maotai, stored in his office for entertaining guests. What kind of strange thing is this sweet wine? Of course, the secretary knows Zhou Defa's hometown is Jinbo. The girl named Yu comes from Jinbo too, and she might even be related to Zhou in some distant way. No matter how poor the gift, She wouldn't dare refuse to accept it. If she dared to throw it away, she would need Joe's permission first. The female secretary reluctantly took the jar with a pointed finger, and her smile faded significantly. There's no plastic seal on the bottle, and the weather isn't very cold. It might spoil easily. President Joe might come to the company at any time. Don't eat too much, or you'll get a stomachache. I can't take responsibility for that. Although she noticed the secretary's change in attitude, it didn't matter much to Yu Changle. She wasn't interested in arguing with these little subordinates. Yu Changle smiled slightly. Then please pass it to President Joe as soon as possible. It won't spoil quickly in a short time. If kept longer, it's uncertain. If the company has a fridge, it can stay for 10 days or half a month without spoiling. President Joe probably won't be away that long. Her words, though gentle, carried a sharp edge. The secretary felt a bit nervous. The rural girl spoke confidently and with a strong presence. The secretary regretted her earlier attitude, feeling she shouldn't have been so rude. She didn't dare say more. She forced a smile, picked up the items, and left. For Yu Changle, this trip to Yangcheng wasn't a big deal even if she didn't meet Zhou Defa last week. Meeting him was a bonus. Not meeting him was no big loss. Since she had no plans for the afternoon, Yu Changle decided to take a break. In her past life, she was busy working in Yangcheng. Eating was enough for free time. There wasn't enough time to visit the city's attractions. So, she had passed by the famous Baiyun Mountain scenic area many times by car, but never visited. Today afternoon was a good chance. The natural environment of the 1980s was better than 40 years later. Yu Changle could fulfill her long-held wish to visit Baiyun Mountain. Her younger brother, Yu Changxi, was also looking forward to this weekend. Early in the morning, he got a fresh haircut outside the school cafeteria, took a shower, changed into a custom-made suit given by Yu Changle, and checked himself in the mirror repeatedly. Zhang Tugan, who was also staying at school for the weekend, looked confused. Usually, Lu Xing was the one who liked to look in the mirror, but he had never seen Changxi so vain. But clothes make the man. Plus, Changxi was naturally handsome and good-looking. With this outfit, he would definitely impress many female students. Zhang Tugan was a bit envious. He wished he could be as handsome as that someday. Where's my ticket? Just now, Yu Changxi, who had been smiling happily, suddenly shouted in surprise. His face visibly tightened with worry as he kept searching inside his coat.
Tugan.
Did you see my tickets? Yu Changxi shouted loudly, something he never usually did, while frantically searching through his wardrobe. Zhang Tugan was startled and asked confusedly, "What tickets?" "Movie tickets. 2 of them." Yu Changxi was very anxious. He clearly put the tickets in the inner pocket of his coat. He hadn't worn that coat in the past few days. It was hanging in the wardrobe. How could the tickets just disappear? Zhang Tugan had never seen what the tickets looked like, so he could only shake his head and say, "I haven't seen them." "Maybe check in the books? Did you maybe slip them inside a book?" He thought the tickets were like ration coupons. If they weren't in the pocket, the most likely place was inside a book because he had hidden ration coupons that way before. Later, he found it easier to remember where he hid them, usually in the pockets sewn into his pants, so he kept them close to himself for safety. On a cool day with a temperature of about 17 or 18 degrees, sweat was pouring down Yu Changxi's forehead. He took out all his clothes and searched again, but the tickets were really gone. He went through every possibility in his mind. He simply couldn't understand how the tickets, kept inside the coat's lining, could just vanish. He desperately tried to remember the last time he checked for the tickets. Finally, he recalled that it was the day Zhao Kai and Lu Xing fought. After breaking up the fight, he was worried the tickets might have fallen out, so he specifically checked and confirmed they were in the inner pocket.
Then,
the next day, under the bright sun, he didn't wear the coat and hung it in the wardrobe. And he hadn't worn that coat since then. So, how could the tickets be lost? A disturbing thought suddenly popped into his mind. Someone might have stolen his tickets. The coat was hanging in the dorm closet, and the other 3 students in the room were the most likely to have taken the tickets. But he couldn't rule out the possibility that other visiting classmates might have come in recently. Thinking this way, Trying to find the tickets now was like searching for a needle in a haystack. And if someone had stolen them, it was probably just one person. Asking each of the students might offend most of them, which he wanted to avoid. Most importantly, he no longer had the time or chance to check everything one by one. Only 2 people in his dorm had gone home for the weekend, and he couldn't contact them at all. Yu Changshi's normally fair face was now pale, with no trace of color, feeling completely discouraged. He knew he wouldn't be able to get the movie ticket back today. Zhang Tugan saw how upset he was and guessed that the ticket might be expensive. He suggested, "Should we report it lost to the school's security office? Or to the police?" Yu Changshi gave a bitter smile and shook his head. The ticket was only 5 cents each, 2 together. Neither the police nor the security office would bother with such a small matter. Who knew if it was stolen or simply dropped by accident? Thinking about the police, Yu Changshi remembered how he had gathered courage to ask Bai Ling to go to the movies with him. Now, if he told her the ticket was missing at the cinema entrance, would he also have to report it as a case? He felt himself laugh at how silly he was. His mood suddenly deflated like a shriveled eggplant. Zhang Tugan didn't know how to comfort him. He had planned to go to the library to read this afternoon. He picked up a textbook on biochemistry and said, "Would you like to come with me to the library? It shouldn't be crowded today." He thought that sitting in the dorm feeling sorry about losing the ticket was useless. It would be better to spend time studying. Maybe reading for a while would help him forget about the lost ticket. But Yu Changshi still shook his head. Since the ticket was lost, he had to go to the cinema and explain it to Bai Ling. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Yu Changshi, Zhang Tugan left alone. He didn't have time to sit around feeling down. The instructor had said that this semester, based on final exam results, there would be scholarship spots. He was determined to get one. He left the dorm building and headed toward the library. Along the way, he passed the girls' dormitory of the Foreign Languages College. Suddenly, he saw a figure that looked familiar behind some trees, with a girl standing nearby. Zhang Tugan wanted to stop and look more closely, but the 2 figures moved behind the trees. He paused for a second, rubbed his eyes, and then walked away, thinking he must be seeing things. Lu Xing had gone home yesterday after class. Why would he be at the girls' dormitory now? But Zhang Tugan was sure he hadn't mistaken. The person standing downstairs at the girls' dorm was Lu Xing. And the girl facing him with a cold expression was Lu Yuding, the girl who was mistaken by Bai Chuan as Yu Changshi's girlfriend. On a rare quiet weekend when no one was in the dormitory, Lu Yuding was carefully practicing shorthand while listening to the Central International English Radio. Suddenly, her concentration was broken by a knock on the door. She got up irritably and opened the door. Standing outside was a girl she didn't know, who immediately greeted her warmly. "Are you Lu Yuding from the English department? There's a handsome biology student downstairs looking for you." The girl was clearly a romantic at heart, lost in love. When Lu Xing asked her to help call someone, she was polite and stylish, definitely a city girl. What's more, she was holding a bunch of bright red roses. On a crisp autumn afternoon, a well-mannered boy appeared downstairs with a bouquet of flowers. The helpful girl automatically imagined a sweet campus love story. The boy was looking for someone she knew, but only from afar. Who was Lu Yuding? She was the campus beauty of the Foreign Languages College. Besides her own English department, students from other departments also knew her name. She was not only beautiful but also dressed differently from others, very stylish and elegant. Even passing by her, one could smell a faint, lovely fragrance. This scent had students from the Foreign Languages College talking for a long time. They couldn't tell if it was soap or a kind of balm. Anyway, no one else had ever smelled such a special and pleasant aroma. Being beautiful wasn't enough to make all girls admire her. The key was her excellent grades, top of her class, and her modest personality. She was usually seen only in the library or classroom and never close to any boy. Such a talented, beautiful, and humble girl naturally inspired admiration even from her peers. No one felt jealous. They just looked up to her like an idol. When Lu Yuding heard it was from the biology department, she thought Yu Changshi was looking for her and smiled gently at the girl. "Okay, I understand. Thank you." That icy beauty's smile almost seemed to steal the girl's soul. Her face turned inexplicably red. She hurriedly replied, "You're welcome," and quickly ran away. Lu Yuding left the dorm building and saw only a boy with black-rimmed glasses downstairs, holding a bunch of roses, staring intently in her direction. Looking around, there was no sign of Yu Changxi anywhere. Lu Yuding was feeling puzzled when the boy with glasses stepped forward eagerly and called her name. Lu Yuding looked him over suspiciously, but she couldn't remember who he was. She didn't have a good opinion of these hormonally charged boys on campus, so she frowned. "Are you looking for me? Who are you? Do we know each other?" His cold, relentless questions felt like 3 sharp cuts in Lu Xing's heart. He was so angry, he almost spat blood. It had only been a few days since registration, and she had already forgotten him. He tried to stay calm, forced a smile, and said, "Don't you remember? I'm your roommate's friend." Lu Yuding didn't forget. She simply never remembered him at all. It was strange. Why should she remember her roommate's friends' names or appearances? She probably couldn't even recognize all the boys in her class. "Oh," she replied indifferently. "Did Changxi want to see me about something?" Seeing himself being used just to pass a message for Changxi made Lu Xing very angry, but he still maintained a polite appearance. "No, I have something to talk to you about myself." Lu Yuding glanced at the bouquet of roses he was holding and quickly lost patience. Did these guys only think about chasing girls? It was such a waste of her time and educational resources. "Just tell me, what's the matter?" If it weren't for the fact that he was Changxi's roommate, she would have turned around immediately to continue listening to her radio. She doubted he could say anything serious. Lu Xing could sense Lu Yuding's proud attitude, but he didn't mind. To him, a girl as beautiful as her had every reason to be proud. He politely handed her the roses and said in a deep voice, "On my way from home to school, I met a little flower seller. Seeing such beautiful flowers, I couldn't help but think of you. Only someone as beautiful as you can match these flowers. So I bought them to give to you." This speech. If Lu Yuding hadn't been so well-mannered, she might have rolled her eyes. Lu Yuding frowned as she looked at the bouquet of roses held in front of her. She decided to give her roommate Changxi one last chance to be reasonable, hoping he would stop pushing. "Sorry, I'm allergic to pollen. I can't accept this flower." Lu Xing had only heard of people being allergic to penicillin, which required skin tests before injections. This was the first time he heard someone was allergic to pollen. He immediately realized he had made a mistake and quickly took the flowers back. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Sorry, I should be the one apologizing. I haven't interacted with you enough and don't know you well. Let's get to know each other better in the future." Lu Yuding looked at him as if he was crazy, her patience running out. "Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'll go now. I'm halfway through my listening homework and need to finish it." When she turned to leave, Lu Xing hurriedly took out 2 movie tickets from his pocket. "One more thing. My friend bought 2 tickets for the movie Lushan Love, but he can't go because of something. I wanted to ask if you're free this afternoon to watch it." Before he finished, Lu Yuding turned around again. Lu Xing felt hopeful. Maybe she would agree. Lu Yuding's lips curled into a cold smile. She wasn't giving up easily. In the next moment, she walked up to Lu Xing with a half-smile, pinched the tickets with her long, fair fingers, and gently tore them apart. She then handed him a 1 yuan coin. "My friend and I were worried about not being able to get tickets for Lushan Love." "What a coincidence. I won't refuse your kindness." "Thank you." Lu Xing was dazzled by her smile. Only after realizing she had taken both tickets and handed him a coin did he feel confused. Did he really come to sell tickets downstairs at the girls' dorm on a weekend? He panicked and forgot to keep his composure. He called out to her as she was about to disappear down the corridor. "Hey."
Wait.
He didn't know if Lu Yuding was rushing to finish her homework to watch the movie, but she vanished in the stairwell before he could say more. Lu Xing called after her, but got no response. In his hurry, he stepped into the girls' dorm corridor. As soon as he took a step inside, he was startled by a loud shout. "Stop. What are you doing? Do you even know where you are?"
Just barging in like that.
Lu Xing's fragile little heart was quite frightened. A tall, strong ant holding a mop stood at the staircase, glaring at him angrily. The aunt is the manager of this girl's dormitory. She was cleaning during the weekend when there were few people around. If she had been a bit less careful, someone might have sneaked into the dorm. These young troublemakers often try to sneak into the girls' dormitory. They don't bother to find out how the security guard from the foreign language college earned his reputation as the door guardian. Lu Xing patted his chest and smiled politely, saying, "Andy, I was just talking to the girl I just went in to see. I still have something to say. As soon as I finish, I'll come down." The aunt sneered lightly. You didn't finish your talk and she left. You still want to chase after her? Young man, don't blame me for being blunt. You're too clueless. You can't chase girls like that. The aunt spends every day chasing away at least 20 romantic dreamers from this dorm building. If she doesn't speak directly, her words won't have any effect. But Lu Xing's delicate feelings couldn't handle her kind reminder. He blushed deeply and tried to explain, "I'm not chasing her. I really have something important to do. If you don't chase girls, you shouldn't go upstairs. You can't talk about important things during class. Waiting until the holidays to find a girl in the dorm isn't good either," she said. "If it's really important, put down the flowers you're holding. I've been working for over 40 years and haven't seen someone so big and strong yet still carry flowers. You're a grown-up, but you don't tell the truth. Forget it. I see you're dressed quite neatly, and you're probably a student here. Which college are you from? If necessary, I can report to your college. Today, I'll let you go upstairs once." The aunt had seen many situations. Could she really be fooled by this young troublemaker? The girl Lu Xing saw earlier wasn't unfamiliar. She was a beautiful, polite girl from the foreign language college, always greeting her politely. "I heard her grades are quite good." These young troublemakers are always thinking about how to get into trouble instead of studying seriously. As long as Auntie is here, they can't ruin their chances. Lu Xing's face kept changing from red to blue. His aunt's loud, non-stop chatter drew the attention of passing female students. After hearing what she said, they either whispered to each other or covered their mouths to hide their laughter. Lu Xing felt like he had lost all face this time. His aunt asked Lu Xing which college he was from. Lu Xing didn't dare to answer. If he reported himself to the college, the counselor would think badly of him, and he might lose the chance for awards at the end of the year. Feeling embarrassed, Lu Xing didn't want to stay here any longer. He quickly said, "No need, Andy. It's not urgent. We can talk about it after class tomorrow." Then he turned and hurriedly left, head bowed low. His aunt watched his back disappear behind the trees, smiled proudly, and continued mopping the floor while humming a song. Actually, Lu Yuding, standing at the corner of the second floor, also smiled slightly. Dealing with someone like Lu Xing, who thought too highly of himself, was to give him a little lesson so he would back off. If he had a better attitude, he might have a chance to climb higher. Today, Lu Xing lost 2 movie tickets. Let's see if he dares to bother her again next time. As for what to do with the 2 tickets for the movie Lushan Love, of course, she would watch them. She paid for the tickets herself, so why not see the movie? These hard-to-get tickets in her hand, who should she go with? Lu Yuding's friends were few, because she was very selective about who she liked. It was rare for someone to catch her eye. But right now, she already had the best person in mind. She decided to go to the clothing store and find Yu Changle. If she was free, she would invite her to watch this popular new movie together. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. A few days ago, Yu Changle even sent some fried dough twists to Yu Changxi. Friendship should be mutual. It's unfair if only others think of her. She should also think of her friends. Thinking about watching the movie with her best friend made Lu Yuding feel very happy. She went back to her dorm, changed into a light yellow dress, and wore a thin white wool vest outside. Her hair was still neatly tied behind her head. Today, she didn't wear a headband but chose a beret made of the same wool material. Compared to her usual look, she was dressed up more carefully. Many people misunderstand this point, thinking that girls only dress up carefully when they go on dates with boys. In fact, the most beautiful moments for a girl are often when she is out with close friends. This weekend, the weather in Jinbo is nice. Many people are shopping at the clothing store, so Li Mei calls Chui Chui over to help. Chiro only glances briefly at Cui Cui and immediately knows that this person is no threat to her. Cui Cui looks quite ordinary, dressed simply and cleanly, but her style is strange. Her taste seems off, and she's not even in winter yet, but she's already wearing a scarf around her neck, which looks uncomfortable. To do well in sales, you need to be sweet-talking. Since Cui Cui entered the store, Chiro hasn't heard her finish a full sentence. How can she do well in sales like that? Feeling relieved, Chiro puffs up like a proud peacock. Since Cui Cui doesn't talk much, she orders her around to pack up the clothes the customers tried on. Meanwhile, she moves around happily, like a butterfly, around the customers. Li Mei sees this, but doesn't say much. Although Cui Cui is her relative, sales require skill. She can only help Cui Cui practice after work. Since Zhang trusts her to manage the store, she can't do anything favoritism-based. After sending away the last customer, Cui Cui tidies up the clothes, Li Mei counts the money, and Chiro, acting like a hero, lazily sits on the bench prepared for customers. She leans back, pretending to be tired, but secretly she's counting how much commission she earned from this batch of customers. At that moment, the doorbell rings again. Chiro casually looks up and her eyes widen in surprise. Jinbo. There's actually a girl who looks even better than her? So beautiful she can't even deny it. Cui Cui sees Chiro sitting still on the bench and must nervously go over and greet her softly. Hello, welcome. Even these few words, Cui Cui speaks cautiously, afraid her hoarse voice might upset the customer and harm the store's business. Lu Yuting smiles at her slightly. Hello, I want to see your boss. Cui Cui was about to say that the boss was not here when Chiro suddenly stood up, pushed Cui Cui aside, and loudly said, Our boss isn't here. If you have something to say to me, it's the same. I can handle the shop's affairs. Feeling that her appearance was being overshadowed, Chiro suddenly gained some confidence. She wanted to show her authority in the shop in front of Lu Yuting, as if that would make her feel better inside. Lu Yuting frowned and thought, what kind of employee is this? As soon as she entered, she noticed Chiro. She was sitting awkwardly, almost lying on the bench. At first, she thought Chiro was a customer tired from trying on clothes, but it turned out she was an employee. Seeing her enter without greeting anyone, and even pushing aside another employee in front of customers, was very rude. Lu Yuting was unhappy and naturally didn't want to talk to her. At this moment, Li Mei finished counting the bills, looked up, and happily greeted her. You're a friend of Chang, right? I saw you come with Lu Bo on the opening day. Lu Yuting bypassed Chiro, who was blocking her, and went straight to Li Mei, smiling politely. I think I've seen you before, ma'am. Is Chang here? I need to see her about something. Li Mei looked a bit disappointed and said, That's unfortunate. She went to Yangqing to buy supplies and probably won't be back for a few days. When she heard that Yu Changlu had gone to Yangqing, Lu Yuting was surprised. She thought if I had known she was going, I would have gone too. Since Yu Changlu wasn't here, Lu Yuting didn't want to stay longer. After nodding goodbye to Li Mei and the staff who was attending her, she left. Chiro watched her walk past. Her pretty chin was raised and she didn't even look at her or nod goodbye. She felt so angry she almost saw smoke coming out of her ears. Right after Lu Yuting left, Chiro hurried over to Li Mei to ask, Who was that just now? She acted so proud, like she's someone important. What does she want from Sister Changla? Proud?
Li Mei looked at Cui Cui.
Cui Cui didn't say anything but nodded politely. We all think her friend is pretty nice. She's good-looking and polite. Hearing this, Chiro felt terrible, like she had just eaten a fly. She wanted to say she only said goodbye, which was polite, but she was afraid to say it out loud because she'd feel embarrassed. So she just held it in. Li Mei subtly said to her, Chang Li's friend came to see her, but she didn't tell me. I don't know what it's about, and I wouldn't go around asking. When you're in society, you need to know your limits. Don't you think so? This was the first time Li Mei directly scolded Chiro. Seeing her usually gentle aunt suddenly become serious, Chiro was first surprised, then a feeling of anger rose in her heart. Great! Now that her family is here, they start looking down on her. She knew that Li Mei and Yu Changlo were both the same kind of people. They usually pretend to be kind, but secretly dislike her because she's young, beautiful, and eloquent. Humph. They should look around. If it weren't for her, would the clothing store be doing so well? Feeling angry but still afraid to argue with Li Mei face to face, Chi-Ro glared with wide eyes, clenched her fists in frustration, and stomped her foot in anger, then spat out, "I'm going to eat now." Without caring about their reactions, she turned and stormed out the door. Li Mei was annoyed seeing her proud attitude. She really thought she was a young lady of high status. She hadn't even scolded her yet, but she already threw a tantrum and turned her face away. Cui Cui saw her little sister-in-law so angry her chest was heaving and quickly went over to comfort her softly. "Little sister-in-law, don't be angry. Getting upset is bad for your health." Li Mei gritted her teeth and said bitterly, "I'm angry at myself. Why did I bring such a troublemaker into Chong Li's shop?" Outside, Chi-Ro confidently left the store. She didn't care how the two inside viewed her. Anyway, Yu Changlo wasn't there, and neither her aunt nor nephew could do anything to her. As she stepped outside and a breeze blew, her frustration eased a lot, and her mind became more lively. Does it matter whether she eats or not? She might as well take this chance to go to the skating rink and see if she could meet Luo Cheng. Thinking about how she hadn't been to the skating rink for days, she wondered if Luo Cheng had already forgotten her. Chi-Ro couldn't help but blame Yu Changlo again. If it weren't for Yu Changlo, who was like a gatekeeper in the store, she wouldn't have missed so many chances to be with Luo Cheng. A girl from the countryside who had somehow taken over Brother Jiao An's affection, now also tried to block her destined love. Chi-Ro felt that Yu Changlo was just her unlucky star. Forget it. Just thinking about this country girl made her feel terrible. Kira looked at the glass of the shop by the street, then took a deep breath and happily headed toward the skating rink at the cultural center. On weekends, the skating rink is always crowded. Not only are many people watching from outside, but inside the rink, everyone is skating in a long line, slowly moving forward. But even so, it can't stop young people today from making friends at the skating rink. There aren't many places for entertainment these days. Parks are more suitable for artistic young people, while trendy young people prefer colorful places like skating rinks, where they can have some private, shy contact. When Kira stepped into the skating rink, her eyes darted around, searching for Luo Cheng's figure. Suddenly, her face stiffened. In the darkest corner of the rink, Luo Cheng was surrounded by two young women with heavy makeup. From their bright smiles, she could imagine how funny and charming Luo Cheng was being. She had heard Luo Cheng say those funny things before, and she remembered that the smiles on the young women's faces were exactly the same as the ones Luo Cheng had worn when he told her those jokes. A strong feeling of jealousy surged inside Kiru. In just a few days, Luo Cheng had already replaced his company with new friends. Luo Cheng was joking and laughing with the two young women beside him when he suddenly noticed a resentful gaze staring at him from not far away. He immediately became alert. He frowned and looked in that direction. When he saw it was Kiru, his eyebrows relaxed, and a slight smile appeared on his face. He thought he had lost this catch, but unexpectedly, she had come right into his net again. Without hesitation, Luo Cheng pushed aside the two women who had been chatting happily just moments before, pushing them away without mercy. His eyes fixed on Kiru as she approached him. "Finally here. I thought my girl wouldn't want me anymore." He grinned mischievously and walked straight to Kiru, grabbing her hand and pulling her toward himself. When Kira saw him coming, her heart started pounding uncontrollably. When he suddenly whispered sweet words and took her in his arms, she immediately surrendered. The jealousy she had felt earlier when she saw Luo Cheng joking with other women disappeared instantly. Her mind was filled with shyness and happiness. See? Luo Cheng still liked her the most. Those women were just flirtatious butterflies, like Yu Chanlo, shamelessly throwing themselves at her beloved. She pouted playfully and gently twisted her body, softly saying, "Who doesn't want you? I've been very busy at work these days. I finally found some free time and came to see you right away. Why are you blaming me?" When Chi-Ro heard Luo Cheng accept her nickname for him, She knew they were getting closer to a breakthrough and felt happy inside. What kind of busy work is this? If we can't see each other, it's better not to work at all. Just for a little money. Don't tire my dear heart. Listen to me. I'll give you the same amount of money each month. We can quit that job. Seeing Luo Cheng's usual neat appearance, she knew he probably earned a good income. Plus, he had a group of friends who ate and drank with him generously. She was sure he was a wealthy young man. Hearing that her boyfriend cared so much and was generous enough to give her money made Chiro feel very happy. But Luo Cheng wanted her to quit her job at Yu Chongli's shop. She hesitated. Not only did the job only require talking, and she could earn a good salary comfortably, much better than what her parents had earned working in a factory for decades, but she also felt guilty about quitting. She had begged her aunt for 3 days straight, making all kinds of promises, just to get her aunt to help her get this job. Now, after less than a month, if she suddenly quit again, she was afraid her aunt would be so angry she might come to her house and scold her. Since childhood, she had been the favorite in her big family, well-behaved, sweet-tongued, and everyone liked her. Her aunt loved her most and treated her well, but she was also the strictest. If she did something wrong as a child, she would just pout, act cute and innocent, and maybe shed a tear. The adults around her would immediately soften, but her aunt would never fall for it. She would insist on teaching her until she admitted her mistake. So, Chiro was not afraid of anyone at home, except her aunt. Seeing her hesitate, Luo Cheng felt a bit annoyed. What's wrong? Don't trust me? Or are you reluctant to leave that job? If you think work is more important than me, I won't stop you. But if we keep being apart like before, I can't promise I won't change. After saying this, he deliberately glanced at the corner where 2 girls were standing, glaring at him and Chiro with displeasure. Chiro was suddenly nervous when he said that and quickly explained, "Don't be angry. I don't mean not wanting to spend more time with you. It's just that this job was introduced by my family. I've been working there for less than a month and I want to quit now because I'm afraid I won't finish my tasks. I'll quit next month, okay?" Luo Cheng sneered inwardly. He still wanted her to wait until next month. Did she really think she was some kind of fairy? If she had been the military wife she met at the cinema entrance, that might be different. As long as he got her, he'd be willing to wait as long as it took. He started to feel impatient. Tell me, which factory's job is so important? In his view, even the best meat factory workers don't earn enough for a meal in a month. Working is just to make some money. As long as she listens to him obediently, he could give her that much money every week, not just every month. He didn't expect Chiro to ask this question. She bit her lower lip, looking embarrassed. Luo Cheng thought she was pretending, claiming her job was too good to quit. Why was she now acting like she couldn't speak? His patience with her was wearing thin. This woman was so hesitant. Once he got her, he'd probably kick her out in a week. Why? Do you still want to keep it a secret from me? His voice grew colder. Chiro hurriedly explained. No, it's just that. I feel a bit shy to say. I work in a clothing store, but I do sales, not tailoring. In her mind, even though she worked at Changla clothing store, her job of talking was more advanced than someone like Li Mei, who only did manual work. Luo Cheng chuckled dismissively. He thought it was a good job, but it turned out she wasn't even a formal employee. Working for a small business was even less impressive. He knew that if he said a few more times, she wouldn't ignore him. So he became more affectionate. It's nothing to be shy about. You're my wife. I can't afford to let you do such hard work. You should stay by my side. I'll take care of everything. Going to a clothing store just means shopping for clothes. I miss being with you all the time. I get anxious when I don't see you. Don't you want to be with me all the time? Chiro felt dizzy from his sweet words. Just now, she was his girlfriend, and now he was calling her wife directly. She felt like she had been hit by a falling pie from the sky, and she was so happy her head was spinning. Not long ago, she was still upset about Yu Changle taking her longtime boyfriend Joen-go, but unexpectedly, a bright new opportunity appeared. Heaven had sent her a wealthy and caring partner in Luo Cheng. There was no one luckier or happier than her in the world. At this moment, She even felt grateful that Yu Changle had appeared just in time to eliminate a less suitable option. Although Jiu Go was taller and more handsome than Luo Cheng, he was too cold. His face was always icy. Luo Cheng, on the other hand, was warm and passionate about her. Girls always hope their partners love them more and pamper them more. Like Luo Cheng, who always wants to see her, worries about her at work, and is willing to spend money on her. Chi-Ro felt sweet inside, and her body grew softer. Luo Cheng gently embraced her, and behind them, the younger brothers cheered loudly. Embarrassed, Chi-Ro buried her face in Luo Cheng's chest like a little quail. At the same time, at the ice skating rink, love was in the air, but at the cinema, it was cold and windy. Yu Changxi arrived at the cinema entrance at 2 o'clock, still holding onto a glimmer of hope. Maybe he could buy 2 tickets at the window. Hello, do you have tickets for the Lushan Love movie at 3 p.m. today? The staff at the window smiled when they heard him want tickets for the 3 p.m. showing. Young man, it seems you don't have much experience taking girls to the movies. For popular love films like this, tickets are usually sold out a week in advance. There's only an hour before the show starts. You might try your luck at the cinema entrance to see if someone is selling their tickets. Seeing that he was polite and well-educated, the staff kindly gave him some advice. Yu Changxi had no choice but to try his luck at the cinema entrance, asking everyone he saw. As the time for the movie approached, his hope of getting tickets grew dim. At the flower stand, a young couple was sitting close and whispering sweet nothings. With no other options, Yu Changxi could only muster his courage and try his luck. Sure enough, he was turned down as if he were a fool. They did have 2 tickets, but why should they give them to him? This shows that Yu Changxi lacks life experience. If Yu Changle had faced this situation and it was very important to her, she would have simply solved it with 3 words. Use money. Even if this couple believes money is worthless and values love more, some people still think material things matter more than love. If 100 yuan isn't enough, try 200. If 200 isn't enough, try 500. There are always practical people who can't resist the temptation of money. But it's just a movie. Watching it later won't cost any less time. Unfortunately, Yu Changxi couldn't think of that solution. His life experience didn't support such ideas, so he could only awkwardly apologize and turn away. But before he could turn around, he heard a voice behind him that made his heart race. Yu Changxi felt like he was electric shocked and quickly turned around. Bai Ling was here. Dressed casually instead of in uniform, Bai Ling looked softer and more gentle. Her short hair, usually in a police cap, was neatly combed behind her ears. She had a blue hair clip in her side bangs and wore a blue polka dot dress. She looked like a pure college girl walking on campus. Yu Changxi was stunned, his mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a moment. He stared at Bai Ling intently, making even her usually confident demeanor look shy. She awkwardly tugged at her dress. Last time I went to the shop, Changle said this dress suits me. I rarely have time to wear casual clothes, so I wore it today. Do I look strange? Hearing her question, Yu Changxi snapped out of his daze. He quickly shook his head repeatedly, blushing. No, not strange at all. You look great in that dress. Really, you look fantastic. Bai Ling chuckled softly. Every word Yu Changxi said was repeated twice without him realizing. With her long experience working in law enforcement, Bai Ling saw that Yu Changxi was obviously very nervous. This Yu Changxi. You could say he's timid because he dared to come to her workplace for a movie date without any reason. Or you could say he's brave because he just met her and hasn't done anything yet, but he's already so nervous he can't speak properly. She had spent half an hour fixing her hair before going out, preparing herself mentally to wear this dress. She thought she would be nervous enough just going on her first date in a dress with a guy. But it turned out Yu Changxi was even more nervous than she was. Yu Changxi's intense gaze made Bai Ling's face feel a little hot. She lowered her eyes and smiled softly. Time's almost up. Let's go inside. Yu Changxi felt his hands and feet go numb. Bai Ling had specially worn a dress she usually didn't wear just to watch the movie, which showed she was really looking forward to Lushan Love. How could he tell her he lost the tickets? Seeing him still standing there in a daze, Bai Ling sensed something was wrong. What's wrong? Yu Changxi's face turned red as if blood was about to drip. His throat was dry, and he found it hard to swallow. He struggled to speak. Sorry, Bai Ling. I lost the tickets. We can't watch Lushan Love today. He spoke sadly, lowering his head more and more. His heart was full of mixed feelings, deep guilt and disappointment, making it hard for him to face Bai Ling. Suddenly, a pair of pretty, white shoes appeared in his line of sight. He looked up. Bai Ling was looking at him with a rare, playful look in her eyes. Losing the tickets. Huh? Can't see Lushan Love. Are you that upset? Yu Changxi hurriedly explained. No, it's not that I'm upset about not seeing the movie. I'm worried you'll be disappointed in me. He stopped halfway, feeling he had been too abrupt and spoken too plainly. He quickly shut his mouth. But Bai Ling had heard everything clearly. She couldn't help but smile softly. Missing the movie might be a little disappointing, but if you tell me you can't go, and our date ends here, then I would be disappointed in you. Yu Changxi thought he was pretty good at thinking during class, but now he couldn't quite understand Bai Ling's words. He hesitated and asked, So, you're not angry? Can we still continue our date? The word date trembled on his tongue. He liked Bai Ling, but he was worried she only saw him as a friend or even as a little brother. So even though he gathered his courage to ask her to watch a movie, he was secretly convincing himself that it was just normal friends hanging out, which gave him the courage. But just now, he clearly heard Bai Ling say it was a date. So, does she see him asking her to watch a movie as a kind of date?
So,
does her agreeing to watch the movie mean she agrees to go on a date with him?
So,
agreeing to go on a date with him means... Yu Changxi tried to stay calm on the outside, but inside, he was very excited. His mind quickly sorted through this chain of thoughts and finally came to a happy conclusion that made him want to jump for joy. Bai Ling was about to nod when suddenly, behind them, a loud angry shout was heard. Bai Ling! Yu Changxi? Bai Chuan could hardly believe his eyes. He never thought that following Bai Ling to the cinema would lead him to see Yu Changxi. Bai Ling was also surprised and angry. What are you doing here? Are you stalking me? She was upset, angry at Bai Chuan for stalking her, and upset at herself for being so happy, without noticing. Bai Chuan's face turned red with anger, and his voice trembled as he spoke. If I wasn't following you, I wouldn't know you were meeting Yu Changxi. Bai Chuan was already in a very bad mood today, feeling so down that he didn't want to leave his house. But Bai Ling suddenly dressed up in a dress and wore small heels, then spent half an hour fixing herself in front of the mirror. Her unusual behavior caught Bai Chuan's attention. Seeing his sister start to dress up again, a bad thought crossed Bai Chuan's mind. Could she be going to lure someone out again? Otherwise, with his 20 years of knowing Bai Ling, she would never wear a dress voluntarily. He knew Bai Ling wouldn't listen to him and give up dangerous plans, but he was worried about her safety. Exhausted but unable to rest, he silently followed her, ready to step in and protect her at any moment. As he watched Bai Ling happily go along her way, he already felt something was wrong. When he saw that she was meeting Yu Changxi at the cinema, he was completely stunned. Not just stunned, he exploded. Very, very violently exploded. It was only then that he realized Bai Ling wasn't doing undercover work out of concern. She was actually on a real date. A date was fine, but with Yu Changxi, that was absolutely unacceptable. Bai Chuan felt heartbroken and furious. His own sister and his good brother. How could they do something so immoral behind Lu Yuding's back? He tried to calm himself down and give them a chance to explain. This idea was dismissed by Bai Chuan in less than a second. Bai Ling might still not know that Yu Changxi has a girlfriend. Or does Yu Changxi himself not know? Thinking of this, Bai Chuan couldn't hold back his anger. He grabbed Yu Changxi's collar. I gave you the movie tickets so you could flirt with my sister? Yu Changxi, I thought of you as a brother, but you really let me down. Yu Changxi thought he couldn't accept that he was young and still a student, and that he liked Bai Ling. He hadn't told Bai Chuan about this beforehand, which made Bai Chuan feel that his actions were very unfair. Seeing Bai Chuan, who usually treated him like a brother, so angry, Yu Changxi felt sad and ashamed. Bai Chuan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept this from you.
Bai Chuan almost laughed out loud. What kind of words are those? Not telling him means everything is fine? Ha. Yes, you really shouldn't have kept it from me. You should have told me earlier. I would have broken your leg, so you wouldn't come out. Bai Chuan. Don't go too far. Hearing Bai Chuan's words becoming more extreme and seeing him clench his fists, Bai Ling quickly pulled away Bai Chuan's hand that was grabbing Yu Changxi and scolded him sternly. She had noticed that Bai Chuan had been in a bad mood all week. Every day after dinner, he locked himself in his room. When she asked, he said he was fine. She thought he was having trouble at work and felt a little happy that her older brother, who was 2 years older than her, was finally mature and focused on his career. But today, he didn't tell her he was following her around and then suddenly went crazy at Yu Changxi. Was he upset and trying to act like a big brother? Don't forget, she was already 20 years old. Bai Chuan had no right to control who she dated. Bai Ling also got angry. Bai Chuan's behavior was rude and disrespectful. She grabbed Yu Changxi's hand. Bai Chuan, get this straight. I am an adult now. I can make friends with whoever I want, and I don't need your permission. Please stop interfering with my personal life. Changxi, let's go. Bai Ling, angry, pulled hard. She almost broke Bai Chuan's finger. Before he could cry out in pain, she firmly pulled Yu Changxi and turned to leave. I don't know if I was feeling pain or anger. Bai Chuan pointed at the two people walking away, his fingertips trembling. Don't come back if you have the courage. If you do, I'll lock the door. This so-called freedom you seek by hurting others isn't real freedom at all. The movie was about to start. Couples passing by looked at Bai Chuan with surprise or curiosity. He stood alone at the cinema entrance, looking very sad, making it hard not to notice. The young couples guessed that maybe he had been dumped or rejected by someone he liked. He looked so sad, definitely heartbroken. As they passed, everyone looked at him with sympathy. Suddenly, a clear, slightly surprised voice called out, "Brother Bai Chuan?" Bai Chuan felt like he'd been poked sharply in the back and suddenly straightened up, turning around in disbelief, his jaw dropping. Lu Yuding, who was beautifully dressed and graceful, appeared unexpectedly at the cinema entrance, and Bai Chuan was a little surprised and happy. "Brother Bai Chuan, why are you standing here alone? Are you waiting for someone?" Seeing Lu Yuding, who looked so elegant and tall, suddenly appear, Bai Chuan's face looked blank, but inside, his mind was racing, and his emotions were very complicated. He was finally seeing Yuding, whom he thought about day and night. He was so happy, so excited. But why at this particular time and place? Compared to his happiness and excitement, he was more worried that Yu Changxi and Bai Ling might come out hand in hand at any moment. If Yuding saw that, he didn't know how sad she would be. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. Of course, he couldn't let Yuding be kept in the dark, but he also didn't want to shock her suddenly. Seeing Bai Chuan staring blankly at her instead of answering, Lu Yuding frowned slightly, feeling a bit strange. "Brother Bai Chuan, are you okay?" Bai Chuan snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly replied, "I'm fine. I was just standing here. Just standing for a bit." Standing at the cinema entrance? Lu Yuding thought Bai Chuan seemed a bit distracted today, but since he said he was fine, she didn't think much more and kindly reminded him, "The movie is about to start. I'm going in now. You should come in quickly too." At this time, being at the cinema entrance was obviously for watching the movie. Could he be here to catch someone cheating? I don't know if Brother Bai Chuan has gotten married yet. It's not completely impossible. Lu Yuding was amused by her own narrow-minded thoughts. She smiled with pursed lips and waved at Bai Chuan before heading inside. Only then did Bai Chuan realize that he shouldn't have given his 2 tickets to Yu Changxi. They would soon come back to watch the movie, and wouldn't that mean they might run into Yuding? Thinking this way, Bai Chuan made up his mind. He wouldn't go anywhere and would stay at the cinema entrance. If those 2 dared to come back to watch the movie, he would do everything he could to bring Bai Ling home. As it was about his turn to check tickets and enter the theater, Lu Yuding instinctively looked back at the entrance. She saw Bai Chuan standing there like a statue. Suddenly, she had an idea. She stepped out of the line and walked toward the entrance. "Brother Bai Chuan."
He was focused on watching the crowd entering the theater when her call startled him.
He stammered. What?
What's wrong? Why did you come out? He felt a little nervous. The show was about to start, and he really hoped Bai Ling and the others wouldn't come now. The show is about to start. The ticket check line is already long. Why haven't you gone in yet? Lu Yuding thought Bai Chuan seemed a bit strange today. Could he be in some trouble? Bai Chuan hesitated and quickly found a reason to get Lu Yuding inside. I lost my ticket. I've been looking for it, but haven't found it yet. I've looked for a long time.
Don't worry about me.
You should go in quickly and watch the movie before it starts. Oh, Lu Yuding suddenly understood. She had been wondering why Bai Chuan was standing at the cinema entrance looking lost. Now it made sense. Isn't this just perfect? She smiled with a squint and took out 2 tickets from her bag, happily waving them in front of Bai Chuan. Look at this. Before Bai Chuan could answer, she continued. I happen to have an extra ticket. I was going to ask Chang Le to come with me, but she went on a trip. Now, since you lost your ticket, you don't need to find it anymore. Here, take this ticket. Let's watch the movie together. Bai Chuan was stunned. Lu Yuding thought he was shy about taking her ticket, so she directly shoved the ticket into his hand and reached out to pull his sleeve as she led him inside. Don't stand there frozen. If you're late, you'll miss the start. Bai Chuan stared intently at the small, fair hand pulling on his sleeve. His mind was slow to react, but his feet automatically moved forward, following Lu Yuding's steps. She was walking quickly, her hair flowing like waves behind her, carrying a faint, pleasant scent in the air. Bai Chuan had never felt his life so ups and downs in the past 22 years. His mood shifted constantly, like being lost in a fog, highs and lows, unsure of his feelings. He was a bit dazed. Suddenly, he found himself in the ticket-checking line. The ticket inspector took his ticket and punched a hole in it. Row 10, seat 12. Then Lu Yuding pushed him forward, and the inspector took her ticket, punching another hole. Row 10, seat 10. Hearing his seat number, Bai Chuan finally snapped out of his daze. He couldn't believe it. Weren't these seats bought through a friend? The seats were in the middle, not too close to the front, so he wouldn't have to look up all the time. After 2 hours of watching the movie, his neck wouldn't hurt. He had specifically asked his friend to choose these seats. He was sure he remembered correctly. He stared at his ticket in disbelief, not blinking once. It really was seat 10, row 10. Now Bai Chuan's mind was completely overwhelmed. Did Yu Changxi give the ticket to Lu Yuding instead of using it for Bai Ling? If so, why? Why did Yu Changxi give the ticket but not go with Lu Yuding to watch the movie? Instead, he arranged to meet Bai Ling outside the theater. Was he afraid of being seen? If they weren't watching the movie, why did Yu Changxi and Bai Ling meet at the theater entrance? And why did Lu Yuding have 2 tickets and go to the movies alone? He couldn't find a reasonable answer to any of these questions. All he knew was that right now, he and Lu Yuding were sitting in the seats he carefully chose, about to watch the movie he had looked forward to. Happiness came so suddenly that Bai Chuan felt overwhelmed with excitement and joy. The theater was gradually filling up. The lights dimmed, and only the glow from the big screen reflected on Bai Chuan's face. You could see his tightly pressed lips and shining eyes, full of happiness. Lu Yuding was completely unaware of this. Her attention was already caught by the movie's opening scene. She had no idea that someone nearby was desperately trying to hide their excitement and was too distracted to focus on the plot. After going through ups and downs, in the end, he and Lu Yuding watched this Lushan love film together. Bai Chuan felt that this must be the best arrangement from heaven. After seeing Bai Ling and Yu Changxi together earlier, Bai Chuan gradually calmed down as time passed. Plus, meeting Lu Yuding made Bai Chuan, who was usually very smart, realize that maybe there was really some misunderstanding here. He thought that perhaps he was overthinking because he cared too much. Although he didn't fully understand what the movie was about, Bai Chuan's heart was now happier than the main characters. Sitting next to his leading lady in the cinema was the happiest moment of his life.
Ji.
Some small, strange sounds made Bai Chuan come back to himself. He hadn't noticed what was happening around him. Beside him, Lu Yuting's face was blushing, and she was trying to keep a serious expression while staring straight ahead, her eyes firm like a brave soldier. Bai Chuan quickly looked around and saw that several couples nearby had their heads close together at some point. The zhi sounds were coming from them. Bai Chuan's face turned red. He immediately sat up straight and stared at the big screen just like Lu Yuting, not looking away. Suddenly, on the big screen, there was a scene of the main characters kissing in a green mountain and water setting.
There was no way to avoid it now.
Bai Chuan and Lu Yuting both looked left and right, unsure of what to do. They accidentally made eye contact, then quickly looked away, both feeling their cheeks heat up and their hearts pounding. Fortunately, the kissing scene on the screen was over quickly. Just when they thought they could relax, they realized the zhi sounds beside them had become even louder. It turned out that the couples, who were already close, couldn't help but hold hands or touch each other's hands in the dim light of the theater. After a while, the brave young man gently draped his arm over his partner's shoulder, and the brave young woman leaned her head into his neck. This was a time when both of them couldn't hold back their feelings. Some braver ones had already secretly started to kiss. When the main characters on the big screen began to kiss, it seemed like a signal for freedom. Almost 98% of the audience in the theater started to feel restless and eager. Some couples who had been shy earlier now embraced each other and kissed passionately. Suddenly, the whole theater was filled with soft sounds of kissing and whispering. The remaining two audience members felt very uncomfortable. They sat very straight, ignoring the couples around them who were cuddling and kissing, trying their best to focus on the movie. Lu Yuting felt very embarrassed. It was her idea to buy the tickets for Bai Chuan. She knew that the movie was more exciting than the one on the screen. She wished she had stayed in her room listening to her English radio instead of being here, listening to the awkward sounds. The young couple next to her was so caught up in their kissing that the sounds were loud. Lu Yuting was worried that the girl's lips might get swollen from all the kissing, and she didn't want to look. Because there was so much noise, she had to turn her head slightly toward Bai Chuan. When she looked up, she saw that Bai Chuan was staring at her blankly. He had turned his head to avoid looking at the passionate couple next to him, but that glance made him unable to look away from her. Lu Yuting's delicate face looked like a peach blossom. Her eyes were full of shyness and confusion, with long, fluttering eyelashes like butterfly wings. She bit her lower lip gently, showing her nervousness and calmness at the same time. Bai Chuan couldn't help but think that her lips looked soft and sweet, like cherries. "Why are you not watching the movie? Why are you looking at me?" Lu Yuting pouted and lowered her head, trying to hide her blushing face and pretending to stay calm. Bai Chuan immediately turned his face back to the screen, his heart pounding fast. If she hadn't just lowered her head, he almost felt like he couldn't control himself from leaning in and kissing her. Fortunately, Lu Yuting's words helped him regain his senses instantly, or he might have made a mistake with her. At that moment, Bai Chuan suddenly realized how much he liked Lu Yuting, so much that even the idea of kissing her felt like a kind of disrespect. The more he liked someone, the more carefully he treated her. Even when expressing his love, he subconsciously held back, afraid of making her uncomfortable. The movie finally ended. Bai Chuan and Lu Yuting walked out of the cinema. The sun had disappeared behind the clouds, or maybe behind the mountains. The temperature dropped sharply on this autumn evening without sunlight. They silently followed the crowd out of the cinema and stopped at the entrance. Lu Yuting was about to say goodbye to Bai Chuan, but he spoke first. "Since you invited me to the movies, let me treat you to dinner. The new dishes at Kiki restaurant are pretty good. You should try them." Lu Yuting wanted to refuse politely, but when she saw the sparkle in Bai Chuan's eyes as he looked at her, she instinctively nodded and replied, "Okay." Bai Chuan's tense eyebrows relaxed instantly, and a bright smile appeared on his handsome face. Lu Yuting was stunned for a moment. Only then did she notice that Bai Chuan actually looked quite handsome. Bo Ling walked ahead in high heels, with Yu Changxi following closely behind. In front of a small two-story military district building, Bo Ling stopped and turned around, looking serious at Yu Changxi. "Why did you apologize to my brother?" Yu Changxi hesitated before answering, "Because I think I didn't handle things properly." Inviting you to the movies shouldn't have been kept from Bo Chuan. You're the person I invited. Do I owe him an explanation? Bo Ling was a little annoyed. She never hid her feelings for Yu Changxi and didn't think that being 3 years younger was a big deal. That's why she agreed to his invitation, to get to know him better and see if there was potential. But she didn't expect things to go so badly from the start. Losing the movie tickets wasn't a problem, and being seen by Bo Chuan wasn't a problem either. The real issue was that she wasn't sure what Yu Changxi really thought. Since she pulled Yu Changxi away from the cinema entrance, the two of them didn't know where to go. They just kept walking along the riverbank. They walked until Bai Ling was so angry she said she couldn't walk anymore because her feet hurt. Yu Changxi was stunned and simply offered to take her home. Then there was another long silence. When they reached her door, Bai Ling couldn't hold back her feelings anymore and vented her frustration. Yu Changxi was speechless after being questioned. He hadn't thought much about why he felt this way. Maybe because he saw Bai Chuan very angry and subconsciously felt he had done something wrong. At this moment, Yu Changxi felt very down. His feelings of regret were so strong that words couldn't describe him. He thought of himself as useless, unable to do anything right, and unworthy of Bai Ling. He lost the hard-to-get movie ticket, worried about Bai Chuan, who was so upset he was trembling, and saw the disappointment in Bai Ling's eyes. Yu Changxi felt he had completely messed up. He couldn't even find the words to explain himself. After a long while, Bai Ling looked at him with disappointment, then silently turned and went into her yard. The closed gate was like Bai Ling's heart, shut tight against Yu Changxi outside. In the evening, the Good Hospitality restaurant was busy. Lu Bo entered but couldn't find an empty seat, so he stood at the door and looked around. Sharp-eyed Boss Hao recognized Lu Bo immediately. He was happy because Lu Bo was a friend who had visited with Miss Yu a few times. Boss Hao was worried because he hadn't been able to warn Miss Yu to be careful of Luo Chung, the troublemaker who was eyeing her. Lu Bo arrived just in time. Hao quickly went over and said, "Oh, welcome. Are you alone today?"
Lu Bo nodded.
"Just here for a quick bite. Is there a seat?" Hao smiled.
How could there be no seat for you?
"Come inside." Hao led Lu Bo behind a screen by the wall. To his surprise, there was a big table there. Hao proudly explained, "Please sit." This private room was arranged by Miss Yu. She used the screen to divide a few rooms for convenience, so guests can dine comfortably without being disturbed. Lu Bo nodded in agreement. The idea sounded just like something Miss Yu would think of, like her clever tricks, always unexpected but useful. He really went to ask the experienced workers at the factory about the linen fabric. The retired workers heard that they could help the factory expand sales and increase profits. They eagerly gathered every day to study and clearly told Lu Bo that they would handle this matter. They promised to develop a new, lightweight, comfortable, and affordable linen fabric before spring. Another matter was collecting payments at customers' homes. After reporting this at the meeting, not only did the factory director think it was a good idea, but the current part-time accountants also strongly supported it. Soon, several candidates for the head of the finance department volunteered to work with the postal office to make this business happen. This also solved the problem of the vacant finance department position. Lu Bo saw the promotional poster outside the restaurant and noticed that the dishes and their combinations were more diverse than the last time Yu Chengle recommended. He knew that the boss had also used his clever ideas. That's how it should be. You can't always wait for someone tall to help. Even shorter people need to work hard to improve themselves. Heek Lai is like that, and Lu Bo is the same. Besides improving his skills in business and management, he also bought many books from Xinhua bookstore. After work, he no longer gathered with his old drinking buddies to eat and drink, but spent his time reading and learning. The more he read, the more he felt himself changing slightly. He became calmer when facing work difficulties. "Boss, I see your shop has launched many new meal sets. Can you recommend one for me to try? Since the 3-piece set is too expensive, a single-person meal set is more cost-effective." As the office director, Lu Bo spent money more carefully than before. When he truly understood how hard it was for a state-owned company to support so many workers, he valued his salary even more. He also wanted to contribute to his factory, leading the workers to work hard and increase profits. If people like Qian Hongba and Zhu Kaigui only thought about adding rice and dishes to the pot or scraping their own bowls, no one would have enough to eat in the end. Hao Yi, who has high emotional intelligence, naturally wouldn't point out the rule that set menus can't be ordered in the private room. She was friends with Miss Yu, and she was just sitting in the private room drinking tea and chatting without eating anything. She had to keep company and talk. Hao Yuan, with a full smile on her round face, said, "Sure. We just launched a new dish yesterday, pickled vegetable and minced meat old duck soup set. Eating it in autumn helps with digestion and boosts fluids. It's perfect." "Sounds good. Your dishes are now based on traditional Chinese medicine principles." "Okay, I'll have this set." Lu Bo agreed quickly, not even asking about the price. He could afford the 3-piece set, so he wasn't worried about paying for a meal. The dishes in the set were prepared in advance in the right portions. When the order was placed, the food was ready in less than 5 minutes. Lu Bo praised, "The speed of serving is amazing, faster than eating a bowl of noodles at the noodle shop across the street. No wonder the restaurant is so busy now." Actually, Hao Yuan only realized this benefit during the process of selling set meals. The sets are not only more diverse and cheaper than ordering dishes separately, but they also reduce waste and are served very quickly. Customers in a hurry can enjoy hot, tasty food immediately. Word spreads quickly, more and more guests come, and business keeps improving. After delivering the food, Hao Yuan stayed in the private room, not bothering to come out to greet the continuous flow of diners. Lu Bo wasn't used to being watched while eating. Since he didn't come with Yu Changle today and wasn't sure what the boss's plan was, he had no good ideas to share. He put down his chopsticks and couldn't help but ask, "Boss, is there something else? If you have something to say, just say it. Staring at me while I eat makes me choke." Hao Yuan felt a bit embarrassed and apologized, "Sorry about that. You eat first, I'll come back later." Later? Lu Bo thought to himself, there must really be something urgent. With his impatient nature, he couldn't wait until after the meal.
Hey,
"You're only halfway through your words.
how can I keep eating?
Just tell me what's going on." Hao Yuan felt guilty, but had been worried about this matter for a long time. When he finally saw Miss Yu's friend come to the restaurant, he hesitated to ask about Miss Yu's situation right away. He endured, but his anxious feelings showed through, and Lu Bo noticed. "Miss Yu hasn't been here lately? I haven't seen her come to the restaurant." Hao Yuan was unsure. Since the incident of Miss Yu being targeted by the local troublemakers, he wasn't sure if he should tell Lu Bo directly. He politely asked for information first. Lu Bo was a bit speechless. Sure enough, he was still thinking about Yu Changle. If she's not coming to your place, then she must be busy with something, right? Changle is busy with her business. Are you looking for her? Hao Yi nodded, then shook his head. It's not that I have something to ask her, but I need to tell her something. I just don't know where to find Miss Yu. When I saw you come in, I thought I'd ask around. Lu Bo was about to ask what was so important, but suddenly heard a familiar voice. "No seat? That's okay. I can eat at the school cafeteria too." It was Lu Yuding and Bai Chuan, who had just come out of a movie and couldn't find a seat. Bai Chuan cursed himself silently for being so stupid. He hadn't thought that busy times are when many people gather. Now, he had wasted the chance to have dinner with Yuding. As he was trying to think of a way out, a round head peeked out from behind a screen and smiled when he saw Lu Yuding. "Yuding, is that you? Coming to eat? No seats outside? Come sit with us." Lu Yuding looked surprised and turned to see him. Her face lit up with a bright smile. "Brother Bo, what a coincidence." Lu Bo's appearance saved Bai Chuan from awkwardness and helped him fulfill his small wish to have dinner with Lu Yuding. He should have felt grateful to Lu Bo, but Bai Chuan couldn't help but keep looking at him. He felt this round-headed man looked familiar, like he had seen him somewhere before. After they sat down, Lu Yuding introduced them. "Brother Bo, this is Bai Chuan. He is Changle's husband's comrade." "Bai Chuan, this is my friend, Brother Bo. He's also friends with Changle." When Bai Chuan heard that he was friends with Yu Changle, he suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the man he saw earlier with Meng Jiuan at the roadside bun stand? Thinking about how he had made Meng Jiuan, who always seemed calm, lose his composure, Bai Chuan felt a strange liking for him. "Hello, I'm Bai Chuan. Nice to meet you." Lu Bo was initially a bit uncomfortable when he heard Bai Chuan was Meng Jiuan's comrade, but seeing Bai Chuan's friendly attitude, he relaxed. "Hello, Lu Bo. You can call me Old Lu." He was waiting nearby to order food but accidentally overheard a lot of news about Miss Yu. Beneath his calm exterior, a storm was already brewing. Miss Yu is so young, and she's already married? Her husband seems to be a soldier? Are these two also friends of Miss Yu? Seeing the boss standing nearby looking lost and not introducing the dishes, Lu Bo called out to him. "Hey, what are you staring at? Haven't you seen my friends arrive? Come on, order some food." He snapped out of his daze and quickly smiled. "Sorry, I'm so happy to have so many distinguished guests here. Please forgive any shortcomings. Today, I'll treat everyone to a meal." Lu Bo jokingly scolded him. "Go away. With me here, you don't get to treat. Bring out the 3-course set again, and also a big bowl of that old duck soup from earlier." He replied with a smile. "All right, the old duck soup has been simmering since early this morning. Please enjoy the soup first. The dishes will follow soon." Both Bai Chuan and Lu Yuding were a bit surprised. Does Lu Bo have such influence? Lu Bo saw through their thoughts, but didn't say anything. It's not that he has a big reputation. It's likely that the clever boss overheard Lu Yuding mentioning that they're friends of Long Le and, knowing this, was trying to flatter them. The ready-made old duck soup was quickly served, and the boss eagerly ladled it into their bowls. Bai Chuan and Lu Yuding took a sip. The hospitality was indeed excellent. The soup was salty, fragrant, rich, and lingering in flavor. It warmed their stomachs and chased away the cold from their walk. Lu Bo remembered what the boss had said earlier and asked, "You mentioned you had something to tell Long Le. Go ahead." He looked at Bai Chuan and Lu Yuding carefully, seeming a bit hesitant, and said, "Now, should I say it?" Lu Bo shrugged. "You heard it just now, right? Everyone here is Long Li's friend, and one of them is Long Li's husband's comrade. If you have something to say, do it quickly. We might not see Long Lo, but the comrade will definitely meet her husband. So, your message will reach him." He thought about it and realized that since his wife was targeted by bad people, her husband should stand up for her. With that in mind, he stopped hiding and began to tell the story vividly, describing everything that happened that day. Lu Bo slammed the table and said, "Why did you wait so long to tell us such an important matter?" He then stood up to leave and go to Long Li's clothing store to find her. Bai Chuan's face also turned very serious. He looked back at Lu Yuding and said, "Yuding, I'm sorry. I need to inform Joan immediately. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal to make up for this." Lu Yuding was worried too, but she knew Yu Changlo wasn't in the shop right now. She quickly called Lu Bo. "Brother Bo, Changlo isn't here. She went to Yangcheng." Lu Bo heard this and became even more anxious. What should they do now? The boss had said that Luo Cheng was the leader of the local troublemakers in Dongcheng, and the train station was in Dongcheng. If Yu Changlo was caught off guard when she returned, it would be bad. Bai Chuan reacted quickly. Juan must have a way to contact his wife in Yangcheng. I'll go inform him first, then figure out how to handle this. Lu Yuding thought his idea made sense and nodded. Okay, go quickly. Lu Bo also couldn't stay still. I should go to the clothing store and warn the staff to be careful around here these days. If they notice anything strange, they should report it immediately. The news came so suddenly, and they left so quickly that no one thought to settle the bill. Only Lu Yuding looked a bit troubled. She knew that the restaurant was quite expensive. The last group had spent at least 10 yuan. Now that they had left, she probably wouldn't be able to finish her meal today. But she still had to pay for the food, and she was worried she didn't have enough money on her. People might think she was a wealthy young lady because of her clothes and manner, and that was partly true. But there was a prefix. She was a fallen, wealthy young lady. Usually, she wore old clothes left from before or hand-me-downs from her cousin she didn't like. She didn't have a single new outfit of her own. Even when Yu Changlo opened her clothing store, she wanted to support her but couldn't afford it. Even buying one new dress from the store meant saving up her entire month's allowance. Plus, she had to save money to buy expensive English textbooks. She couldn't afford to spend money on clothes. If it weren't for her desire to completely end Lu Xing's hopes and her long-standing admiration for the movie Lushan Love, she wouldn't have spent that 1 yuan on a ticket, which could have fed her for 3 days. Lu Yuting looked at Hao Yi standing nearby, her face slightly red. "Boss, how much is this table?" "I'll pay the bill." After saying this, she was already thinking about how to explain to the boss that she would pay later. "Did you hide your student ID in the store? Would the boss agree?" She felt very nervous inside. Usually, the proud and aloof goddess would also feel uneasy over a small amount of money. Every day, Hao Yi greets many people in the shop. The young girl in front of him was beautiful, elegant, and fashionable. But upon closer look, her clothes were a bit faded from washing, and they weren't the trendy styles young girls liked now. When she asked about the price with a slightly tense voice, Hao Yi quickly guessed her situation. He exaggeratedly waved his hands. "No way, no way. We haven't even served this dish yet. How could you pay for it? That can't be. Even if the other dishes haven't been served, the soup and the set meal still need to be paid for." Although Lu Yuting was down on her luck, her good manners remained. She refused to take advantage of the boss. But Howie was quick-witted and responded naturally. "Actually, before you came in, Brother Bo already paid for this set meal. Think about it. When you entered, wasn't this set already on the table?" Hao Yi spoke sincerely, making Lu Yuting doubtful, but willing to believe. "So, the soup was served later, right?" Hao Yi chuckled. "The soup is part of the free extras with the set meal. If you don't believe me, you can check the promotional poster at the door. It shows a new dish called Pickled Vegetable and Minced Meat Old Duck Soup Set." Meanwhile, Howie smoothly resolved Lu Yuting's embarrassment, while Bai Chuan was driving towards the military base. As soon as he parked the car, he saw a familiar figure walking ahead. He quickly got out and shouted loudly. Meng Jiwen had been working all day moving bricks in the backyard. It felt just as tiring as a day of training. He was about to go back to the dorm to get clean clothes and take a shower at the bathhouse to relax. When he heard someone call, he turned around and saw who it was. "Oh, a rare visitor. Why are you here today?" Bai Chuan, who usually kept his work and personal life clearly separated, only appeared during holidays. Seeing him at the military base surprised Meng Jiwen a little. Bai Chuan looked anxious. "It's all for you and your wife. Hurry up and contact your sister-in-law. Tell her to be careful when she comes back. Maybe disguise herself a bit. When the time comes, we'll go pick her up together." Meng Jiwen was confused. "How do you know Chang Lo went out of town? I can pick up my wife myself. Why are you going?" Bai Chuan looked at Meng Jiwen's wary expression and almost wanted to hit him. Does he really think everyone is interested in his wife? But isn't it true that someone is actually paying attention to her? Bai Chuan patiently explained everything he heard from the boss of Haokalai, and Meng Jiwen's face turned very grim after hearing it. He recognized the name. Wasn't that the troublemaker he dealt with at the cinema entrance last time? He thought that after giving him a lesson, the troublemaker would stay quiet. But he didn't expect this thief to be so bold. Knowing that Chang Le is a military family member, he still dares to make a move on her. Meng Jiwen clenched his fists tightly. His only thought now was that he must get rid of this social evil. Dealing with street thugs is both simple and complicated. They often cause trouble and may have committed illegal acts, so to eliminate this threat completely, it's best to gather solid evidence of their crimes and send them to jail. But Luo Chung is very clever. Last time, Meng Jiwen checked with Bai Ling at the police station. Luo Chung has no serious criminal record, only minor disturbances, and was released after 3 days in custody. Without a crime or evidence, they can't arrest him. That's the police procedure. Even when Meng Jiwen asked Bai Ling for help, it was the same. But Meng Jiwen isn't someone who just waits and hopes. Instead of fearing that the other might suddenly attack like a poisonous snake, he prefers to take the initiative and catch the snake himself. Bai Chuan was also angry. How dare this troublemaker target their military wife? That's a blatant challenge to their soldiers. "Old Meng, tell me what you need, and I'll arrange it immediately." While thinking of a plan, Meng Jiwen didn't hold back from talking to Bai Chuan. He said whatever came to mind. Before catching the snake, he first needs to strengthen his own defenses. Help me see if there are any retired military dogs available. I want to apply for 2 of them to stay in the yard behind Chong Li's clothing store. I have to wait a month for her to officially leave the army, and I don't feel comfortable with her living alone in the yard. Retired military dogs are not ordinary dogs. 1 military dog can handle 2 or 3 adults easily. They are highly alert, follow commands, and can greatly improve safety before she moves into the backyard. Sure, no problem. This requirement was easy for Bai Chuan from the logistics department because it matched his skills. Even though there were no retired military dogs at the moment, helping to find 2 strong and fierce guard dogs was no problem. Also, I told Bai Ling about this before. They were busy with a crackdown campaign at the time. Please ask her about the current situation when you get home.
Huh?
Bai Ling, all right. Bai Chuan agreed to this request more reluctantly. Meng Jian didn't know that he had just scolded Bai Ling and Yu Changxi harshly, and he still didn't know the details of the situation. He didn't expect he would have to ask Bai Ling for help so soon. Bai Chuan felt uncertain. He thought that if Bai Ling didn't kick him out of the house, that would be good enough. After giving Bai Chuan these 2 tasks, Meng Jian went to the reception room to call Yu Changel. He wasn't sure if she was at the guest house at this moment. Fortunately, after waiting for a long time and being transferred through several people, he finally heard her familiar and lively voice on the phone. Hello? Jian? Hearing Yu Changel's familiar and cheerful voice, Meng Jian's restless heart instantly calmed. His tone also became gentle without him realizing. Changel, it's me. How clever of you. You guessed it was me before I even said anything. Yu Changel found his question a bit silly and laughed. As soon as I arrived at the guest house, I called to tell you I was safe. If it wasn't me calling you, who else would it be? Hearing that his wife only called to report her safety made Meng Jian feel very happy. That's because my wife is so smart. From now on, whenever I go on a business trip, I'll only call you to tell you I'm safe. The soldier in the reception quietly stood up and moved away, watching silently. Meng Lian's voice sounded so intimidating that it gave him goosebumps all over his arms. He wondered if listening any longer might lead to him getting into trouble later. Better not listen to things that shouldn't be heard, and stay out of trouble early on. Although he received another call from Meng Jian in the afternoon, which made Yu Changel very happy, she still felt a little strange. After all, she had just spoken to him in the morning, and Meng Jian shouldn't be so clingy. What's wrong, Jian? Is there something you need? Meng Jian thought carefully. He couldn't hide this from her just because he was worried she might worry. Only by being fully prepared could he reduce the possible danger as much as possible. Do you remember the group of troublemakers we met outside the cinema? Yu Changel frowned. Meng Jian didn't mention it, and she almost forgot. Yes, I remember. Wasn't there someone following us later? Yes, Meng Jian's voice grew serious. Bai Chuan and the others went to Hakalai for dinner. The owner told me that Luo Cheng, that thief, is still up to no good. He was outside the restaurant that day, when you were entertaining guests. Luckily, you happened to leave through the back door, or things could have been much worse. Really? Such a thing happened? Yu Changel was very surprised. That troublemaker knew she was a military wife, but still dared to make a move on her. That person was truly bold. But don't worry, I am here. No one will hurt you. I will find a way to handle this problem. Until then, you must be extra careful. We've asked Bai Ling to watch the shop more closely. I also told Bai Chuan to bring 2 retired police dogs to guard the backyard. When you come back, tell me your train schedule in advance, so I can pick you up at the station. Don't come back alone without warning. The area outside the train station isn't safe. I wish I had reported this earlier. I could have been at the shop with you after work, and you wouldn't have to worry about living alone at night. Listening to Meng Jian talk about his plans like a chatterbox, Yu Changel felt very reassured. With Meng Jian around, she wasn't worried about trouble from someone like Luo Cheng. Having someone to protect her was one thing, but being followed repeatedly was another. Yu Changel, who usually avoided trouble, was starting to get annoyed. It seemed necessary to let others know. Yu Changel was not someone to be messed with. Lu Bo arrived at Chong Le clothing store, but the door was already locked. He leaned over the window and looked inside. He saw a girl cleaning, so he quickly tapped on the glass. Chui, who was sweeping, looked up and saw a young man with a round head pressing his face against the glass, signaling urgently for her to open the door. This strange behavior made Chui nervous. Chi-ro usually left right on time, and her younger sister had gone early today to take her tutoring class. She was the only one in the shop now. Facing the stranger knocking at the door, Chui felt a little scared. Had he not seen that the door was already locked? Who was still coming to buy clothes so late? Suspecting something strange, Tsue quickly lowered her head, pretending not to see. She swiftly swept the floor with her hand, then retreated behind the counter, pretending to organize the display. She hid behind the counter. Although it wasn't fully dark yet, it was almost evening. There were few pedestrians on the street. She really didn't dare to open the door for that stranger. Naive Tsue thought that if she hid for a while, the man would get tired and leave. But the next moment, the glass door suddenly slammed loudly. Startled, she quickly peeked out from behind the counter. It was still the round-headed man banging on the door so hard that she was afraid the glass might break. Worried that he might damage the shop's door, Tsue had no choice but to tremble as she reached into a drawer, took out a pair of scissors, and secretly hid them behind her apron before slowly moving closer. She was about to ask the man what he wanted when he suddenly shouted anxiously, "What are you hesitating for? I knocked for so long and you didn't hear me? Hurry up and open the door. I have something important to discuss with someone in your shop." Tsue's heart was already pounding. When Lu Bo yelled so loudly, she was so scared she nearly cried. Her voice was hoarse and trembling. I don't know you.
Please go away.
If you don't leave, I. She hesitated, unable to think of any way to scare Lu Bo off. His loud shouting made her even more nervous.
What?
Do I look like a bad person? I'm a friend of your boss. If you don't know me, what about Aunt Lee?
Only.
The young girl in front of him was not only slow to respond but also spoke softly, like a little kitten. Lu Bo, impatient, didn't bother explaining and shouted loudly, trying to get Li Mei to answer. When she heard that the girl knew Aunt Lee, Tsue's nervousness eased a little. Don't call her. My aunt isn't here. I'm the only one in the shop. As soon as she finished speaking, she almost bit her own tongue. Who in the world is so foolish as to tell someone that no one is in the shop?
Lu Bo didn't think much about that.
He was focused on the trouble with the troublemaker. It seemed he could only give instructions to the girl in front of him. Since she said her aunt was Aunt Lee, passing a message wouldn't be a problem. Girl, please open the door. I really need to talk to you. If I shout through the glass, everyone on the street will hear. That's not good. This is my work ID. Take a look. I work at the silk factory. Genuine and trustworthy. I'm definitely not a bad person. Lu Bo took out his ID from his pocket and pressed it against the glass, trying to prove who he was. Fortunately, fake IDs were common in this time, so his ID looked quite believable. Chui, who was still inexperienced, didn't think much about it. She took a small step forward and carefully looked at Lu Bo's ID. It was clearly written with a pen. Lu Bo, born in 1958, from Jinbo City, a common worker, working at Jinbo City state-owned silk factory, office manager, and living at number 16, Hojia, Shunqing Street, with an additional address. There was also a bright red official stamp on it. Seeing the ID, Chui's nervousness eased a lot, and she felt a bit ashamed of her earlier suspicion. The state-owned silk factory was one of the best in Jinbo City. They produced silk to sell abroad for foreign currency. Having a family member working there was a proud thing, and the workers were very trustworthy. Plus, Lu Bo was an office manager, an important official. She remembered she had once tried to get a temporary job at the silk factory, but that was left unresolved after an incident. She didn't expect the office manager to be so young, truly talented for his age. Feeling embarrassed to keep him outside in the cold, Chui quickly unlocked the door and apologized. Sorry, Director Lu. I didn't recognize you and thought. Please forgive me. Lu Bo heard her voice, which was no longer trembling but still a bit hoarse. She had a thick scarf around her neck and seemed to have caught a cold, so he didn't mind. It's okay. It's natural for a young girl to be cautious. That's exactly why I came. Don't call me Director Liu anymore. Once we're outside the workplace, what's a director? Just call me Brother Bo.
Ljubo esse friendly tonis de quiese nervousness.
She shyly nodded but didn't dare to call him that directly, as she saw him as a very important official. Lubo didn't waste time and quickly got to the main point. After speaking, he also reminded her, this matter is very important. Make sure to tell your sister-in-law tomorrow.
Got it?
Cui felt a little scared after hearing this, but Lubo reminded her firmly. She immediately nodded seriously. Brother Bo, don't worry. I will tell my sister-in-law tomorrow morning. We will be more careful and watch out for safety. If we see anything suspicious, we will report it to the police. She repeated Lubo's instructions word for word, and Lubo was very pleased. After finishing, he was about to leave. When he reached the door, he noticed the sun had already set completely. He thought for a moment and then turned back to ask, have you packed everything? Cui didn't understand and nodded hesitantly. Yes, I have packed everything. Lubo smiled openly. Good, then let's go. Lock the door, and I'll walk you part of the way. Cui was surprised and said, no need, Brother Bo. My home is just south in Manhwa Alley. It's very close. I can go back by myself. Lubo stepped out of the shop first and waved casually at her. Come on, don't you trust me? Let's go. I came here to help you after work. It's already dark, and it's not safe for a young girl to walk alone at night. I should see you safely home. Lubo's confident and cheerful smile eased Cui's last worries. She quickly followed, took out her keys to lock the shop, pulled the door carefully, and shyly walked with Lubo. Cui had a good first impression of Lubo. Although she was a bit timid, it was clear she was a responsible and dependable girl. Cui also thought Lubo was much more approachable than she had imagined for a big leader. He was friendly, easygoing, and even humorous. They walked together all the way to Manhwa Alley and surprisingly had a pleasant chat. At the entrance of the alley, Cui was about to say goodbye to Lubo when suddenly a woman's strange voice came from behind. Hey, it's already dark, and the troublemaker is out again? Young man, if you don't run quickly, you won't get away. Lubo was startled by the sudden voice behind him. When he looked back, he saw a short, middle-aged woman standing by the corner, glaring at them with wide eyes. They had been talking happily just now and had noticed someone standing in the dark corner. Lubo was startled and felt annoyed. Ma'am, you're not going home tonight, and you're standing in the corner scaring people for fun? Note: the explicit content has been replaced with family-friendly language and the overall tone has been simplified. Cui recognized who the middle-aged woman was. Her face suddenly turned ugly, and she quickly whispered to Lubo, Brother Bo, thank you for bringing me.
I'll go inside now. Goodbye.
Just as she was about to leave, the woman suddenly darted out from the corner, stretching out her arm to block Cui. She lifted her chin and shouted loudly, What's wrong? You want to run after doing something bad? You want your new boyfriend to see what kind of person you are? Shameless girl. Always flirting around. Her words were harsh and unpleasant. Lubo immediately got angry. Who are you? You're in your 40s. Can't you speak properly? Why are you insulting her? Apologize right now, or I'll take you to the police station. When she heard police station, the woman instinctively flinched. Then she spat at Cui. Phew. I was just trying to warn you. You're blinded by that fox spirit. Ask her if she dares to apologize. Insulting someone? I didn't even hit her with anything. That's being kind. In the old days, women like you would be put in a pig cage. Cui quietly lowered her head, lips pressed tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. She wanted to walk away, but the woman blocked her tightly. Lubo was furious. He pushed the woman aside. Where did this crazy woman come from? Cui, go inside quickly. I'll stay here. If she dares to hit you, I'll hit her back. I'll also take her to the police station to settle this.
Feeling trapped, Cui gratefully nodded at Lubo.
She lowered her head and hurried down the alley. With Lu Bo standing tall in front, blocking her path, the woman couldn't reach Cui and could only curse loudly behind her. "You little brat. You caused so much trouble for my brother-in-law. How dare you show your face everywhere? You broken shoe. A troublemaker like you still dreams of a good life? No way. Men and women have different boundaries." Lu Bo could only stop her and couldn't really cover her mouth. He realized that the woman seemed to have some grudge against Cui, but that wasn't a reason to insult her in the street. If Cui really had caused trouble, the police would come to arrest her. There was no need for her to be shouting and cursing here. The reason was simple. Lu Bo understood this quickly. Seeing Cui disappear into a small courtyard deeper in the alley, he decided not to argue further with the woman. "All right, stop now. You are around 40 or 50 years old, and you don't have any children or grandchildren at home. You curse so much and don't feel embarrassed about it." The middle-aged woman's face twisted with anger as she shouted, "You're only 40 or 50. I'm just over 30. Are your eyes blind? I think your eyes are really blind to see that broken shoe of hers." Lu Bo felt awkward for a second. He didn't mean to mock this woman, no, this young woman. Upon closer look, he realized she had some spots on her face, and in the dim light, he mistakenly thought she was older. A good man doesn't argue with a woman. Lu Bo didn't want to fight and turned to leave, but the woman grabbed his arm. "I'm warning you kindly, don't be fooled by that girl pretending to be innocent. That little troublemaker did something bad, and when people found out, she threatened to kill herself. It was my brother-in-law who took her to the hospital to help. My brother-in-law is such a good person. He often visits the hospital to help take care of her, because we're neighbors. But guess what? That troublemaker liked my brother-in-law, and when she couldn't him, she set him up. She cut a hole in her neck to force my brother-in-law to do what she wanted. When he refused, she yelled that he forced her. Bah! Who would want her broken shoes? The police are also fools. They only listen to that troublemaker's lies and turn black into white. My young brother-in-law was thrown into jail, ruining his future. My husband's work was affected too. Just as he was about to get promoted, someone else took his place. Now, people who don't know the truth curse us every day, ruining our family." This woman kept talking non-stop, like a flowing stream. Why was she so fluent? Because she had been telling Lu Bo the same story many times, ever since her brother-in-law was arrested and their family was betrayed. She kept telling everyone what she called the truth, and she seemed obsessed. Lu Bo just happened to run into her today, and was unlucky. Usually, Cui would avoid her. When she saw her at a street corner, she would walk around to the other side. If she couldn't avoid her, she would wait until she left before going home. Today, Cui was happily chatting with Lu Bo and didn't notice when she walked right to the alley entrance. Before she could be glad that Qin Feng's wife wasn't around today, the woman suddenly jumped out from behind the wall like a ghost. Cui and her mother never told anyone about being scolded every day, nor do they want to trouble Li Mei anymore. Although they are victims, they are being bullied so badly that they cannot live peacefully. Cui wanted to go to the police station to report the incident, but the police only deal with insults and scolding. At most, they would remind Qin Feng's sister-in-law to be more polite. When the police come, Cui stays silent, but as soon as they leave, she continues to scold. The two families live next to each other, so if Qin Feng's sister-in-law scolds from her yard, no one can stop her. Moreover, Cui's mother firmly refused to report to the police. She said that the two sons in the Qin family had already gone to work or school, and if something happened to the other son, the situation might become more serious. Maybe relatives and friends of the Qin family would come to cause trouble every day. As a single mother and orphan, they couldn't afford more trouble. Cui's mother has been timid and afraid all her life. It was already difficult for her to raise Cui alone. She just hopes they can find a small way to survive. Let her scold. She would pretend not to hear and ignore it. Since they dare not fight back, the best way is to move far away, where they can't see or hear the trouble. But moving is easier said than done. For the mother and daughter, it's more difficult than climbing to the sky. They now live in a small yard that was allocated by Chui's father's workplace before he passed away. Her father was a key worker in the company, and their family was given this small yard. Back then, having a private yard was a very good benefit. When the family moved into this yard, they were very happy for a long time. The yard was not as dilapidated as it is now. They kept it tidy and planted many fresh vegetables. It was full of hope and vitality, just like a happy family life. But unexpectedly, disaster struck. Chui's father suddenly had a serious accident at work and passed away. The company held a funeral and gave them some condolence money. However, since the house belonged to the company, they should have been asked to leave. Fortunately, the company leaders took care of the orphan mother and daughter and didn't ask for the house back. They let them stay, or they would have had nowhere to shelter from the wind and rain, making life even harder. With such conditions, where could the mother and daughter move to? Lu Bo didn't believe a word of what Qin Feng's sister-in-law said. Not to mention, just today, when she knocked on the door and scared Chui so much, she couldn't possibly have done something to force her. And besides, Chui is the niece of Aunt Li, a staff member at Chong Li's shop. With these two people's credentials, Chui definitely isn't lying. Lu Bo impatiently waved his hand to stop Sister Chenfeng from talking nonstop. When he raised his hand, Sister Chenfeng thought he was going to hit her and shrank back in fear, squatting down. Seeing this, Lu Bo sneered even more. Talking behind people's backs just makes you afraid of getting hit. You're quite aware of yourself. A word of advice: don't talk about ghosts at night, or you might invite trouble. He said this while widening his eyes and making a scary ghost face. He threatened Sister Chenfeng, startling her so much she slipped and fell to the ground. It was obvious she had done something wrong and felt guilty. Since that was the case, Lu Bo wasn't going to let her go easily. He deliberately lowered his voice, leaned in close with a fierce look, and spoke in a strange tone. "What's wrong? Now you're afraid? Too late. I'll tell you. Tonight, the angry spirits punished in the tongue-pulling are coming out of the 18th layer of. They will pull you into to be their replacement. Dead ghost. Go ahead and curse. The more you curse, the more spirits will come. You can't escape. Haha, everyone come quick. There's a ghostly scapegoat here. Come fight for it." Lu Bo's wild performance scared Sister Chenfeng so badly she lost most of her soul. She froze in fear for 10 seconds before letting out a loud scream, then scrambled to her feet and ran away as fast as she could, not looking back. Lu Bo clapped his hands, proud of himself. He adjusted his twisted features from the effort and snorted softly. One scare each. Consider it paid. This aging young woman didn't realize who she was dealing with. He, the little devil king who grew up in Xuanqing's Ho Street, had seen people who cursed worse than her. Even the most fierce Wang family Annie was no match for his words. To handle these unreasonable, tricky, and malicious fools, you can't use normal methods. If she's crazy, he'll be crazier. Walk the path of the madwoman, and make her have nowhere to go. Before leaving, Lu Bo looked at Sue's small courtyard where she had just hidden. It seemed the lights weren't even on inside. She must be so afraid of attracting attention that she was trembling.
He sighed.
Today's scolding was a way to help Sue, but seeing how stubborn that woman was, and with the alleyway so close, he knew more such incidents would happen again and again. In the guest room of the Yangcheng Military District Guest House, Yu Changel was already lying in bed. Although she was annoyed by the fact that a troublemaker kept staring at her, it didn't affect her regular sleep schedule. She needed to leave early tomorrow at 3 a.m. to go shopping at the wholesale market. After washing up, she prepared to go to bed early. She skipped her usual exercise before sleep because she had already hiked Baiyun Mountain in the afternoon, so her exercise quota was met for the day. After hiking, her sleep was good, and she fell asleep quickly once she lay down. But she was still thinking about the trip to the wholesale market. Before 3 a.m., she woke up. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was only 2 a.m. Since she couldn't fall back asleep, she decided to wash up early and get ready to leave. In a busy coastal city like Yangcheng, there are always 2 or 3 tricycles parked outside the guest house. People are used to late-night travelers heading to the train station or transporting goods, which made it convenient for Yu Chang'e to travel. She had already asked Jiang Yu about the location of the biggest wholesale market in Yangcheng. She told a tricycle driver the name of the place, and the driver knew the way well and headed straight there. Many outsiders come to buy goods, and the experienced tricycle driver didn't underestimate her as a young girl. Instead, he admired her even more. Daring to venture alone into Yangcheng at such a young age was not something ordinary girls would do. When Yu Chang'e arrived, she realized she wasn't early at all. The place was already crowded with people. It wasn't just a wholesale market, but more like a busy shopping street. Starting from Beijing Road in the east to Qi Road in the west, the entire Gaudi Street stretched 600 meters. The originally wide street was lined with small stalls on both sides, each connected with electric wires and lit up with bright lights, truly a scene of bustling brightness. Merchants from all over the country flocked to Gaudi Street, rushing to buy all kinds of clothes, pants, skirts, and more. This was a hub of fashion and trends from the 1980s, ensuring that goods bought here would sell well. Yu Chang'e didn't rush to buy anything. Instead, she carefully walked along the street, observing from start to finish. The shops on Gaudi Street could be divided into several types. One type was covered with a large plastic sheet with clothes, pants, skirts, and miscellaneous items piled together underneath. Customers could pick what they wanted from the pile, and everything was sold at a fixed price. This type of clothing is sold cheaply, all for 5 yuan each. Yu Chang'e casually picked up one to check the quality, which was actually better than the clothes in her shop. The style was very simple. When I say it's cheap, I mean compared to the overall spending level in Yangcheng. In Jinbo City, it would be considered normal price. Therefore, Yu Chang'e immediately dismissed this kind of merchandise, knowing that buying it would only lead to a loss. There was also a stall with a canopy. The clothes weren't piled up randomly. They were hung neatly on racks. They looked more quality than clothes on the ground. Yu Chang'e reached out to feel the fabric. It was much better than the clothes on the street stall. She asked about the price. Most items started at 10 yuan, with many asking for 20 or 30. Yu Chang'e knew that speaking would reveal she was from out of town. Naturally, the vendors on Gaudi Street would try to charge her high prices. Plus, she was young and unfamiliar, which made her seem like an easy target for bargaining. Who else would she bother to bargain with? That was just how it was. So Yu Chang'e didn't rush to buy. She patiently walked down the street, talking briefly with shop owners about their clothes, silently comparing and choosing. The last type she didn't get to see today was the proper storefronts along the street. They had signs for various clothing shops, but all the doors were shut. Clearly, they weren't open for business at this time. After about half an hour of browsing, Yu Chang'e had a rough idea of what she wanted. She didn't have much money for this purchase, only about 1,000 yuan. Considering the prices in Yangcheng, she couldn't buy much. So, she decided to buy from the shop she liked the most. Buying more there would give her a better chance to negotiate a good price. Smiling politely, Yu Chang'e walked toward the stall she liked. She reached out to touch a bright red, thin sweater hanging in the most visible spot and asked politely, "Boss, how much is this sweater?" The stall owner, a local from Yangcheng with a distinct accent in Mandarin, replied, "Are you buying wholesale or retail?" "Wholesale. I've looked around, and your shop has the most complete stock. I want to buy everything here. Please give me your best wholesale price." Hearing that Yu Chang'e praised his stock, the owner became a little proud. "I not only have the most complete stock, but it's also the best. You've got good taste. Wholesale starts at 5 pieces. This sweater costs 12 yuan each if you buy 5, and it comes in 4 colors. Retail price is 15 yuan each." Yu Chang'e also saw similar cheap sweaters at other stalls, priced at only 8 yuan each. However, the feel was very different. The more expensive sweater had softer yarn, a more refined color, and the cuffs and collar were knitted with a different technique, making it look more delicate and high quality. There was also a colorful butterfly embroidered on the chest. From her experience, Yu Chang'e knew that such sweaters would sell well in Jinbo. She wasn't worried about the price being high, but was concerned that she didn't have enough capital to buy many. The shop owner seemed very eager to sell, but Yu Chang'e still wanted to negotiate the price. Everyone in business is just a stranger meeting by chance. If he earns an extra yuan, she earns one less. Trust doesn't come for free. Smiling, Yu Chang'e asked, "Boss, I still want to buy more items from you. Can you give me a better price? Since it's our first deal, if it goes well, I'll come back to buy from you again." The owner looked a bit troubled, but Yu Chang'e wasn't sure if he would really come back. The only thing he cared about was how many items she would buy this time. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to make a big decision. "If you buy over 500 yuan worth, I'll give you 1 yuan off each sweater, as a way to be friends." Yu Chang'e smiled. Spending 500 yuan was no problem. Other stalls also had similar high-quality sweaters, but she asked around and none were cheaper than 13 yuan. This owner offered 12 yuan, saving her the trouble of bargaining for another yuan, so she chose to buy from him. Don't underestimate this 1 yuan. Negotiating and bargaining can be tricky. Sometimes, even good words can't get the price lowered. In this case, the owner was quite straightforward. "Okay, what other colors do you have? Let me see. If they look good, I'll take them all." Seeing her quick agreement, the owner felt relieved and smiled more. "Red, yellow, blue, green, white. All look good. You won't have trouble selling them." Yu Chang'e looked at each color carefully. They all looked nice, and everyone has their favorite. She decided to buy 3 pieces of each color. The boss quickly grabbed a large bag to pack Yu Chang'e's sweater and enthusiastically recommended other fashion items. Yu Chang'e liked a small collared striped shirt available in blue, green, and yellow. It can be worn alone during warm days or layered in colder weather. The turned-up collar looks nice, and she decided to buy 3 pieces of this style in one color. There was also a thin jacket in a lovely pink, yellow, or beige color, very different from the dull autumn clothes usually seen. It looked fresh and lively. Yu Chang'e believed this unique jacket would be popular among young women in Jinbo City. They don't dislike soft colors. The market just hasn't offered them many options. Now, her clothing store would set the trend for fashion in Jinbo City. The jacket was more expensive than the sweater. The boss, seeing that Yu Chang'e was a loyal customer, gave her a 2 yuan discount. The wholesale price was 18 yuan per piece. In return, Yu Chang'e bought 10 pieces at once. She silently calculated that she had spent 444 yuan, half of her total stock money. Although the boss kept recommending new styles, Yu Chang'e focused on buying pants that matched the tops. She knew that offering complete outfits would attract more customers, especially those who preferred buying sets instead of mixing and matching. If she only bought ordinary pants, she wouldn't need to come to Yangqing for supplies. She wanted to buy the wide-leg pants worn by stars in popular movies. When the stall owner heard her ask about wide-leg pants, he looked at her more carefully. He thought she was just a naive girl, but she actually seemed to know her stuff. Not everyone could find those wide-leg pants, but this stall owner proudly claimed he could get them. The style looked a bit exaggerated, and the price was high. He was still considering whether to buy them. But now, since a customer specifically wanted them, and with a simple turn of the hand, he could make money. Why not take the chance? The stall owner looked around to make sure no one was listening, and then quietly said to Yu Chang'e, "You asked for those bell-bottom pants. I can get them in stock, but they're not cheap. Are you sure you want them? I'll go get them for you, but you'll need to leave a deposit." Seeing the owner act so secretive, Yu Chang'e understood why she hadn't seen any bell-bottoms during her walk around the market. The star effect in this era isn't as quick as today's. The magazine just came out this month, but it probably won't be popular until next month. She was a bit ahead of her time. However, since the owner said he could get the stock, it meant some fashion factories with good judgment had already started to imitate and produce these styles. If she didn't see the stock and leave a deposit, who knew if the bell-bottoms he brought would match the description? Thinking about not wanting to argue later, Yu Chang'e made a new suggestion. "All right, how about this? You give me 1 pair first. If I think they're suitable, I won't need a deposit. I'll pay for 20 pairs up front. If they're not suitable, I'll buy that 1 pair anyway, so you won't waste your trip. What do you think?" At first, the owner was a bit hesitant because it seemed troublesome, but when he heard she wanted to buy 20 pairs, his eyes lit up. This young girl was quite generous. He thought to himself that, including the bell-bottoms, she had already spent 800 yuan on her first purchase. If she maintained this attitude, she'd definitely become a big customer in the future. Feeling confident, he said generously, "All right. Everyone here is straightforward. If it doesn't fit, just return it to me. I won't make you buy something you don't want." Seeing how open and friendly the owner was, Yu Changel felt happy too. Business is about everyone being happy, so they can keep working together. Since she had to wait until the owner finished his stall to pick up the pants, she left her address at the guest house where she was staying and arranged for him to come directly to her place in the afternoon. When the owner saw that the address was a military district guest house, he felt even more confident. People who stay there definitely wouldn't run away without paying. Yu Changel checked her remaining money, less than 200 yuan. She originally wanted to buy a thick wool coat. She asked the owner, and a short one costs at least 60 yuan. After paying for train tickets, she only had enough to buy 2 coats. She thought for a moment and decided to wait until next week to go back to Yangcheng. The money she spent this week and next week on her return trip should be enough for stocking up. During the gold exchange, Yu Changel felt that her clothing shop was already making good money. However, when she took the earnings to Yangcheng to spend, it clearly wasn't enough. There was no choice. Since her initial stock funds were limited, she had to work harder, make more trips, and try to grow her business. To maximize profit, Yu Changel decided to spend the remaining 100+ yuan. If she didn't buy more stock, how could her money grow? The stall owner was clever. When Yu Changel asked about the price of a wool coat, and he didn't immediately offer to sell, she guessed that she was running low on her cash. Seeing her hesitate, he took out some trendy small items to show her. "Beautiful girl, take a look at these ties. Are you interested? And these silk scarves, they're very popular in the harbor area." The owner spoke fluent Mandarin mixed with Yangcheng dialect. Luckily, Yu Changel grew up watching Hong Kong dramas, so understanding Yangcheng dialect was no problem. He then took out 2 big boxes from under his stall, one filled with finely made ties, the other with silk scarves. Her eyes lit up immediately. Yes, besides expensive clothes, small accessories like these are also good for making money. They are low-priced but high-profit, perfect for using up her remaining stock funds. "Boss, how much for these ties and scarves?" Yu Changel asked the price while starting to pick out items. She noticed that the owner had good taste. His ties and scarves were stylish and colorful, likely to appeal to the young people in Jinbo. The owner wanted to build a good relationship and cooperate long-term. He didn't shout prices loudly but whispered, 2 yuan for each tie, and 1 yuan for each scarf. "Don't mention this price outside, or people will say I'm not playing fair." Yu Changel understood his meaning. She made a shushing gesture with her hand and nodded gratefully. For low-priced items like these, stalls usually agree on a standard price. Everyone sells at the same price so they all can sell their goods and make money. If one stall lowers its price, others will follow to sell their stock, and no one benefits in the end. The reason the owner gave her this price was to be kind, not to make money from her. He wanted to turn her into a regular customer. Yu Changel understood this. She bought 20 pieces, 10 in calm colors and 10 in lively colors. After visiting the Yangcheng wholesale market, Yu Changel clearly noticed that clothing from the 1980s has changed a lot. It seems like a colorful era is coming soon. Not only are the colors moving away from black, blue, and gray, but the styles and craftsmanship are becoming more complex. She increasingly feels that clothing stores need to change and adapt. She also thinks she should bring Li Mei to see Yangcheng someday. The stall owner counted the money, 864 yuan. He happily wiped the cents off. Except for the 360 yuan spent on bell-bottom pants, Yu Changel paid the owner 500 yuan. The owner thought this young girl was good at managing money. Even if she didn't buy the bell-bottom pants in the afternoon, she had already promised to buy goods worth 500 yuan and kept her word. Being so precise with her funds shows she must be good at doing business. Knowing she needed to catch a train back to Jinbo, the owner specially found a large snakeskin bag for her. He packed all her goods into it, leaving extra space for the bell-bottom pants. Since she was small, dragging the bag was a bit hard, so he kindly called a familiar tricycle driver to help carry the goods onto the vehicle. At the guest house, she didn't plan to carry the goods back to her room but stored them at the front desk instead. Living in a military district guest house has its advantages. It's safe, and the staff are responsible. Most of the staff are military family members, so helping each other out and making things easier is no problem. Yu Changel felt like she had been busy all day. When she looked at the clock, it was only 7:30 in the morning. It was just the right time for breakfast. Now that she had finished the important task of buying goods, she felt relaxed and happy. When the stall owner from Gaodiji Street brought her the bell-bottom pants in the afternoon, she could catch the train to Jinbo early the next morning. Thinking of Jiangyu, who had repeatedly told her to contact him again before returning to Jinbo, she decided to call Jiangyu at the front desk. A middle-aged woman's voice answered the phone. It sounded like a girl was looking for Jiangyu. The woman on the other end became very excited. "You're looking for Jiangyu? What's your name, young lady?" Since the person speaking didn't have a Yangqing accent, Yu Changel guessed she was Jiangyu's mother. She was Ding Guangyao's sister, and her hometown was Jinbo. Polite, Yu Changel replied, "Hello, auntie. My name is Yu Changel."
"You."
"Changel? That's a nice name, and your voice is lovely. Jiangyu is at home. Are you coming to visit him?" Mother Jiangyu was very warm and directly invited Yu Changle to visit her home over the phone. Just as Yu Changle was unsure how to politely decline, she heard a fuzzy voice come from the other end. "Mom, who is that? Is someone looking for me? Why didn't you call me? You don't even know who it is, chatting nonsense." "Mom, I do know who it is. The girl's name is Yu Changle, right? I was just..." Before Mother Jiangyu could finish, Jiangyu quickly snatched the phone, sounding annoyed, and complained. "Mom, don't answer my calls so casually next time. No one's calling you anyway." Mother Jiangyu seemed to want to take the phone back and argued. "What do you mean your call? This is the phone your dad set up with the telecom company for the family. Why doesn't anyone call me? Your uncle is about to call." Listening to the mother and son arguing on the phone, Yu Changle couldn't help but smile. Jiangyu's current trouble was the happiness she'd been longing for. She didn't remind them, but quietly enjoyed listening to their bickering. After a few more exchanges, Jiangyu finally got the phone back. "Sorry, Changle. Sorry to keep you waiting."
"My mom is old and chatty."
From the other end, Mother Jiangyu's angry exclamation could be faintly heard. "You little ingrate. Now you're saying I'm old? I'm still young. I can raise 2 more kids if needed."
"Mom."
"Stop talking." Jiangyu's face turned red as he covered the microphone and lowered his voice to stop her. "Changle, have you finished your things?" Yu Changle happily replied, "Yes, I'm done. Didn't we say we'd have a meal before I leave? Let's go. I'll treat you to breakfast." The last time Jiangyu hosted a meal, Yu Changle chose the restaurant. This time, Yu Changle also let him pick. Jiangyu didn't hesitate and chose Ipinge. It wasn't because he wanted to scold Yu Changle, but because he didn't want her to think of Yangqing Restaurant as old and outdated like Yangqing Tavern. As a native of Yangqing, he was proud of the city's economic prosperity and wanted to protect its image in front of out-of-town guests. Ipinge was not far from Yangqing Tavern, and just looking at its grand entrance, it was much more impressive than Yangqing Tavern. Standing at the door to greet guests is a young, beautiful girl dressed in a modified cheongsam, with delicate Hong Kong-style makeup. When she saw the two, she smiled warmly and came over, bringing a delightful fragrance with her. "Good morning. Would you like some morning tea?" Jiangyu smiled and nodded. Today, he wore a striped short-sleeved shirt, beige trousers, and white shoes. He looked relaxed and fresh. Yu Changle still wore a pants outfit. Since it wasn't a vacation, she preferred not to wear a skirt when going out for errands, as it could be inconvenient. Yu Changle is very clear about efficiency and avoids unnecessary trouble. Although they came together, they didn't seem like a typical couple, and the hostess wisely didn't say anything inappropriate. This restaurant is called Ipin Pavilion. Its overall appearance resembles an ancient building, with 4 floors made of traditional materials, decorated with carved beams and painted rafters, giving a grand impression. But once inside the hall, it's decorated in Western style, with crystal chandeliers and red carpets as standard features. Even the waiters' uniforms look like Western suits. Honestly, Yuchengel doesn't really like this style of decoration. In the 1980s, domestic decoration was just beginning to develop. Even nearby in the port area of Guangzhou, the style was similar, copying the decor of foreign hotels in Hong Kong. The mix of Chinese and Western styles felt stiff, expensive, and lacked harmony. Instead of adding beauty, it looked a bit clashy. Jiang Yu was quite satisfied. The grand lobby, luxurious decor, cool and comfortable dining environment, and young, pretty waiters made him think this was the kind of restaurant that could represent Guangzhou to visitors from outside. They ordered several of Epin Pavilion's special dim sum dishes. Each basket was carefully made, and the taste was quite good. However, some dishes were slightly altered to be more refined, changing the original flavors a bit. Overall, the food was delicate and tasty, but not quite the traditional old Guangzhou morning tea flavor Yuchengel remembered. Other customers might be impressed by the upscale decor and overlook these details. But for Yuchengel, who comes from a modern background, the decoration was just average, similar to a large town restaurant, and didn't affect her expectations or judgment of the food. Of course, she wouldn't openly criticize Jiang Yu, and she enjoyed the morning tea quite happily. When Jiang Yu mentioned he would go to Pengcheng next week, Yuchengel became interested. Pengcheng is the future special economic zone. She wondered what it was like now. Are there good opportunities to make money? Jiang Yu found it amusing that she showed strong interest in Pengcheng. That place is all over the place, digging everything up. It's much worse than Yangcheng. What's there to be curious about? They only changed the name last month. It was originally Bowen County. Do you think a small county has anything special? Yuchengel thought to herself that he didn't know. Pengcheng is great. Once they finish digging, and everyone can see the overall layout, it will be surrounded by fences. She couldn't say that aloud, so she jokingly asked, if it's just an ordinary small county, why are you interested? Jiang Yu knew that Yuchengel was in the clothing business, which didn't conflict with his family's business. He simply mentioned, because of its good location. Most of our goods come from Bowen County's coast, so we have to go there regularly to buy supplies. Jiang Yu spoke indirectly. His family was in the electronics business. It all started when Jiang Yu's father saved a little money and boldly went to Bowen County's seaside. He bought cheap calculators, clocks, and other small items from smuggling ships coming from the port area, then sold them in Yangcheng. After making some money, he gained confidence. His capital grew, and he gradually started importing more expensive items like watches and radios. They earned quite a lot, but many people in Yangcheng were doing this kind of business, so the market became crowded. His father then looked to the broader inland market, trying to take Jiang Yu along to small inland cities. At first, it was very difficult. The inland environment was quite closed, and people were cautious about buying unknown small goods without tickets. But some brave people couldn't resist the temptation of these new electronic products. After some time of careful effort, Jiang Yu and his father gradually established sales channels. Now, they have a shop in the iconic southern building in Yangcheng, and their products have expanded to large appliances like TVs, refrigerators, and washing machines. Jiang Yu's father chose to stay in Yangcheng to run the store, while Jiang Yu, who had been traveling with him since middle school, took on the work of traveling across the country. Yuchengel knew that in the 1980s, electronic goods made money faster than clothing, but they also carried greater risks. Buying smuggled goods is not only risky because customs might seize them, but also because dealing with various upstream and downstream partners involves many potential dangers. Since the profit is high and no special skills are needed, all three sectors, black, gray, and white, are eyeing this lucrative market. Jiang Yu's success is definitely linked to his personality, sharp risk awareness, and local connections in Yangcheng. It's not something easily achieved by chance. Therefore, Yuchengel, although somewhat envious, does not envy him. She knows her current strength is not enough to get involved in this field. Besides, there are countless ways to make money in the world. Does she really need to join in? Achieving success in a field she is confident and skilled in is already a great fortune. Similarly, in this special era, where laws are not fully clear and gray areas are common, She doesn't judge those who take risks as reckless. Many pioneering ways of breaking rules have been created by those who dare to challenge norms. Time and history will eventually judge them. However, if given the chance, she still wants to visit Pengcheng. With its emerging industries and rising economy, there must be a place where she can shine. While they were talking, Yu Changel accidentally looked up at the staircase and unexpectedly saw a somewhat familiar face approaching. The young man coming down the stairs also noticed Yu Changel. He looked at her briefly, and their gazes unintentionally met in the air. Not only Yu Changel, but the young man also seemed a bit puzzled. However, it appeared he didn't remember who Yu Changel was. He paused for a moment, then went down the stairs, passing by them and leaving the pavilion. Yu Changel also found it strange. Besides Jiang Yu and Zhou Defa, she didn't know anyone in Yangcheng. Why did the young man coming down the stairs seem familiar? It was just a small coincidence. Since she couldn't remember, she decided to let it go. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Yu called the waiter to pay the bill. 6 small buns, a pot of tea, total 13 yuan, exactly the same price as at Yangcheng restaurant, which doesn't offer discounts. Yu Changel thought to herself that even though the two places are so close, their prices are similar, but their dining environments are very different. No wonder Yangcheng restaurant is losing many customers. Without discounts, they might not even have a single patron. As the process of reform and opening up advances, market competition becomes more intense and brutal. There are competitors who are better than you or even cheaper.
What can you compare yourself with?
Just relying on an old brand? In later times, old brands might still be an effective marketing trick. But in the 1980s, when people eagerly awaited new things, old brands were often associated with decay, outdated ideas, rigidity, and dullness. At that time, people couldn't wait to take off their patched clothes, kick away their worn-out shoes, and throw out dusty, broken furniture. Everyone wanted to embrace the new era and leave behind the old days of scarcity and dull colors. As they stepped out of the Yiping Pavilion, suddenly a figure rushed out from the side, startling Yu Changel and Jiang Yu. Looking closer, it was the young man who had just come down the stairs. He looked hesitant, frowning as he stood in front of them, seeming to want to say something. Jiang Yu, after a brief moment of surprise, looked at Yu Changel and saw she was also confused. He cautiously pulled her behind him and asked in a low voice, "What are you trying to do?" In broad daylight, could someone really dare to openly rob in front of a restaurant? Since the start of the strict law enforcement campaign earlier this year, the security in Yangcheng has improved greatly. It has been a long time since street thugs like Jinbo City's Luo Cheng dared to cause trouble openly. The young man looked at Yu Changel with a conflicted expression, then finally spoke. "I know you might not remember me, but I want to explain. I didn't come to Yiping Pavilion secretly to find a job for my old employer. Their manager asked me to come and see you, hoping I would switch to work for them, but I refused." His sudden words left Jiang Yu confused, but the familiar voice made Yu Changel suddenly remember someone. No wonder she felt she knew him. She had just seen this young man yesterday. He was the enthusiastic greeter at the entrance of Yangcheng restaurant. Yu Changel was a bit surprised. "I remember you, but why are you explaining all this to us?"
Because.
The young man's face showed a bit of stubbornness. He said, "Because I remembered you. I also remember you are the guests who came to our Yangcheng restaurant yesterday. I don't want you to think our restaurant is failing or about to close. Our staff are starting to look for new ways. Although our business isn't as good as before, all our staff will work with the owner to keep Yangcheng restaurant running well. We will do our best to protect our reputation." The customers at Yangcheng restaurant were very few. It was rare to see a young person like Yu Changel yesterday, especially since he had talked with the lobby manager for a long time. The host remembered them saying goodbye warmly. Yu Changel remembered that when they left yesterday, this young host had been very enthusiastic in saying goodbye. Compared to Jiang Yu's surprise, Yu Changel felt a strange warmth inside. Whether this sudden act came from the honest simplicity typical of this era or from the impulsiveness of youth, Yu Changel believed, just like the young man said, that it was the shared wish of all the staff at the restaurant. Such sincere and bold honesty was truly touching to Yu Changel. After pouring out his feelings, The young man felt a bit nervous. He had no idea if stopping strangers and saying strange things would make the guests dislike Yangqing restaurant more. Thinking of this, he quickly stepped back and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. I'm really sorry." He bowed to both of them as he spoke. Yu Chang'e quickly stopped him. "No bother at all. I understand what you mean. I sincerely hope you can protect Yangqing's good name. After trying so many teas and snacks, Yangqing restaurant is still the most authentic and delicious. Next time I visit Yangqing, I will come back here for breakfast." The young man was surprised by Yu Chang'e's positive response. He was so excited that his eyes sparkled. "Thank you. I will carry your kind hope back to everyone at the restaurant and tell the owner. We are looking forward to your next visit." After saying this, the young man bowed again, full of joy, and ran toward the other end of the street to Yangqing restaurant. Watching the young man happily walk away, Jiang Yu muttered, "These employees at Yangqing Tavern are quite loyal." Yu Chang'e smiled and nodded. "With such staff, I believe Yangqing Tavern won't fall easily." After finishing breakfast, Jiang Yu insisted on taking Yu Chang'e to Lianxiang Lu, another famous old brand in Yangqing, to buy some special pastries as souvenirs. Lianxiang Lu is a century-old tea house in Yangqing. The three-story building is located in the west of the city. The large characters Lianxiang Lu hanging above the entrance come from the handwriting of Chen Riyue, a scholar from the late Qing dynasty. The decoration of Lianxiang Lu has always been very luxurious. The tables and chairs are made of imported wood, with intricate carvings done by hand. The windows are made of valuable Manchu-style glass. The entire tea house is built from wood, with copper-lined stairs and corridors. Many precious porcelain paintings are hung on the walls. In the early days, Lianxiang Lu was known as a luxurious guest tea house, full of treasures. According to Jiang Yu, it once cost a lot to open Lianxiang Lu, about 12,420 taels of silver. Yu Chang'e was amazed when she heard this. That was over 100 years ago, and 12,420 taels of silver back then would be worth nearly 2.5 million yuan today. It was truly extravagant. Over the past century, despite many storms and changes, Lianxiang Lu has remained prosperous. While the taste of breakfast varies from person to person and is hard to compare, no one can say the pastries from Lianxiang Lu are bad. The shop's entrance is decorated with big red festive lanterns. On the first floor, shelves are filled with all kinds of souvenirs wrapped in paper, ready for customers to choose. Different types of pastries are arranged by price, from 1.5 to 3 yuan each. The tempting aroma of various pastries made even Yu Chang'e, who just finished breakfast, want to buy a couple to try. Jiang Yu generously chose 5 kinds of pastries he thought were the best and bought 2 packs of each. The waiter quickly packed 10 packs into large craft paper bags, weighing about 5 or 6 jin. After Chang Lu finished browsing the colorful pastry section, Jiang Yu handed her a wrapped paper bag. "These are souvenirs for you to bring back to Jinbo. Since you came to Yangqing, you should bring some local specialties home." Actually, Chang Lu had already thought about bringing some Yangqing souvenirs to Jinbo, but Jiang Yu took care of it directly, saving her the trouble of choosing. Anyway, the pastries from Lianxiang Lu are always good and suit most people's taste, making them perfect souvenirs. Thinking of Meng Jiuan, who was eagerly waiting for her to return home, and others like Changxi, Aunt Li, and Brother Bo, she started to worry that the pastries might not be enough to share. But even if she worried, she couldn't bring more, since there was still a big snakeskin bag waiting for her at the guest house. She thanked Jiang Yu and insisted on paying for the pastries herself, which cost 17 yuan. For Chang Lu, who was in business, this wasn't a lot. If it had been an ordinary worker from Jinbo, it might have been hard to afford. But the people buying pastries at Lianxiang Lu were many, showing that the income level in Yangqing and Jinbo was quite different. After buying the souvenirs, Jiang Yu saw Chang Lu back to the military guest house. They stood outside the gate to say goodbye. During these days together, Jiang Yu's admiration for Chang Lu grew. At first, he just thought she was a pretty girl, but later he noticed her polite manners and confident demeanor, which made him like her more. If it hadn't been for that night when he took her home and happened to meet her husband, he might have already fallen for Chang Lu. As Jiang Yu sat in a tricycle, Watching Chang-lo happily say goodbye, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. During breakfast, he casually asked about her family and found out they had only been married for 6 months. He couldn't help but wonder what he had been doing half a year ago, why he didn't visit Jinbo more often. If he had met Chang-lo earlier, maybe their relationship would be different now. But unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in life. Jiangyu chuckled at himself and waved goodbye to Chang-lo. Safe travels back, stay in touch. Okay, see you next time. Some people are so nice that, even if they can't be lovers, you just want to stay close and be friends. Yu Chang-lo was unaware of Jiangyu's little thoughts. She rarely paid attention to her personal love life. If that weren't the case, Meng Jiao and wouldn't have worked so hard for so long just to finally open a small gap and pour his passion into her cold, indifferent tea. It wasn't until she returned to her room that she felt a wave of sleepiness. Since waking up at 2 a.m., she had been spinning like a top until nearly 11 a.m. Now, overwhelmed by deep tiredness, she relaxed and lay back on her bed, comfortably taking a short nap. She had a dreamless sleep, but was awakened by the sound of knocking at the door. Yu Chang-lo glanced at the clock and guessed it was the stall owner with the loudspeaker pants. When she opened the door, it was the same front desk staff from yesterday. Hello, another person is looking for you at the front desk. The staff member was also a bit puzzled. This young girl had only been staying for 2 days, yet different men kept coming to see her. Was her husband really at ease with this? Yu Chang-lo followed the staff downstairs. Sure enough, it was Chao Yongwang, the stall owner from Gaodajia, who had agreed to help her get the goods. As she peeked at the top of the stairs, Chao Yongwang immediately greeted her warmly. Xiaoyu, I've brought the loudspeaker pants for you. Take a look and see what you think. Okay? Thank you, Boss Chao, for making the trip. She took the black pair of bell-bottom pants handed to her by Chao Yongwang and examined them carefully. The style was exactly what she wanted, well-made, with good elasticity. Yu Chang-lo didn't rush to say whether she wanted them or not. Instead, she looked at the large bag at Chao Yongwang's feet, which contained more than just this one pair of pants. She smiled and said, Boss Chao, weren't we just going to look at one pair first? Why did you bring so many? If I'm not satisfied, won't I be stuck with all these pants? Chao Yongwang, being clever, immediately understood that Yu Chang-lo was giving him a hint. She wouldn't want to buy something she didn't like and then be stuck with it. He quickly explained, Don't worry, you won't be stuck. Just take a look first. If you don't like them, I'll take them back to sell at the stall. When Chao Yongwang went to get the goods, the clothing manager, who knew him well, told him that only 50 pairs of these bell-bottom pants were left in stock. The rest had already been sold out by traders from Shanghai. Hearing this, Chao Yongwang knew these pants would definitely be popular. Without hesitation, he decided to buy all 50 remaining pairs. Merchants from Shanghai rarely buy from the stalls at the early market on Gaudi Street. They usually wholesale from high-end shops with storefronts or choose fashionable styles directly from clothing factories. Sometimes, they even organize group orders to clothing factories in Yangcheng because the prices there are 10% lower than local Shanghai prices. These sharp-eyed, detail-oriented Shanghai merchants are surprisingly interested in the same pair of pants as a young girl from the small town of Jinbo. This makes Chao Yongwang marvel at the coincidence. Why do the clothes at his stall sell better than those at others? It's because he actively asks familiar clothing managers about what goods they have. When he learns about new stock, he quickly adds similar items. These items turn out to attract more customers than ordinary ones. Thanks to this little trick, he has become quite successful at the early market on Gaudi Street. People who buy from him often know his clothes are attractive and sell well. Yu Chang listened to him and suddenly felt less annoyed about being pushed into a corner earlier. Since this was their first time working together, it was better to focus on the facts rather than personal feelings. Alright, I think the quality of these bell-bottom pants is good. I'll take 5 in black, blue, white, and brown. Yu Chang had already decided that light-colored tops look good with blue and white bell-bottom pants, while dark-colored tops go well with black and brown. After returning to the shop and changing the display models in the window, the store would surely be crowded again. The front desk staff, who had been watching the two negotiate, couldn't help but be curious, These pants have such big openings at the bottom. Will they look good when worn?